There we go. Now then. Yes, we are back for another week of streaming, but this week's a little bit special, isn't it? Because something's coming back, something's returning. That's right, on Friday, it is the return of the midweek muster. We've already got the brackets being set up and everything else. We should have players signing up. I've got my admin reaching out to people, making sure their asses are in seats ready to roll for when it kicks off again in just a few days. Should be a fun one as well. I'm just double checking. What did we confirm from Mapful? I believe we was going to start with a good old-fashioned Dry Arabia, but then we were going to get pretty interesting pretty quick. Yes, I'm just double checking that now. So I needed to talk to my admin because for one, like, we basically just have all these maps listed. And we're not using all those maps. We're only using 7 of them. So should be Dry Arabia to start off with though. But we've got like 1 or 2 new maps making their first time appearances, some return of other ones. Who's new admin? So we're going to be having Tommy on board to see how the lad can do. Because like Chim, it just didn't really align this time around. So love working with him. Nothing against him at all. But yeah, we need to find someone else. So there should be Tommy handling that stuff now. I hope. Well, like I'm hoping we'll get some of the details ironed out on the hub today. But already seeing like Anatan signed up, Mahodo, Jiff's in there, Kyo. Dude, Kyo's coming back? That's pretty bog. Mia Micah's in there. We've got John Doe, Give You Anxiety, B, Scatterbrain, a few others. I feel like I need the fan on, even though it's technically not that hot today. Where can you sign up? On the Start GG. New one is up. And 1 second. Let me actually go ahead. I'm going to ping it out wide on the stream. I guess this... We'll do an everyone on this one. I just don't want people to miss it. But I need to go through some of the permissions, because there should be permissions nicely aligned for us to usually just ping out the players only. But I don't usually use everyone's. I use it here a lot because when people online write, but I try to minimize everyone's, as they tend to be pretty invasive. But it's time to invade some match history, actually, because we've got some cool ones coming up. We're going to be having a look, actually, at a Wham versus Puppy Paw game. Yes, you heard that correctly. We're going to be going to Sunken Lands to watch those two clash. Yeah, Ottomans versus Japanese as well. I love this matchup, actually. I think Japan got a little bit better in it. It's still kind of auto-favored in my eyes, but, like, you know, their chances improved at least. Dude, I just realized that this camera is becoming nipple camera more than anything else. Oops. Just exposing myself. All right, should we start the games? Should we open the first one? The Canadian bros are pretty cool, but there's a question itching at my mind. Which one's better? Only one way to find out. By hopping into a pub game in a completely unfair matchup to see which player is going to be better. Yeah, it's a little bit harsh, actually, folks. So for those that have not seen this matchup much in the past, Japanese versus Ottomans has historically been a little bit of a rough one for the Japanese. They suffer a lot because of the timings that the Ottomans have access to. So, like, in fact, let me switch this around as well. For one thing, you have to keep in mind, like, with the Ottomans, they're very good at aggroing in Feudal Age because of the extra armor they can get, because of the effectivity of the Sipahi. Meanwhile, for Japanese, like, for a long time, they just wanted to rush castle. And I think, despite the arrival of Yumi, remember, guys, Yumi has been very, very popular recently, actually, for the Civ. I think they still struggle in this particular matchup because building Yumi is basically giving your opponent a reason to build the best light cavalry in the game. Doesn't really sound like I'm giving you a good deal there. But let's see what the lads are going to be up to. Sunken Lands is going to be the map. This is a map, of course, that has got the Stealth Forest in the center, as well as two sacred sites very close together that look like two frog eyes staring at you, or two very odd nipples. Those are the two possibilities in my mind right now. Never underestimate the Japanese. I mean, from the movies I've watched historically, the Japanese kind of underestimated a minigun, so that statement goes both ways. Too soon? Tom Cruise fans? Too soon? New Japanese S-tier Civ wins. I don't. Japanese S-tier is a stretch. I think they're solidly somewhere between B and A. They do well. They've got some good versatility. And we have got some early stone gathering. So yeah, optimizing around that daimyo timing, which suggests that we are either going to be ACing aggro built around the Yumi, or instead, we're going to see him going for the Uma Bannerman into a fast castle switch. Not sure if I like the Uma Bannerman fast castle switch as much, just because like inherently playing heavy into Cav can be a little bit weird against Ottomans, considering the answers they get in castle. I was hyping up Yumi for more than a year, and finally pros made it work. There you go, guys. Chat approved me. I knew best. It just took everyone a long time to catch up. In fairness, they did receive that notable buff in terms of the discount, right? They were made 10% cheaper at one stage. But even before that, yeah, there was some sick timings. It just usually revolved around the idea of trying to semi-rush castle. Speaking of rush, we're going to go the 2x speed. I think at 4x, just to get the boys up in the age. We are going to get Madrissa versus Kura. Spawn-wise, pretty good one, actually. Yeah, check that. Farmhouse is set up on both the deer and the berries. I mean, this is the dream right here for Poppy Pool. Hit the jackpot. Other side of it, Ottomans, of course, have got backstone. They've got a lot of space to expand into here. They get the 4K behind their base in the corner. That's great if he's planning something very greedy, like a semi-fast Imperial timing. And remember, on this map, you don't have much gold safely near your base usually. You just get one 4K and then two 1600 golds. Did the RNG strike both sides? They did not. No, so that's pretty unfortunate, actually. Puppy Paw's 4K gold is on the forward side on a civ that needs a lot of gold access. And boy, oh boy, are we stone gathering. Now, hold on a sec. Is this the Crackety build? Or is this the 2TC build? Because we've been watching Crackety on the ladder at the moment do a lot of this, where he goes up to the level 2 daimyo in a rush to unlock multiple bannermen. I don't know if you really want to be doing this here against Ottomans. So maybe 2TC? But if it was, wouldn't he have shifted more people into wood already? I mean, he's got 5 on gold, which would suggest he's looking to spend. And remember, Uma Bannerman would be the spend. They cost 110 gold each. So I think we might just be seeing a rush. Meanwhile, 2TC on the other side from Wham. Wait, did he scout and then react to the play? Because stone gathering's still underway, folks. Puppy Paw's going to have a lot here. Even if this is like a whoops, I forgot and drop off, that's going to be a lot of surplus stone to be sitting on. And then Bannerman, he does arrive on the TC. Okay, so probably what, 2 workers going down? No, sick body blocks there. Wham interrupts the pathing with the scout positioning. So it looks like he's going to minimize the losses to just 2. 2 workers going down here instead of 3. Maybe close to 4 otherwise. And man, you just see how scary this time can be with Uma Bannerman. But now you revealed your strategy. This is where it gets a little bit weird. Like, if you're going to double down, is your opponent not just going to rush racks here? So is the idea to, like, go Uma Bannerman into Yumi? Or is the idea to skip out on the age now? Because I am seeing that stone now invested, as you'd expect, at 600. Is this custom or ranked? This is ranked. They queued into each other on the ladder. And the villagers are being harassed off the gold. So nicely spotted there. Yeah, this TC is a little bit weird in that it secures the food and the wood, but the gold's going to be the exposed thing on every angle here. He hasn't got a gold protected at all by a town center. That's pretty brutal. Which means the Uma Bannermen are going to be able to find impact. You've got stables coming out now, so Sipahi spam to try and counterplay. But additional Uma Bannermen were just queued up. 15 seconds of pop to pop out. And it looks like Puppy Paw's next target is going to be Castle Age. This is a pretty different build, man. Notice what Wham's doing here as well. Strips the deflective armor away by hitting with the scout. Great usage of the scout to minimize the damage exchange that would have favored Puppy Paw. Draws first blood on the cavalry. Morale, of course, on the way, and Papapor at this stage, his economy is good enough to just keep bloating up the count, as he's going to have 3 Numadon maximum. What an interesting opening. I wonder if this is more effective against 1 TC. I mean, if it's 2 TC, your opponent's going to be more spread out, more bloated, right? It's like, in theory, it can actually work better because of the timing of it. Wham is trying to minimize the impact by going for the wolves now, but another bannerman is going to arrive. Gold is going to get targeted. And a dive-in's going to be coming through. We'll take him 3 hits to get a kill. Sidesteps to try and get on top of the Sipahi to protect him, but it's not going to work. Work it down. No one being targeted. We are fishing right now. Wham's got a lot of Sipahi coming, though. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool strat, and you force your opponent to heavily invest in Sipahi, which I think is really what Puppy Paw was looking for. Wait, get stuck? I don't think he wanted that, though. Does just about get out of it. But yeah, I think he was looking for this investment into either Sipahi or maybe Spears. One opens the door to just flooding more Cav. The other opens the door to switching into Yumi. But now that he's forced the Sipahi commitment, you just go over the top and go for, like, Mounted Samurai. You'd think, oh, wait, KP, wouldn't you want Spears to deal with this? Nah. You could maybe do Onobugeisha. Onobugeisha is pretty intriguing, actually, up against Sipahi. Just because of how quickly they attack. They can trade reasonably well for their cost. But Mounted Samurai is definitely the most impactful, just for the dives. Like, your opponent went 2 TC, you've harassed him quite a bit. You've got 3 worker kills. He can't just rush the age up and get Janissaries now. It's going to take him a little bit of time. Why you didn't micro it? Because Sipahi more speed? Yeah, there's no point. Like, you can't get away. Once Sipahi start arriving, they're going to catch up to you because they're 1.75 compared to 1.62. So you're always going to get outpaced. It's just a case of, like, you know, do you even want to be running home right now, right? Because by aggroing, he was applying pressure elsewhere, masking the Masquerade at home, right? Because this Flown Gate was really ambitious. Puppy Paw, he was trying to save space for additional farms down the line, but it put him in a really weird position with his landmark placement. Luckily, he does have the double mounted Samurai, which would hold a choke point. Plus, Spinman investment has convinced Wham to walk away. Why Spears, you might be wondering? Like, I think in this situation, Spears makes a lot of sense if you just want to aggro with Cav. So now you can just, like, hunker down, protect your economy against Sipahi raids with Spinman, and then you can send Mounted Samurai to attack. You're probably also wondering, why is he going for the Umabannerman? It's just faster to produce. They are slightly worse statistically than Mounted Samurai. They have more health, but less damage is the trade-off. Like a charge, like, was that a standard attack rather from a mounted samurai would be, I think, 24, whereas the Uma Bannerman is 22, and that's including the buff of the Bannerman. Looks like Wham is not happy with this greedy tech play. Wants to try and do some damage. It also makes sense because if the mounted samurai are reacting at home, they're not going to be raiding Wham in his base, as he's getting ready to age up as well. I'd love to see extensive fortifications. I don't think we will, but remember, extensive fortifications as the crossbow placement shots into town centers, outposts, etc. He goes for it. Yes. Okay, this is cool. So now a little bit less paranoia about being attacked at home, guys, because now these town centers, these outposts of arrow slits, all these things are going to have a crossbow bolt. So garrison units, you can see, they're going to be doing the extra damage than what they normally would have, but also another 2. So it's a 3 damage increase against Puppy Paw's strategy here, which is heavy cav. Pretty smart. Feels a little bit weird sometimes, like if you see heavy cav, why wouldn't you just react to Janissary? Because Yumi Flood is the natural next step for Japan, so you're kind of trying to resist giving in to the obvious. Like French Red Palace, nowhere near like French Red Palace. A lot more tame, as you'll see here. So you see that right there? Instead of being 6 damage, it's now 7 with +2. So he's doing 9 damage instead of 6 to the cavalry. It's pretty sick. And this is all garrison spots, by the way. It doesn't affect the default shot. It only affects the garrison slots. I think that's the way the confusion often comes in. It does specifically say this, by the way. Equips your garrison units with crossbows. Don't ask me why the default doesn't. It just doesn't. And wait, what? Hold on a sec. That catapult building looks weird. Well, we're experimenting today, folks. This is going to be a treat. Wham has gone for the Istanbul Imperial Palace. You might be wondering, why is that a big deal, KP? Because you're also wondering, what is this landmark? You never see this. The Mehmed Imperial Armory, the one that builds siege for free, is like a 99% built landmark. We talked about the changes to Ottomans a while ago with the Vizier points, and that we probably see them start to shift towards the Imperial Palace, but it never happened. I, for one, am now excited for this. It also explains the extensive fortifications. Great to defend now, and it means that he doesn't feel pain later on when he runs out of points. Right, so this now means that options down the line for Wham, he can get his hands on advanced academies. He can go for Pax Ottomana on 2TC if necessary. Trade bags might become an option, but also things like siege crews and military campus that are so important will be there. Maybe even the meta drums could be an intriguing choice. And yes, just to recap what this does, by the way. Specifically, we talked about you getting more Vizier points. How many? I believe it's 3. Yeah, there you go. And it doubles the XP rate. So it's very much a tempo-based thing. I think that's something that kind of gets slept on, is the double XP is a really big deal. It doesn't just give you more Vizier points. It gives you more Vizier points faster. One Johnny coming out, bit interesting. Other side, we've not got the level 3 Daimyo play, but Stone is gradually building up, so the Shogunate shouldn't be too far away. It's going to be great for defending himself, but also buffing those farms. And we do have the 4K secure on the front side. So Puppy Ball's win condition, it should lie in constriction here. The thing about playing 2TC for Wham is he should run out of resources in the corner fairly fast. He's already down to 1.7k on his gold. He's going to have to start finding access to more resources soon. Same with the food situation, actually. Food is going to get grim fast. So I don't mind what Puppy Ball is doing. He doesn't necessarily need to dive. He just needs to contain. The scary part of doing this is, will your army be big enough to contain for long? And this is where the Yumi switch is critical. Your opponent is going Janissary plus Crossbowman. Yumi is how you win this game. It's all a case now whether Puppy Paw can inflate the count quick enough before Wham gets out of control. Yeah, I mean, he's still got plenty of wood to work with. We talked about the food being a problem. Another lock-in, 1,600 gold over here to be locked. And then stone, he's still got 400 to work with, which is enough to get a few emplacements going. And Wild Post also coming up on the west side gold. Yeah, no sneak out, rather. I thought Wham might just try to get 5 to 6 workers down here, unseen. That would be the 4k gold. That would give him a lot of runway here. Now, Samurai are going to try to go in. Villagers, most of them are going to get garrisoned, though. And once again, it's those crossbow shots. So pretty effective against the Mount Samurai. Janissaries going to reveal themselves as well. But the retreat's a bit weird, actually, because that means that you're allowing your Jannies to potentially die here. It does turn around before anyone would flop dead. Great trade. For Puppy Paw. I mean, the spinman at the end makes it a bit more even, but that's still like, what, 6 Sipahi going down? Which is great. Like, if you think about it, what Puppy Paw needs to do is he needs to get rid of the Sipahi for the arrival of the Yumi wave. Do love this switch, though. Quite creative. Going into the Men-at-Arms. So he's going to be relying wholly on the Mounted Samurai to beat the Janissary to beat the Mounted Samurai. It does feel like the Yumi haven't directly been answered, so I'm glad he's reinvesting in Sipahi. But the idea with this is if Wham has got Men-at-Arms, he doesn't have to keep his cavalry in position as a front line. He can actually use them as a flank unit, which is what you want to be able to do here. All right, how are we looking on Vizier points? He did go for Pax Ottomana? Pax Ottomana. So remember, this is the one that increases the production speed of TCs by 75%. You produce a villager in almost half the time, every 11 seconds. And reminder, he is on 2 TC. So he's producing about, ends up being 11 villagers a minute, I think it is. 10 or 11 villagers a minute instead of 6. Pretty nice buff. At a critical point as well, like by the time Pax Ottomana will run out now, he'll be pretty much at like maximum eco that he'd want to be seeing in this type of game. Another Vizier point also into the Janissary Cup. Alright, Wham's cooking something odd here, but I'm digging it. Remember, this is the Janissary Company. It gives you that one-time pull of Janissaries based on the number of military schools you have, of which he had 3 plus the TC, so you got an extra 8. I don't know if that's really worth it over just getting Advanced Academy, though. So that you can start producing Janissaries out of the military schools. I guess maybe from his perspective, it's more value to produce the Sipahi out of the military schools because he just doesn't have food for much longer before he has to break out of the base. Like, this deer is it, right? The berries are now running out. He's having to switch into farms. It's just interesting the way that he's like, kind of exploiting, tapping into this Imperial Palace play, right? Because a lot of people would look at this and go, oh, wow, KP, so that must mean he's going to get, like, all the permanent bonuses, right? Like, he better get his hands on the military campus, and he better get his hands on, like, the trade bags eventually, and siege crews, and advanced academies. If you look at it, he's playing around a lot of temporary plays. You know, Anatolian Hills, I don't really consider it a temporary play because it increases your mining speed, which is pretty nice. But definitely Janissary as well as Pax Ottomana, they're one-timers. Right? I wouldn't be surprised if at this rate we end up seeing a Great Bombard as well. It all comes down to whether he thinks there's an attack point for him, though. I mean, I've got the move out onto the flank now, which has gone unnoticed by Poppy Paw. Wow, I'm sneaking it the right way. More villagers moving across now, and once again, the timing could not be better, as he'll dodge the issue entirely. Wow, I'm finally feeling a little bit confident to try and flank raid. He's going to poke on the sides. We do have a Yorishiro drop in the TC, by the way, so Papapor is accelerating his TC production slightly. It just doesn't really hold a candle to the rates you're seeing coming out of here. Looks like the Pax Ottomana has ran out now, but I mean, Wham's close to the population it needs to be at. It's really about getting the military online now. Clash coming in. Janissaries overextended. They try to run away. The Yumi front line to protect the mounted samurai. Yeah, they just get in the way because if the Janissaries are trading in there, they're going to be overkilling into the Yumi a lot. Whereas the mounted samurai, like, they would actually be optimally killed. So it just gives them a slightly better trade, but in the end, Wham's bulk is too big to bite. Janissary is able to hold out. And reminder, Wham, he didn't even have the whole army at home. Check this. The Sipahi raiders, they were wrapping to the west side to guard the food, and now they will rotate into the back of Papapor's base. Good reaction, though. Papapor keeps a few mounted samurai at home. 2 TC players now coming in that just got scouted fresh by Wham. So he gets the revelation as perfectly timed as possible. Wham, however, I have a feeling is going to be thinking about Imperial Age here. Extra farms now coming through. It's going to be going up to about 25 soon. And if you trust in passive production, that's the type of point where you can easily start to wiggle your way into the 4th age. Villagers gain value over time, though, so I wouldn't say it's a one-time bonus. I mean, it is a one-time bonus. Like, that's kind of nitpicky on the words, right? So, like, for example, Ayabids have a tech choice called Growth Wing. If you get it in Feudal Age, you get 3 extra villages. Now, getting 3 extra villages is a one-time bonus. Does it impact the game in a big way? Yes, because you've got, like, a 15% increase to your economy at that stage in the game. So, like, I don't think it's unfair to call it a one-time bonus. Like, Pax Ottomana is a one-offer. Yes, it accelerates your timing, but still change the fact it's a one-offer. Right? Like, if I go for a Great Bombard point, and I can end the game on it, yes, it allowed me to end the game, and there's a fair point, like, it's worth its investment, but it's still a one-time bonus. Probably not scout that relic. What, this one over here? Oh, wow. Oh, okay. So he knows about the one next to Wham's base, but he hasn't actually scouted the one over here. I feel bad for him, actually, because it is pretty roughly located, isn't it? With the tree line, it's natural that you just wouldn't think there's anything but trees here. So that's going to be something that would kick himself a little bit about down the line, because, of course, gold, a critical component for Japan at all phases of the game. One of the most gold-hungry civs we actually have in AoE4. Wham also has to be feeling hungry. A little bit peckish for gold, guys. He's saving for Imperial, but you may notice there's a problem with his economy right now. He has not got gold access. He's rushing out now. Yeah, 13 villagers moving in. I like this striking the Sipahi on the opposite side of the map. Just keeps Poppy Paw looking at home instead of looking at the gold. And it's kind of crazy, actually. With the way this map was spawned, we didn't get any obvious western gold. We got a subtle one, actually, right in the corner. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I wonder is Sunken Land's truly ready for, like, comp play. Because we've used it, right, in multiple tournaments at this point. And it spawns like this. So you got like 2 4Ks on the side, and then one player kind of essentially gets a favorable spawn with this. Like, it's fairly neutral, but still. Definitely feels like Sunken Land needs a few tweaks on the generation code. Villagers about to be harassed here. Goes for the Springwood emplacements. Pretty greedy, actually. Yeah, instead of fortifications, which should have probably been the priority, considering you get those crossbow shots anyway. One outpost is going to get burnt down. Sipahi now going to chase in. That's going to force the reaction to come through. The excess villagers are going to move over to the other outpost and fail to get it up. The Janissaries now going to move in for the trade. Sipahi, more than enough here to run this down. They're holding on to the fortitude. Puppetball's doing a good job of keeping the Mounted Samurai semi-engaged so that the Ottomans cannot use this buff on the Sipahi. No, and now the next wave's going to arrive. A great fight here for Puppy Paw as he jumps on top of the anti-cav with the cav. I know. What sense is there? All of them just gone. Yumi are going to be traded out. Looks like this Sipahi wave should be able to get vengeance there. But the fact that Puppy Paw is pretty much maintaining the amount of samurai to Sipahi count is not a good sign for Wham. Another big problem here is Wham obviously needs that gold soon. You can see he's still floating almost 2,000 food. He wants to go for the next stage, naturally, as the Ottomans, but without that gold, it's impossible here. I believe he did also go advanced academies. Yeah, there you go. So he's got the Janissary production, as well as the extra military campus. So we have got kind of the expected choices at the tail end via the Vizier system. Next up, you could maybe just look to go for what? I don't know about field works this late. I do like the AoE heal. But it's usually pretty weird to use in builds. Like, it doesn't slot naturally. Sipahi have to make a valiant stand here. Yumi are just trying to trade out with that one little Janissary that couldn't. But even without the Jannies, remember, Sipahi are actually pretty good traders into Mount Samurai if the resource numbers align. Because the second wave is able to attack, whereas the Mount Samurai can't in choke points. So, good understanding there by Puppy Paw. This fight is no longer worthwhile. Backs away. And boy, oh boy, does this economy look great. 35 farms, soon to be 40. Shogunate to buff them all up. Practically all of them, actually. There's only like a few at the back that at this rate will not be in range. Like, he's optimized as much as possible on getting maximum value out of those farms. Didn't Wham unlock a Kinji against BC at Steel Series? I believe that was a lot earlier in the game, though, and a lot earlier in the Vizier point system. So, not really sure if you want a Kinji here with what you're up against. I mean, they could work as kind of Raider-type units. Also, I don't mind just holding onto the point as well until you're sure there's a reason to commit into A or Z. Looks like gold has been locked in now by Wham, by the way. So, gathering finally underway. And he's going to be steering towards the gold as well. Yeah, a runaway by the villagers there. Remember, Puppy Paw, he needs to try and keep these gold workers alive. This is pretty much where the main boon of resources is going to be coming in. Yes, he's got the relics, but that's not going to get you to a tech up fast. A lot of idle time being achieved. I think Wham, maybe the original goal was just to look for a tech up, but instead it's turned into a reinvestment. We're playing a very long castle here between the two. At this rate, by the time someone could think about Imperial Age, all the gold is going to be gone. Yeah, he's tapping the 4K over here. He's tapping the 4K here as well. And then, of course, the only one that Puppy Paw has is right here. Only 2K remaining on it. They have a wild game between the two twins. And you might be wondering, why the hell Bugatia? Bugatia's kind of interesting here against Sipahi. It's a fast enough unit to chase. The only negative is how it affects the Janissary wall. Like, Janissaries are actually kind of okay at, like, dealing with Bugatia. Not crazy. But the burst, especially the attack speed aura, is decent. I imagine the idea here for Puppy Paw is probably Yumi plus Bugatia. So then Bugatia just kind of melt through the Sipahi, and then Yumi can deal with the Janissaries before the Bugatia have to get in range. Cav? Puppy Paw? That was most definitely not worth it. Oh my god. Alright, we just witnessed the Battle of Nagashino right there. Like, I cannot believe He just sent all his cav in like that. You'd see how good Janissaries still can be against cavalry, by the way. Like, despite the tweaks and nerfs around them, they're still a good unit. They still feel their function fine. Why did he do that? I think he just wasn't looking. I think he was distracted by the Sipahi raiding through. Brigade blow is going to continue here. There is no meta either. Wham, a weird oversight. The Brigatia, they are not buffed. He does not have a katana bannerman at all. Still, you see how good they are at dispatching the Sipahi. Stand their ground and just run them through here. It's the great bombard commitment coming in from Wham, but probably a terrible timing for it. It will scare off Puppy Paw for the moment, but remember, Onubugeisha are actually secretly very good at killing siege. Notice what he's doing here. He's baiting the army away from the Janissary line. Even sends one Bugeisha around. I don't think that was intentional, but that's going to work out nicely, dragging them further away. And now you can just turn around with the glaives. Good reaction by Wham, though. Understands how bad of a fight that would be to take right now. We still do not have a katana bannerman, folks. And the first one just came out. It needs to be rallied over here ASAP. Starts to trade underneath the TC. Questionable choice here by Wham. Rocket launcher pretty good at killing everything. Yeah, the surprise. Even one hitting the Sipahi from full HP. Still, you can kind of sense the urgency. Wham feels like he's got control, understandably so. We have got a few Bugeisha raiding onto the flanks, trying to stop all the gold from being munched up, because Puppy Paw's idea here around Bugeisha is cool and good in theory, but it's also gold expensive. Yeah, food is weirdly enough not going to be the problem for him with the Shogunate setup. It's actually gold and a lack of it and access to it that would kill him. But what happened over here? He actually forced Wham off of the gold. Okay. Oh, wait, that changes everything. I can't believe that. So he traded up. He traded from like less than 2k gold for about 3k gold. I love this. Notice the melee armor. This is why you need to have a mixture of Yumi and Onubugeisha. It's not just about the Janissaries. If you can't kill the metas, you die. The armor is going to be way too good on these units. Speaking of armor, a little bit surprised that Wham didn't actually go for melee tech 2 now that he sees he's up against Bugeisha. It's a very valuable tech when you're playing against Bugeisha because of how low their base damage is. Remember, their attack speed is insane. They attack every 0.9 seconds. But the trade-off obviously has to be low DPS, low damage rather, and low DPS against armor. Still, what just happened to Wham's Jannies? Oh my... Wait, did he leave the Jannies trading with the... Unbelievable. Puppy Paw delivered a gift right there. Wham! Essentially split the fight where it's Janissary versus Yumi and Bugeisha versus Sipahi. I think you kind of like get stuck in that situation 9 times out of 10 eventually, right? Because the problem you have here is that the Janissaries are by far the slowest unit involved in this fight. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw, he may not have the fastest unit, that's Sipahi, but his mid-ground is what matters, right? Bugeisha, Yumi, a very solid, fast-moving 2-unit comp. And that speed is going to become handy when he looks to just urgently rush out of the base now. Moves across to look to idle out the gold. Wham! Gathering in the area. We'll have to garrison up. Sipahi raid to the other side. Less impactful. Already has the fortifications to the outposts. Doesn't really have as much burn power here. No, not just that. Is double springled emplacement. This is pretty gruesome to watch. It's going to take a long time to bring this down, and there's even a risk that it just gets repaired at this rate. 800 gold left over. Not much, but I mean, you take what you get. Not to mention a resecure and the 1,000 gold behind there. Outpost is close to down, but the villagers will go for the repair. Sipahi will try to snipe some of them down, but good micro there. Puppy Paw just trying to minimize the losses one by one. And that has done more than enough. Wow. The raid is going to fail in the end. A lot of out of time achieved. But Puppy Paw now with command of the gold. Matchup where both of them desperately need it. Janissary count has bloated high again for Wham, but remember, if he now loses this army, he does not have the gold to remax again. Bugeisha line, thinning slightly. Sipahi will be able to give chase. Always awkward as well. Like, the Yumi are the ones that need to be protecting the retreat, but the Bugeisha are the quicker unit. So, ideally, you prefer that Yumi moved at the speed of Begeisha and vice versa. Sadly, no bueno for him. And we do have a crazy switch coming in, by the way. We talked about the lack of gold, and Puppypaw is fully cognizant of this issue. He has switched full into Spearman. And that is going to be a rude awakening for this party. I mean, he sees the one spear here. The next wave is going to be the nightmare. And the smart thing about this, folks, is it means that Puppypaw, on a map where the gold is running out fast, can now put the remaining gold into tech choices. That is a little bit curious, though. He's going for Samurai. And I'm not really sure why. I mean, Janissaries, I don't think they mind Samurai trickle too much. It's not like they're going to do crap tons of damage to them. They're very good at removing the deflective armor. A little bit surprised by his tech choice, yeah, but Gunsmith is on the way. He's going Imperial. The more important thing is going to be getting the elite upgrades for these units. Let's be careful with current positioning, though. The Spearmen are getting baited and wrapped into the Janissary. Yumi, not many of them left alive here, just trying to trade out as best they can, but it looks like it's going to be a trade out that favors Wham. Has the numbers and now needs to punish. Difficult to do, though. This is the thing about Puppypaw's army. It may be quick to die, but it's also quick to reproduce. The Yumi, the Spearman, cheap and fast. A castle drop right next to this. I love this from Puppypaw. Just understanding the exposure point. He's teched up. He's going to need access to a lot more wood to keep playing this way. He would prefer to have the castle out here, but it's too risky after that fight. Meanwhile, Sapahi are going to be moving across to that goal, but I mean, Puppypaw has tapped it. It's down to 500 left. He will dive on in. Puppypaw not reacting to get to the outpost quick enough. But still, like, yes, it's annoying that you don't have the gold, but most importantly, you've minimized the gold left on the map for Wham to try and mirror play. He is going to be teching up in the meantime, but keep in mind, relics are going to be important now. Neither player having access to much gold. On the map, in total, there's less than 1,500. Now, let's not also forget that forge possibilities are there. Puppypaw would love to see him just delete these useless stables. He hasn't been using them for a long time, so double Yorishira drop there is pretty wasteful. He could go for a Yorishira drop in triple forge here, and it would give him more than enough gold to now play this comp in the late game. Age up complete is a Wham, but what can he really afford? You can just about cover the elite techs at this rate. 400 here, 160. I don't think you get this gold. I think this one's going to be fought for. So you got like, you know, 600-700 gold. You need some sacred sites. Otherwise, you're going to have to start trading to get towards your techs. And reminder, that becomes very difficult to do when you consider how expensive Imperial Age techs are. Things like biology, for example. Which is really the big one you're looking for with Sapahi. Where's this game from? When an Age of Empires and a Microsoft love each other very much, they create 4, God of Thunder, and then realize it's the wrong game and create Age of Empires 4. This is live from the ladder. Well, live from the ladder. Casting it live. I think they played this last night. How many farms? 70. Has he got? He's got more farms than Japan. Yeah, 68 for Japan, 70 for Ottomans. I mean, it kind of makes sense of Ottos. There's not really much gold left on the map, and also you have got the passive reduction to make up the gap. Speaking of which, he's at 200 pop. I'd really love to see Wham trying to get some trades in with just small groups of, like, Cav. Just because when you're at 200 pop, you're essentially burning resources because your military schools, they're not functioning. And look at it. He's got a queue up that just can't be released. Did he get this gold in the end? Kind of looks like Puppypaw was just letting him have it. Yeah, he's still waiting for other upgrades. The elite upgrade is coming in for the Yumi soon. And we actually have Nagayari. This is probably one of the best civs in the game to build Nagayari against. Remember, Nagayari is a bit like the Abbasid tech, the one that gives you more range on spears. So you increase your damage and you increase your range. Your damage specifically against cavalry. Wham. What are we going to do with 7,000 food? I mean, you could just start selling. The rates are not going to be great, but you need biology soon. Apparently needs some kills. Dives into the farm economy. Yeah, but wait, guys. This is the resource he doesn't need more of. Puppy Ball's got 8,500 food. He's at least burning some farms. But you're diving double rocket launcher, and this hurts. It's not a one-hit kill against Elite Sipahi, but it's close. I mean, he can afford the remax, right? So kind of a shrug there for him. The problem is you just gave Puppy Paw a bigger military lead. Look at the counts. Wow. If he's going to take this approach, it has to be raid, 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 and drain. So he continues the hunt. He moves under the tree lines. Move to the backside. That got cleared up sweetly by the spearman. The rest of the Sipahi able to get away. And small raid group, not really as impactful from Puppy Paw. But Wham, I mean, this is raid into dead by the looks of it. Like, where's the next wave? He's not reproducing Sipahi. No, he hasn't queued up any at all. He's about to realize the mistake. There we go. 21 more in queue. Kind of surprised he didn't have that going before. He could always just had them queued in reserve. And wait, you're fighting without Janissary guns? Wait, he's missing the +4 tech. That's ridiculous. Bo's now going to chase in. Castle Drop is going to be there for Wham. Spearman on the way as well. But Oda Tactics has been queued, folks. Reminder, this not just gives you the effects of Elite Army Tactics, it will also buff Japan's burn damage on buildings. Not that it's going to get in there quick enough because they're already committing to kill the castle. Yumi will have to go back into the fight with those Sipahi. Not ideal, but just marches past it. No, most of them are going to die, but worth it. They can push away the Janissaries. That's key because the Spearmen follow through and munch down on everything. I mean, we talk about the Sipahi as the most giga-stacked like Cav, but the Spearmen of Japan have to be up there with that Nagayari damage. They are making such quick work of the best light cavalry in Age of Empires 4. And even the Janissaries are struggling against this. And by the way, this is all without bannerment. Puppy Paw has been putting all the gold into upgrades. He has not spent any of it on the bannerment techs. So we haven't had Yumi buff. We haven't had Katana to buff the Spearman. This is all just base damage Japan. New wave should be able to start addressing the castle. Weirdly enough, the Yumi are the ones attacking the castle, Spearmen attacking the villages. But we have got Bombard now in. We've also got Revoltaquin, which needs some protection. The dive's going to come through from the Sipahi. He's actually going to bypass it onto the Bombard instead. But it's already going to have got the kill on the castle, right? Yeah, it's on fire. It's pretty much dead. No villages to repair. The Sipahi barely get away from it. So even though they kill the Bombard, the objective that Puppy Paw is seeking is still achieved. And what is up? I just saw that. Thank you very much, Sordov. I hope you had a good stream, buddy. Just in time for a showdown between the two Canadians. Pretty crazy game we've had here, actually. A lot of unique choices being made, from the extensive fortifications, crossbow tech for garrisoning Ottomans, to packed Ottomana play, now into the deep late game. Mid-game playing Bugatia into a late-game Spearman switch that seems to have completely unraveled Wham's plans. You know, it's funny because I've seen players complain and ask about like maps that have less gold, and this is what it would look like, folks. Sunken Lands actually ticks that box heavily. No 8k, 2 1600 golds per player, and I think 2 4ks per player. So this map in total then has, what's that end up being? Like what, 20, I want to say 2400 gold max? I think it's less. Definitely not a lot. No gold for Wham. He tried to go for traders. Maybe it would have been worth trade bags. Not going to get a chance to see now. Yeah, this actually would have been like a good map for trade bags, actually. Because then you essentially get like full length trade, right? But Wham, he's been boxed in. I think he's about to get knocked out. We have got an archer switch coming in, which is a cool idea. But guys, he's missing incendiary arrows. He had no reason to get it. On the other side, we don't have it for Puppy Paw, but we do at least have the Oda Tactics. We have also got Katana Bannerman being added in, and he's also aware of the archer threat. He's got Horseman queued up as Japan. He's sneaking in everywhere. Poppy Boy just maintaining the military relief for the moment, but Wham with the remax. You need to be careful, though, because the Spearman, he pulled them wide. So there's actually no Spearman here protecting the Yumi against the Sipahi dive. Fortune's going to get activated as well. Just gets right in as deep as possible. Elsewhere, we've got a trickle of troops trading out. Villagers being sniped. Army's munched down, but Poppy Paw, he has got a remax on the way, and this one will include the Horseman. But not just that. This crafty son of a gun. Look at what he was waiting for this entire time. We have got a samurai switch being prepped. That's pretty freaking crafty, actually. He was waiting for this, right? Like, I think the idea, we saw people think about this earlier when he got the Adachi tech, the one that gives bonus damage against infantry. But he didn't pull the trigger, and the reason why, I think, is because he thought that his comp would force archers. And when it didn't, he didn't want to be building samurai into janissaries. That's not a great trade. Into mass archers, however, especially without incendiary or level 3 ranged, that's when you can shine with samurai. Yeah, these big boys are going to be tanky. Has got ranged armor 3 on the way. No elite tech yet for the samurai. Clash are going to start coming in, though. Popbort needs a slight reset, needs to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Because right now, he's definitely outnumbered in this affair. It's Sipahi. Yeah, I'm going to dive past, but the Spearman again. Oh my god. Wow, the problem here is actually the health bars at the end of the fight. Look at how much of his front line is almost dead. Still, he'll keep chasing. Papua needs to slow down just a little bit. He's getting ahead of himself here, right? Like, he has what should be the right army comp. It's just he's trickling in wave by wave, giving substantially better trades to his brother. Front line's almost dead now. Wham. He has got more Sipahi starting to stockpile up behind this, but they need to get in the fight fast. Janissary Ball has not really bulked up to where it once shined, right? We're not reaching that 30-40 count ever again. The Yumi go in for the optimal trade, sniping them down one by one, because they realize if the gunners are gone, the Horsemen reign supreme. And look at the queue. Poppy Paw, 16 in the field, 28 in reserve. Samurai starting to arrive against just archers. This is the break point that Poppy Paw was looking for. This is his moment to shine. Only a handful of Janissaries in the fight now. Sipahi are holding strong for the time being. Poppy Paw has switched entirely off of Spearman. A little bit surprising. He's just trying to minimize the value of the archers, maximize his trade value against them. But that means your samurai, you know, they're spending a lot of time on Sipahi. A very tanky unit, very difficult to get through. By the way, guys, we are 45 minutes into the game, and we have yet to see biology from Wham. He may be able to afford it soon, as long as he doesn't pull that goal towards a reproduction of Janissary. Yeah, actually, this Sipahi are trading remarkably well. I think Poppy Paw just realized the error of his ways. Switches back into the Spearman, just a little bit too heavy-handed into Samurai. I wonder if you even maybe need the Horseman. Maybe 10, 15 maximum. And then you litter in Samurai plus Spears, because Samurai plus Spears, guys, is very difficult for your opponent to actually, like, snipe correctly. We do, by the way, have the gunsmiths being used regularly. This is not one of those games where he's holding back all of these points for a hand cannon near flood. Which I kind of agree with. It's a bit weird to do against Sipahi. Sipahi are very good at just, like, diving in for those trades. Attack speed or melee armor on the meta. I think against this comp, like, attack speed makes sense. For your Janissaries to trade out better. He's got a decent Jani count again. Also, Sipahi have surprisingly good damage for, like, cavalry at this stage. And because your opponent's using a diverse comp between ranged and melee, you don't get as much value. Now that it's shifting more towards melee armor could be worth it, but most people just stick attack speed to keep it simple. Horseman looking to stick to those siege targets. We have got some backstab attempts here. This is a dive underneath the rocket launcher castles, though. Into the choke points we go. Wow, we've been here before. These dives are very expensive against Japan. Still, the map is getting drained. There's not really much left for either player to tap. Something has to break soon, and you see why Puppy Paw was able to afford everything. The Yorishiro drops. We've got 5 Yorishiros in Forges, 250 gold. Not to mention the 4 relics. He did find the one in the corner in the end. Yeah, this is where things get demoralizing for Wham. He's just losing eco behind this. He realizes this push is not going to be good enough, and he now realizes his opponent can keep affording gold units in a way that he never can. We'll dive a little bit deeper, looking for damage, but no doubt about it, Wham seems like he's running out of road fast here. On a collision course with a Japanese wall. Outro farms got cleaned up. Yeah, barely any external resources accessible. Wood also now starting to look like it'll be a problem in this game for Wham. Wood access for Puppy Paw. Also seemingly rough. But he's about to have map control in a big way. And this is a big one, folks. We talked about Ottomans versus Japanese, a matchup that for a long time has looked Otto favored. You'd think in the late game even more so. But Puppy Paw could not look more comfortable with the way the gold starvation played out in this game. Look at the wave coming. Samurai shining glorious. Janissary count barely holding double digits now. This is the death whims of the Ottomans. And reminder, Wham did not go for the siege landmark. Remember, we went for the Istanbul Imperial Palace. I don't think it really would have made difference because he would have been weaker on his tempo in the mid game if it wasn't for those Imperial Palace plays. Clash next to the Istanbul Observatory. An observatory that has biology still not researched at 50 minutes in because Wham just does not have the gold. Just doesn't have the firepower to hold here much longer. Second wave is already rallying forth, and that'll be enough to break him. There's just nothing left of the Canadian. What a cool game. What do you guys think of this? Do you think the Imperial Palace provided some actual use here in the mid-game? Do you think it would have been a case of Wham not getting to this late game without it? Let me know what you think in the comments. Because I think maybe the Imperial Armory is the obvious choice time and time again, but with the way Wham played this into extensive fortifications and Pax Ottomana, he kind of needed the extra points here to go into like the Jani and then have enough for the scalable techs. Either way, doesn't matter in the face of the Japanese Empire. Late game belongs to Puppy Paw. It's a bad trade-off. It depends what you're doing with the timings. I think like my question would be like, did the Janissary point really do anything? Because if the Janissary point didn't do anything, then he could have skipped the landmark. But then also the other thing that people very, very often completely forget is that if you don't go for the Imperial Palace, your generation of Vizier points is going to be half speed. Right? That's another way to think about it. Instead of thinking like, I'm going to get double speed, think that you're going to be at half speed without it. Is another way of thinking about it, right? By the way, holy crap, the Kickbots is out of control. I have a proposal for you. By sharing your stream to a Kick community, you can gain 1,000 active audience and earn nothing less than $1,000. Add me on Discord. Ah, yes. And then when like you're added on Discord, I'm sure I will definitely get sent a link to either pay or that will download something on my PC. The thing is, they all post kind of the same thing, so it's not even like... It doesn't even look genuine, you know what I mean? It's not even like, whoa, this must be real. So, cool game between the two, though. I had a lot of fun with that one. Unpicked landmark lets him buy everything. All right. So, I think maybe we mix it up a teensy bit. Should we go for a Wham Numadon game now? Yo, I want... You guys want Lancaster versus the Biz? Or do you want Lancaster versus Knights Templar? Am I the only one with an itch for Knights Templar? Then again, I always have an itch for Knights Templar. I feel like I just don't see enough Knights Templar games, weirdly enough. Alright, let's get ready to load it up. Load it up. Reminder, by the way, guys, we will be back with more midweek muster on Friday. That's right. Returns on Friday. But screw you, I'm not streaming the weekend because the weekend I want to be trying out the new Battlefield. Oh, do I need to become a Battlefield streamer? I kind of wanna. You guys see? You guys seen the? Did you guys see the reveal for Battlefield last week? I got to give it to him. Like, it actually had me pretty hyped. I wasn't expecting to be like impressed. I was ready to be disappointed. You'll have access to Battlefield? Yeah, I got a code. Like, maybe I should stream it on the weekend? I don't know. I don't know if many people will watch that. I mean, our stream probably look better than a lot of streams doing it. But maybe we'll try it. But yeah, it's I don't know if I should pre-order. That's my thing. Is like one of my friends tweeted at the time. He's like, "It looks good, but remember, don't pre-order." I'm kind of there with him. Some of my other friends were like, "Yo, this game like is this game going to be esports ready?" I'm like, "Bro, Battlefields have never really been that good for esports. There were attempts, and they like I remember there was an event in the UK where they ran a Battlefield tournament. I think they were sponsored by Virgin Media to do it, right? And they didn't get enough signups to run the event. They had to cancel in the end. But even if you do, like the problem I've talked about this before is like when you have games like I would have loved a world in which PlanetSide 2 had an esports system, by the way. Like I chow down on PlanetSide. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of hours on PlanetSide, right? Same with Battlefields. The problem is people don't invest in the stories at that stage. It's very hard to invest in a story of like a team of 20 plus people. This is why you need games to be like usually 6 players maximum, because it's a digestible chunk where people can get invested in the individual stories because your impact is noteworthy. When you have 24 or 48 people on a team, the individual delivery of each person is very hard to measure. It gets diluted too much, right? But the Battlefield's Battle Royale could be interesting. One thing I just don't like, though, is the fact that everyone's like, will it be esports ready? Will it have, like, caster mode and all this kind of stuff? I'm like, dude, any time a game is esports ready, it's bad. You don't make a game esports ready by making it esports ready. It becomes esports ready by developing its ecosystem. Really big lesson for everyone to always learn. Like, I think I've told you guys about this with Age of Empires 4, right? There was zero intent for it to be a competitive RTS. It was never designed that way. Full stop at all. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. The developers were shocked when they discovered it was going to be a comp game, right? Pesty reached into his own pocket to make that tournament happen at release. There was no plans for a tournament release. It was always, always, always meant to be a casual game. So yeah, just a little bit of insight there, right? Like, the way it developed into a pro scene was the community, Pesty and other people, like me, Throngo, etc., came in with like, yo, this is, wow. Like, this is incredible. This can be a competitive scene. And we developed from there. And that's the healthy way of doing it, right? Like, these games that come out and they're like, we've got $2 million for our launch LAN, but we have no viewership. Hold on. Now, don't confuse that, by the way. It's absolutely fine. And in fact, I encourage it to, for example, launch a game with a campaign where you're gonna be like, yo, we're gonna have a $50,000 tournament on launch. All these streamers are gonna play. I actually, like, with my agency, specialize in developing those type of proposals for developers releasing games, because it's actually very smart. You do that and you get a lot more hours of intake from content creators because they're practicing to prep for your $50,000, $100,000 tournament than you do if you pay them to play the game for 2 hours sponsored and then they go back to the normal game, right? And not everyone's going to engage, but some will, and they'll love it. But that's very different to like, yo, we already have an esports league planned for 2 years. I think that also kind of like hurt Stormgate, by the way. I was talking with a friend about this. Like when Stormgate came out, everyone just pushed it to be a competitive game before it was ready. He done it as well, right? But like loads of people done it. That EWC segment, all of it. Like and the devs were loving it, and they were loving it too much, right? They actually needed time to not have that type of pressure and eyeballs on them in that style. Because you really need to harness making a game fun, intuitive, enjoyable before you make it competitive. Because the competitive scene is more niche, right? Like I've been going through this at the moment with, like I've been casting a few Mechabellums, right? And I think one piece of feedback I gave the guys is you've got this really zoomed out perspective that to a casual is boring. To someone who knows the game implicitly, it's very cool and very smart. And they're like, wow, yeah, I can see the strategy they're doing. But to someone who's never played these games before, they're just seeing tiny things do things. And it doesn't compute. It doesn't register. It doesn't matter to them, right? Because they're not actually capturing the essence of the epicness of when you zoom in and you see a giant robot exploding. You're like, yeah, look at him go. Right? That is something like the spectacle as well as like another thing that just gets slept on with attempted esports scenes all the time. Anyway, let's get ready to go. With Yabadalit. Take me back to early 2025 when we're showcasing the new civs. That's what it feels like here. And I am 100% here for it. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a fun one. From the ladder, we've got Numadon up against Wham. No nameplates needed, as both of these guys aren't trying to pretend to be someone they're not. Wham, a true believer that there needs to be another crusade. Numadon, a Swede wishing that he was British. Which is weird, because usually in Age of Empires 4 is the other way around, if you ask me. No, welcome to Gorge for an interesting showdown, actually. Knights Templar and Lancaster don't feel like they come out against each other that often at the moment, so it's quite refreshing to see. And we are going to get a Spearman opening from Numadon. This has always been very popular with Lancaster because of the extra food gathering they get to generate. But against Knights Templar, it does feel a little bit weird. Maybe not when they're doing this build, though. Wham! Is he doing a 2TC build? That kind of feels like very early stone gathering until you remember just how quick Knights Templar's tech up is. That's crazy. By the way, you guys need to get more efficient. All right, does anyone else do this with their villages where, like, you know, they come up to a mountain and they start gathering stone like this? This is amateur hour, guys. You know what? I'm going to teach you a lesson. What you do, you're on a slope, you just clunk the stone and have it roll down into the mining camp. Come on, guys. We need physics. Oh, well, we need to get physical. Hold on a second. Numadon! Get the stab! He gets it. And the Spearman... No, you almost got away without the reformation charging back. More spears are coming, though. And Wham in a bit of an urgent position here. Yeah, because, like, if this is 2TC, you're not getting it now. Not with that stone level. You've got so far to go here. You're going to have to play Archer opening first. Yeah, because, well, he might think, oh, okay, I'm kind of okay because it's probably just, like, free Spearman. Everyone does 2 to 3 Spearman with Lancaster. Not Numadon, guys. Numadon, he lost 1 spear. He's going up to 5. That's a heavy-handed investment for Lancaster in the early game. And I love to see this from Numadon. You know, a guy that maybe sometimes unfairly gets the rap as the late game guy. But we've been noticing it time and time again. And we appreciate you for it, Numadon. He loves aggressive gameplay. I think the best way to highlight Numadon is like early game and late game, right? Mid game is the area where he doesn't tend to finish very well. But to call him just a late game boomer is really unfair to this guy. His first 15 minutes of play is usually more aggressive, if the matchup allows for it, than most professional players. It's just after that 15 minutes, it almost feels like Numadon goes into kind of a trance to prep for the late game, you know? You know what it is? It's the day, and then night hits. And Numadon suddenly starts howling at the moon as he becomes a late game seeking dog. so it looks like both mining camps could get denied. Was Wham really intending 2TC? It's going to be going Kingdom of France, which is a little bit interesting. Yeah, we've seen a big switch up. Most people are going towards like Hospitaller, getting the extra health, the extra movement speed on their villages. Kingdom of France feels like it's fizzled out. And I'm not sure if I rate it that highly against the standard Lancaster build here. Your opponent already has spears, for example. I mean, more my issue is if you're going for an all-in timing, you kind of feel late. Because you got delayed so much in your tech up, you lost a worker. You're going to lose more because of the tech up itself. I don't know if you've really got much runway to try and actually attack with Kingdom of France here. Numadon already rushing out into the stone with 5. Yeah, a little bit different than what you're used to seeing. I think normally we see is at 3, but you have to remember that this was a very heavy investment into spears. So a little bit delayed on the timing game, which means you can afford to push more people to stone to catch up on your timings overall. I had a strange dream that AoE4 made it to EWC. During the final between Beastie and Marine Lord, the game froze. Jeez. But it's okay, because what we'll do in that situation... Alright, guys, I've thought of a backup plan here. This is how we solve for crashes. We're going to have players play 2 versions of the game at once. Right? And it's up to them how much they focus on the second version of the game they're playing simultaneously. But in the event that the crash occurs, they then have to play that backup version of the game. Boom. So what you do, guys, in the second version of the game, you always pick Knights Templar because you just click your villagers onto wood and just ignore them. I have offended all Knights Templar players. Although they cannot refute the point that they do all like to click their villagers onto wood. I mean, why not? There's just something very nice and optimal about it. Because, like, here's the crazy thing. I can't think of any other civ like this. Because you can talk about farms, so that takes time to set up. When you think about Knights Templar, and you just click them onto wood, even if they eat all the way through the wood line, if there's another wood line nearby, they'll just go over to it. And it's still efficient because they don't need a lumber camp. There's not many things like that. Kind of reminds me of an Age of Mythology playing as the Atlanteans. You're like, oh, I've just got a donkey. Pilgrims coming out on the north side. We have got the archers as an answer to those spears, but also a horseman from Wham. It looks like he's still going 2TC. Yeah, so he just wants a little bit of aggro control to minimize the stone access, because Numadon is playing greedy. His spawn isn't great. He got gold one side, stone the other. So unless he wants to build an outpost, he's quite exposed here. It could be that Numadon just stops at 3 manas, though. But judging by the gathering, he wants to go at least level 2 mana. And that means this is going to be a pain in the ass. Gets pushed off. And yet, Shorebow's not going to work here. The horseman will get the dive in. Nicely done. Good kill there by Wham. Yeah, this is one of the sad things, actually, about playing Lancaster in English. You really struggle against horsemen in general, because your villagers can't just defend themselves like shivs out villagers would, right? Shortbows suck against horsemen. I like the idea that the observer can take over for a player in land tourneys. That way, if a player crashes, they can hop onto the observer computer. But that doesn't work, because observers aren't in the live game. There's no live seats in the game. And I've said why I think that's unfortunate as well, by the way. Like, that makes it so much more difficult to have an exclusive product. So, for example, you know, when it comes to Microsoft tournaments, you can't have exclusivity. So, like, I think I remember SteelSeries said they were having, like, something about you had to get permission to play on the, like, stream the finals. But I don't think they can enforce that based on Microsoft rules. But, like, the rest of the tournament, you could just stream without permission, right? The way you kind of give an advantage to the organizer, which I don't think is unfair, is if you have it set up so that, like, they can be in lobby, there can be a 5-minute delay, but they don't have to have a 5-minute delay, for example. Dota 2 has this. And by the way, did you guys see that? Oh, no, dude. That's a timing issue. So, the deer is now stuck in the TC, and he can't gather it. So a little bit of insight as to why this happens. It's to do with it's to do with the timing where when you kill a deer, for a moment they don't exist as a blocking entity, right? So you can't place a TC on a deer, but then when you shoot them, they kind of despawn slightly and then reappear on the spot as a deer carcass. If that makes sense, because like you know the deer state and the carcass state are 2 different things. So there's like a conversion point. This looks like the safest deer ever. Like, at this point, dude, like, it's not someone to eat, it's a pet. It's the little mascot. But yeah, it's very unfortunate. So he misses out on 350 food there. Numu now into full hunker down mode, by the way. He did resecure on the stone, but had to invest into Yeoman to do so. Which is the dream for Wham. Alright, he's already got Chevalier, which means Numadon can't come out of the base. And I think Numu's probably going 6 mana into castle, which makes a lot of sense here. I wonder if he'll go for the... Do you go for White Tower? I actually kind of like King's College here. I think King's College is pretty smart, just because if you see your opponent scaling Chevalier, that means you can play Demi-Lancers into the heavy damage deck, and then just wipe them. You wonder if Pro Scouts could pick this up? Maybe. It would be close. But yeah, we're not going to see Pro Scouts here anyway. Poor Wham. He's looking for an attack point, but he seems to have forgotten he's playing a game against Lancaster. Attack points don't exist, silly. We call these die points. Especially with Chevalier, who just don't really have as much wallop as French Knights. Ah, yes. These are my favorite type of comments. When you come into an Age of Empires 4 channel and ask AoE 2 or AoE 4. Which one do you think? I actually enjoy both games. I've talked about this before. They're different games. They're different style, different approach. I think AoE 4 does the spectacle of large battles better. One thing I hope we eventually get that AoE 2 probably like has an up on is the granular details of engagements. Does that make sense? And I think a big part of that, by the way, comes down to the technology for AoE 4. Is like, obviously, we have a system that has some input delay. And that limits how creative you can get with your micro engagements. Still, things like Yeoman sync shots, I know some people find it controversial, but like the idea of having more abilities that have that type of impact when used perfectly, I think is quite encouraging for kind of captivating the Warcraft 3 and AoE 2 type people. Still trying to harass here from Wham, but the tech up's complete. You haven't really got an entry point. And we did get the perfect choice, by the way. It was King's College. Love to see this. Also means all other techs are going to be cheaper. So you see things like the Undermesh now get discarded. He's trying to dive, but this is dangerous, actually. He doesn't realize the timing. The Nobles, they're coming out in 5 seconds. Yeah, actually, Numadon staggered this perfectly. If you can keep him here just a second longer instead. Wham. I don't know if it was the Canadian senses tingling, but whatever it was, it took him out of harm's way at the perfect moment there before the Demi-Lancers would have blocked him in. However, now with the Demi-Lancers in effect, Wham has a really big problem here, folks. He went 2 TC. He's only 6 eco ahead, which means against 6 manas he is not ahead. Could easily be dead. Yeah, he needs to find a way of counterplaying this pretty quickly. I mean, Knight's coming out as well. It's going to force him into Spearman. He already saw Yeoman as well, so this doesn't feel good to have to do. Remember, on top of that, you know, you could even see like maybe a switch into like hobbies coming down the line if the Spearman commitment isn't hard from Wham. But now, the Chevalier numbers look decent. I say decent instead of great because look at the heavy Knight count for Numadon. 4 actual Knights, 7 Demi-Lancers. That means that trade okay actually into Chevalier 1-1. This is a little bit of an overextension. Needs to wait for that next wave where he actually has the real Knights coming. But Wham, this is where you're going to start to see a lot more yellow units drop dead. And he still has no way out of Age 2. Not just that, the deer's running out soon. He's prepping to play planks here, right? We've got him going for berries. I think Wham, he didn't scout the deer. Yeah, he's got boar over here, but the deer would be a bigger deal up here. He actually needs every piece of food he can get. Now remember, one thing that's good about the Knights Templar when they play an age behind is their catch-up is really, really fast. They only need a mere 45 seconds to crack that age up. I think that's what Numadon is now trying to gauge, is like, is he committing to the age or is he teching up? Because if you misread it and you play defensive because you think he's committing to the age, that tech up bites you in the ass. And I like Numadon's approach, kind of like slow rolling it. Just getting into Yeoman. Looks like he's trying to pull back the relics. That's going to start to get intercepted. Good read there by Wham, as there are 2 relics down here, by the way. North side, another 2. So Numu definitely trending towards 4 relics, if not more. He should leave the game. Why does this exist? Because people liked English. You know, deep down, dark parts of you that you don't want to admit. What we have to accept is many of us are responsible for Lancaster even being conceived. We said we liked farms that infinitely generated resources. We said we liked playing English. Well, look at what happens when you like those 2 things. Sorry, wrong thing. Look at what happens. Yeah, I hope the mana system gets reworked. I'm not going to go on about it because we're like a broken record on this. We've covered it so much in the last 3 months. There's a very obvious way to fix manas if they want to. We'll see if it actually happens. Is Japan now the most played civ on AoE for World? That's quite surprising if so. Historically, over the years, though, it's been French and English, right? More so English. English by far. So a little bit of a slowdown here. Wham, has he got the room for an age up? Dude, he's been forced to invest so much back into the age. The cool thing, at least, is with Chevalier, that's beneficial. The more Chevalier you have, the more health you have on your army. Right? And it is it's a percentile scaling type thing, right? Like, it's interesting the way this works in terms of... Not percentile. It is... Oh my god, I've forgotten the word. It snowballs, right, in terms of scale. Because if you got more getting health, then more are getting more health. Does that make sense? So, like, if I add in 1 Chevalier when I've got 3 Knights, that means we get an extra 4 damage between them. But then, like, when you've got 20 Knights and you add in 1 more Knight, that's an extra 21 health between them. Exponential scaling, basically, is what we're looking for as a word. So that's one really nice thing with Chevalier. Like, you can even bulk them to the point where they essentially have the health of Castle Knights. Damage, not so much. But they'll front line like no other. If you think Chevalier is the crappiest unit in the game, then why do so many Knights Templar players use and win with it? I thought it was crap too. I'll be real, but like, for what you pay and what you get, it's actually not that bad of a deal. That's coming in. Wham. Wait, he backed up entirely. Yeah, so he's sacrificing archers to get rid of the spears. Understandably so. These are veteran spears. It's kind of like the Keshik effect, right? It doesn't feel great. Then again, you just see how many hits these boys can take. 180 health. Spread out the line. Villagers are starting to be exposed a little here. Numadon still train those yeomen to deal with the archers. There's a few spearmen left in the formation. Numadon needs to back away, though. It's just too many Chevalier. He still has 20. And this is the thing. You think they're crap, but look at the impact they had there. They held that fight pretty well, considering how many spears were there. Yeah, Wham had to sacrifice a decent number of archers, but that's a great trade then. Like, if you're losing an archer instead of a Chevalier, that's exactly what you want to do out of these fights. It's 170 resources versus 80 resources. The dream. Numadon is scaling more yeomen behind this, so you definitely get that feeling we're creeping towards the biggest threat point. Yeah, especially what comes up next. Ranged damage 2 is the big deal breaker, especially against the Chevalier that have got 1 less armor than standard Knights in Feudal Age. Wham's lead does continue to extend. Only a few workers being lost, but he is farming on the front side of the map as well, is the only concern, where he's being attacked. Does he see... Dude, you can't make this up. The outpost. If it had been placed out here instead, he would have seen it. He still doesn't know about the deer, but this is where Wham's got to be getting suspicious. Like, he's looking at the map and going, I only see 1 deer stack. Where is the other one? It's either in the eastern corner or the northern corner. It has to be. This next fight may be the hardest hold for Wham so far. It's not many knights from Numadon, but it's yeomen. And the idea and why yeomen's better here, knights individually more impactful, sure, but like they have to reach, right? For yeomen, they can just kite and kill and never get touched. Yeah, so the onus is on Wham to be the one diving in to find that attack point. And that is easier said than done. Little boy Chevalier is going to actually find the goal, but sprint placement will clear him up. Oh my god, Chevalier, look how much they suck. They died to English villagers. In fairness, these are +2 damage English villagers. Numadon, has he maybe slowed down a little bit too much here? Because it looks like Wham has found the breathing room. He's prepping the attack. I guess we go for... Would you go heavy spears here? Heavy spears could be interesting, but I think Genoa's gold gen is usually tempting for the skill into the later phase of the game. Now, this would be a great game for Castile if the Genitors, the horseback javelin, didn't just suck. And there you go. He chooses Eco, so it's going to be Genoa. Yeah, I think that's the correct choice. Like, the heavy spears is intriguing against this comp, but the problem is heavy spears, they just cost way too much. It's too much food bloat in a game where you don't have that many farms yet. And also keep in mind that the spearmen of Lancaster do have that bill hook that minimizes your armor as well. Wham has played this map enough to know the deer are in the corner a lot. Really? Because he still hasn't gone for them. He's just adding in more farms. And reminder, with survival techniques, there isn't even an argument to which is better. Deer is substantially better than farms. Yeah, it's starting to feel a little bit like a whoopsie moment, isn't it? Collar of Esses now from Numi. Now that's surprising when he's shifted quite hard away from knights. Only 8. Remember, Collar of Esses is the tech that gives you +5 bonus damage against heavy units with your knights and demi-lancers. Pretty good at trading out against Chevalier specifically. Chevalier that are going to get their rushed upgrade coming through. Relic game, by the way, is a jackpot. Numadon has the 4th relic now coming home. There's only one relic that Wham can grab. The safest one possible. And Wham, oh, he's not really in a great position to go on a counter-offensive right now, surely. He has got the worker lead, but this army is kind of deceptive. You know, the yeomen are a better archer. Your chevalier are a better value than spearmen, technically, but the spearmen are the counter unit. So you don't actually have any military upside currently with this army. No, I think he was just checking to see if there was greed, because the biggest thing that creeps into your mind when you're playing against Lancaster is he going age 4? So easy for them to do, usually from this phase. Knight's now going to charge on in. Archers need to target fire down the spears. Enough of them held in reserve to deal with the Chevalier. Reminder that the Knights can beat both Archer and Chevalier with that extra damage. Well, I'm still scaling more of the Chevys. You're probably wondering why doesn't he just switch into Templar Brothers at this stage? It's the price. Chevalier, substantially cheaper. I know someone's going to be like, but Chevaliers suck. Templar Brother rule. Yeah, brother. No, the problem there is... You remember when you convince yourself that a men-at-arms is a really good investment and then he loses to 4 spearmen? It's that type of thing, right? Like, right now, it's a numbers game. The numbers matter a lot. Especially if you're playing into a heavy range blob, you're going to need enough melee to kind of blob and jump on in. Like, how many times do you watch someone try to play immediately into knights, and then each knight dies chasing archers before it touches them? That's exactly what would happen here with Templar Brothers. The bugged archers the string pulled? Oh, that happens all the time. Like, where is... Yeah, there he is. Look at him go. Whoop, whoop. I know how a bow works. You gotta wrap it around your head and try not to choke as you release the arrows from your teeth. That was a very Lancastrian accent, I'll have you know. Numadon's getting ready for the age up. Look at the gold and the Shire Levy as well. That's going to fix the gap in production. It won't fix the gap in his hillbilly yeoman's teeth, though. Oh, he's steering. Yeah, this is going to be a cutoff. And he does have the sing shot, right? Yeah, he's got it researched. So if you get caught standing still here, you're just going to die. They should probably buff that ability. I blame the guy who had his bow wrapped around himself. If he'd shot quicker, that would have been a kill. I'm now moving in with... Wait, mass mangoes in castle? In 2025? I mean, it's against yeoman. I understand the thought process here. In fairness to him, there's not much of a melee commitment from Numu right now. He's maybe a little bit over-invested in ranged. But he has got additional knights coming, and this is the perfect switch. Hill training coming in. So Hobblars on the menu. Reminder, Hobblars with hill training kill... If they're veteran Hobblars, they should kill Mangonels in, I think it was 4 hits. Maybe 3, actually, to charge. It's ridiculous how hard they hit. Yeah, this is a pretty sick read. So Wham's gonna have to be on point with his positioning or just die. Like, look at that. This is the feudal version and it'll already do 32 damage per strike to a mango. Mangoes, by the way, only have 130 HP. Sing shot! Oh my god! Half HP on the mango. Catches the archer front wave. I think the mango maybe ate a lot of the shot that was meant for the archers there. Wham should be counting his lucky stripes that wasn't more because he was caught kind of steering back into it. That's totally busted. I mean, dude, you're talking about a guy who has 76 yeomen and I think about 50 of them shot there. Like, you're going to have to calm your tits a bit on that. Actually, here you go. There's 76 yeomen here. And would you like to guess how many of these yeomen have got sync shot on cooldown right now? Every single one. And the Hobblars! Yeah, that looks more busted to me. Gets in, catches triple mango already. Sync shot's reloaded. Time to unleash the beast! Catches the remainder of the formation. Wham. Gutted. Cavalry should be enough left alive to take out the remaining mangoes as he will just hop on in. One knight has got a lot of carrying to do, but the extra Hobblar is going to come on through, and that's going to be fine. And mangoes going down. Templar Brother and Chevalier do remain, though. Numadon, with the bulk of the yeoman, can stand his ground. Nothing else in the game can do that. All right, do you really want me to go into math mode for you? If you're talking about the range is like quite high. Maybe decrease the range slightly. But what I would counter refute to that is like a mangonel, right? So it's like, okay, you really want us to do maths? We'll do maths. So you do 95 times 70. 6650. If you divide that behind, like a mango's what? 600 is it? Yeah, let's say 600. So a mango is... Actually, it's a mango 600 or 500? My brain's doubting it now. Let's say 600. I'm going to be generous. Divided by 600. You could have 11 mangoes. Are you telling me 11 mangoes could not do more damage than 70 yeomen with a sync shot? The problem is this game has kind of been against Wham for quite a while. You have to remember he was stuck in feudal for a very long time. And Numu just kind of caught him off guard. Like that mango mass didn't really do anything because of the backstab. The initial hit came in. He lost 3 mangoes. Then he struggled to protect against the remaining. The problem is, like, the yeoman got that sync shot off, sure, but for most of that fight, the yeoman weren't really being hit by the melee cav. The melee cav from Wham was reacting to the dive onto his own siege for most of the entirety of that battle. By the time they actually react to the yeoman, the fight's already won. And if you're going to use the 20 Chevs as a defense, reminder that chat was just talking about Chevys being sucky compared to standard knights. I wonder if Horsemen would have made more sense here for Wham. Maybe. Chevalier are going to actually hold him steady, though. Numadon kind of standing his ground in a questionable way here. Maybe not respecting the remaining cav. We'll have to back away in the end, but considering how big the yeoman mass was, Wham slows things down. And look at the eco size now. He's leading by quite a pretty bit. And I think the farms are mostly set up. Wham, how many are we talking? 51 farms. Okay, and most of them are active right now. So that would be enough food to consider a horseman switch. hobbies are starting to ripple into the economy. I love this. Even with textiles, remember, if they get their charges off, look at that. Quite the wall. Look, 20 damage per strike. Obviously only the initial hit, but a great way to begin the initiations. Numadon isn't winning the game because Sync Shot is strong, but it's still really strong. Better or worse, the mobile-like ability has no other equal. I feel like most people would highlight, at that point, Jean's abilities, no? Say there's no equal, maybe a stretch. How long's the charge cooldown? I'd have to double check. I think you get charged back up again after, is it 12 seconds? Maybe 15 max. So if you're just cycling into the enemy economy in and out, that's when the Hobbler raids are really crazy. Kind of crazy that Wham hasn't GG'd out in this game. Well, I mean, Numadon hasn't really given a reason to yet, but it's really shaky grounds, right? Because like we're not really seeing Wham's eco increase too much now at this rate, whereas Numadon will be able to catch up. Like Wham is, he has the room to go up to 150 eco. I don't think he wants to. I think preferably he'd rather have an army. Oh, also, like, saying, and the other thing about, like, oh, there's no rival to this MOBA-like ability. Some of the passive abilities in Age of Empires 4 are pretty comparable. You get into the late game with longbows, and you have the network of citadels, like, come on. Also, the volley ability at that point. Hippodrome Triumph, we've been seeing a lot of that recently. Like, you know, it's actually unfair to say there are not comparatives. Whether you think they're stronger or weaker, you can have that discussion, but like there's definitely comparatives. There's measurements of things similar in some ways or others. It's just normally AoE4 is lean more passive in the beginning, but I wouldn't say that's then the passive is weak. Historically, passive has been a bit too good. Yeoman, oh my dear god, this castle drop, wham! He'll get it up, but look at what it done to the eco lead. 20 villagers lost to complete this castle. It does protect the farm, so it was necessary, but Numadon can now just steer around. Right, he can still shut down farms without diving this. Not just that, I think Numadon is getting ready for Imperial now. It's ridiculous. The Relic Gen. Because remember, he's mainly just been spamming Yeoman and Spearman. He has also been actively gathering a little bit of gold, but I think he pulled back now. Villagers are going to get found. Nice raid here by Wham. Reaction a little bit slow there. Numadon riding out new knights now. Will be able to reaffirm himself in the back of his base. And he looks to affirm himself in the middle of Wham's. We've got Springles coming out. Springles an interesting choice here. It was to deal with the Spearman though. So like Wham's goal is Springles clear spears and then Knights clear Yeoman. But it's very dicey against Yeoman longbows in general because they've historically been very good at killing these new gen Springles. Weirdly enough, it's actually going to be the Knights that clear them up. With longbows, you have time to react. Yeoman, you see a yellow circle and arrows are already in there. Like, it depends on where you're fighting vision-wise. And I think I've highlighted this before where, like, I would rather have the Yeoman ability be something where they have to stand still and they continuously generate shots. But the trade-off, in my opinion, there is that the damage should be higher by the end of a full cycle than it is now. You get what I mean? So, for example, let's say you started sync shotting across 5 seconds. So the damage would be lower, then it would build up. But like, the current damage threshold should be maybe 60 to 70% of what you would be able to achieve with that new format. But the trade-off there is, like, if you are reacting, you will be able to dodge the majority of damage. If you're not, then that's your fault for not reacting to a game interacting with you, right? And by the way, you guys did just see that correctly. He just got the bonus damage tech. Yeah, military training's quite rare. At least it was in Castle Age. It's becoming more a sight seen in Imperial these days. Military tactics training, for those who don't know, you pay almost 1,000 resources to get 20% bonus damage. One of the big reasons why this technology doesn't tend to peak out in Castle is a lot of players with Lancaster would be Imperial by the time they're switching to a comp that makes sense for it. Normally, Castle is about things like massing Knights, and Knights don't really get bonus damage. Not to mention the price of it, like 800 resources, that could be 4 extra Knights. But when you're playing Yeoman Spears, it makes a lot of sense. Especially with Wingard coming simultaneously. He's actually aligned this almost perfectly. And still has 1,100 gold. to get elite tech on Spearman. Oh, man, this starts to feel over. I mean, Wham, he's got more fortresses coming in now, bless him, but a lot of catching up to do. Passive stats versus active stats is an important distinction, I would say. Oh, absolutely. The distinction is active like damage versus passive stats. Active damage requires you to do more than passive. Like, if I have a network of citadels aura, like, the thing that I have to do actively is I have to build an outpost, right? But once that's done, if we fight in range of that, I get the buff. And you're going to be like, oh, KP, you have to move up and you have to establish that. And it's like the challenge. Like, yeah, but the aura is actually quite a big radius. It's quite generous. Well, trying to say Wham has a sure shot here would feel generous. What is the choice? I guess you go Teutonic for the aura, so you can kind of win a direct crash. But, like, your opponent can stay... Okay, no, it's going to be Poland. I thought he might try to get creative here. Like, Kingdom Poland is the go-to. But I don't think he's got the goal to get Schlachter online. Schlachter Cavalry are still probably a little bit too good. But you need time to scale it. And that's especially going to be difficult against elite spearmen with the minus armor tech. And dives coming in again. Double Citadel should be enough to protect him initially as Numadon probably have to reset from this fight. Still gets rid of the Springholes with ease. Just diving in casually there. Reminder, folks, at home, he has got a wing guard. Numadon has a bit of a reputation for usually forgetting it, if I remember correctly. As we've had games where he just doesn't rematch his spears with it. In this game, there's a reason. He was saving the space to go for the gunpowder contingent. So, Reboldequins and Culverins soon to hit the field. Is Yeoman diving on the castle like it's okay? I mean, there are loads of situations in AoE 4 where castles just don't seem like they have the impact they need. And that could be fixed, by the way. Like, I think part of the problem is castles. The way you would change it is so that once the unit is killed, you could have its archer shots hit something else instead. It would look a bit unrealistic, but that would probably address castles not feeling good enough at defending areas. Because this isn't an exclusive, oh my god, look at the yeoman do this. Like, you could have replaced that with, look at any unit dive this castle in and do nothing. Take it from someone who's casted thousands of hours of Age of Empires 4. I feel like there is no unit I have not seen dive a castle and not care at this point. And that's like an amassment issue. Because the thing is that boiling oil is meant to be a counter, but there's a reason we call it lukewarm oil. It doesn't really do enough to deter. Like, I think one thing I'd change about boiling oil, I think boiling oil should actually slow you. I think boiling oil should provide like a 50% slow. So if you dive, it's not going to be the thing that kills you, but it'll be the thing that stops you then running away. Numadon just feels like he's everywhere. It's only 2 groups of raiders, but it's the impact they're having in their locations. We do have 15 Schlachter, though. There may yet be hope for Wham if he can keep upping the gold. Still, upping that gold is becoming problematic. He hasn't got anywhere to actively gather, has he? No, this is all just passive gold income off of the pilgrimages. Doesn't even have a sacred site locked in over here. Never picked up the relic in the corner either. The Springlords... Oh my god! Alright, I looked away at the wrong moment. They lined up perfectly for that. Oh my god. I mean, on a wider angle, we needed to see what Wham had access to. 10 Springlords, and he dives past a choke point. Yeah, my apologies, folks. We were checking the goal because it's actually very important to what Wham does next. What happened here is that the Springlord shots at this cross point, all the spearmen, yeomen would have been coming through here. So he pen shotted all of them and killed probably about like 20 straight away. Oh my god, I wasn't expecting him to do that. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't change the outcome of the game currently. Like, actually finding where Wham's going to get gold is more important. Because that's like a hold, right? But it's not like, oh my god, it's happened! Numadon is out of food and wood! The game is over! No, like, he has infinite food and wood. He has plenty of wood. Plenty of food as well, actually, on farms. So stay of execution for Wham, but now you see the really big problem. He needs to keep trading. He needs to keep getting Sacred Site access. And I think Numadon realizes it. Because he's parking here. He's got double Colv now to address the fortress. No Iron Clamps, which means you're not decreasing the damage taken. He can at least pivot back and forth on each side of the map. But like Wham's goal of just scaling Schlachter, if you can reach maximum, it's broken. How do you reach maximum? Because Schlachter, they were nerfed. And I still think they are probably the best cavalry unit in the game. For population, most definitely. Like, just look at the damage. And this is, like, that charge in particular is all because of the fact that, like, Poland, as a bonus choice, gives you 50% more charge damage. Also, keep in mind, they self-benefit a lot because you get mini biology, right? You get 10% more health on cav with it. And Wham's getting creative here on the flanks, though. Just trying to eliminate that long-term wood access we talked about. Am I going to Cologne for Gamescom? I'd love to, but I don't see how I could ever justify the price unless I've got a sponsor or something. Like, Cologne would be 500 euros a night for a hotel. And oh my god. That was a bit rough. I think he lost, what, 5 Schlachter on the dive? To kill a monastery that could just be rebuilt. Meanwhile, he's lost access to the north side. He's also lost some of his gold scaling because each castle down equal less pilgrims. And yeah, it's only 4 Robotiquins, right? Like, he's going to be fine. He just needs to completely avoid wherever the Robotiquins go the entire time. That's all he needs to do, guys. If he never goes near these Robotiquins, the Polish can win. Just, you have to stay really far. Why are you going towards it? Why are you going towards it? Back up. Right now. I don't think he can back up, though. I mean, in fairness, Numadon's just kind of letting him have his gold, weirdly enough. He's instead addressing the gold down the line by just taking out all of the pilgrim generators. Fortress repairs, but wham, he's running out of stone. And here we go. This is the moment you don't want to have to do. Also, keep in mind, like, Schlachter, they're great against the Yeoman. It's the Robotiquins that are going to get them killed. Springel's trying to trade out. Wait, he's trying to snipe Robotiquins with Springles? Oh, no. No, not like this. That's minus 20 slash like that. Oh, my God. That was brutal. Another castle down. I like how Wham is just hiding all the way in the corner. Now remember, guys, Numadon is taking a landmark sniping focused approach. If you want to landmark snipe, you've got 8 more landmarks to kill. The problem is he doesn't know where all the landmarks are. Oh my god, sorry, I'm still dying. Still, 1 by 1. We'll get there, says Numadon. I think the next thing's going to be to steer to the east side. Like, if he just moves a tiny bit deeper here, like, essentially going for the primary TC is the win con. He might not kill all the landmarks, but he'll stop the gold. Because all the pilgrims have to come from the primary TC, right? From Templar headquarters. Which I feel like every time I say Templar headquarters, there should be, you know, like the Batman noise, like when it spins, and then you go to a scene. That should be playing. To the Templar headquarters. Meanwhile, in the Legion of Templar, the pilgrims do continue, so he's getting into more slashed, but I'm starting to wonder if maybe a mango switch earlier would have worked better for him. Just play some sort of cheap frontline unit. Because the problem with slashed is they just haven't been raiding. And he tried a little bit earlier, but it just didn't really matter. Couldn't do as much damage as he would take. Flash coming. Wait, what? Wait, is he even attacking? Okay, finally he turns to attack. Reminder that a lot of this is horsemen this time around, though. It's not just the slashed. Frontline is thinning, but the Robotiquins are cleaning everything. All right, that's it. It's over. Demon Civ does it again. Poland in shambles. Yeah, and you know what the funny part is? It wasn't even like there was a Yeoman in the end that won. I feel like there's just more the Republicans. Oh my good God. It feels like we always sleep on this unit until we see games like this. Oh my God. What do we call that one? Dude, that like, you've got such a negative mind. Why even play? I don't understand. Because Numadon is a professional player, not a crybaby. And Lancaster won't always be bannable. So he needs to solve for problem Y. Because when you're in a professional tournament, it's not a very good solution to rage quit the tournament. That's why. You might quit your games because, like, it's unfun to play Lancaster or whatever. But, like, for him, that's not an option. He's an aspiring pro player. Oh, sorry, no, Wham, rather. Wham is like, once again, sorry, other way around. Either way, what I'm saying applies. Basically, you need to try and figure out how to beat it. You seem to be mixing up fun with, I'm a professional player and I like winning. What do we call that one? I feel like that was a decent game in the end, actually. Maybe it's like, can't lose if you can't find all my landmarks. I don't know, man. Is there something earlier in the game that maybe mattered? Maybe the money shots. I'm thinking about what we could call that. Excuse me. There's a lot of assumptions here. He knows he should need to leave ages ago. Why? Like, why? You're not really making an argument that convinces me at all. Game's not over until it's over, right? Like, this is the same kind of BS we had like to deal with in the remake discussion the other week, right? It's like, even if you think it's like a 65-35 or a 70-30 for BC or whatever, right? If it's not high enough to end the game straight away then it's a remake. Because, like, the logic is you might only have a 5% chance to win a game. But you don't know how to win that game unless you play out. Also, there is a logic if your opponent has to win, right? Because otherwise, what would happen in Age of Empires 4 is we'd load into the game and you go, well, like, you know, he got Ottomans and I'm Japanese. I can't win this. GG. When's the KPMM return date? I would like to post it on Reddit to help promote it. Oh, thank you, man. We return on the 8th, so this Friday. Starts up this Friday. Dude, I'm starting to think what we call that one. It was quite interesting for the fights, actually. Even if it was Lancaster leaning for a lot of it. Maybe we'll see about that one. So, let's see what we've got next. But, like, your feeling that it was 99-1 since it began isn't his feeling as well. Right? He perceives the game in a completely different way. And you can have your way of perceiving the game, but, like, it's different to what Wham is seeing there. Wham is seeing a potential recovery arc that he's trying to pursue. And that's how, like, by the way, that's how you get better as a player. That is 100% how you get better as a player. Right? Wham and Poppy Paw and Marine Lord and all these other people, their goal isn't necessarily about, like, winning the game. Like, that, yes, that's your end goal when you're in a tournament. But in these, it's how do I play out these situations to discover a new way of getting an advantage in them, right? And the best way to improve is actually losing. It sounds weird, but, like, you learn a lot more when you play a better opponent. You learn a lot more in defeat than in, like, victory necessarily. It's all about, like, your approach. For someone who doesn't care about getting better, you're going to lose the game. You're like, this game sucks. And this shit is stupid. And I'm going to go make a Reddit thread. And then I'm going to go, like, rage jerk. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to play, like, a different game. But for them, they're like, man, that was really stupidly powerful. Like, why was that stupidly powerful? How do I solve for stupidly powerful? And what's up, Success, on the kick side? Couldn't find your schedule on the channel and work right now, so I figured I'd hit you up here. Oh, wait, no, that might be a bit more creative. Aha, another one trying to add you on Discord. I mean, if you are a legit person, I stream Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. But yeah, I'm not adding people on Discord. Thanks. All right, let's get ready for another game, though. Done the Wham versus Puppy Paw one. Should we do a sort of game in honor of him raiding us? Oh wait, didn't we have a? Oh, we'll do the Lancaster Byzantine game in a little bit. Has Crackety got any good games for us? Hey Recon, do you cast long games on purpose, or are they more common than people tell me? I don't really say I like cast them on purpose. I'm definitely not interested in like 15-minute games. You're just catching us at moments where it's like very, very long. Mia Micah has been playing some though. Should we have a look at Mia Micah games? It's been a while actually since Mia's been trucking around. Let's check in on Mia Micah versus Sordov. Sweet spots are around the 3-hour mark. True. That's how I get my ad rev. I need my ad rev. You can learn a lot from 15-minute games. The thing is, I think a lot of people prefer entertainment over just learning. They want the big, like, lines. Also, you need, by the way, like, little thing for the YouTube mind. You don't really want games that are less than 15 minutes because you can't have mid-roll ads. That's a thing that people are thinking about. I think there was a guy who was giving a how-to guide thing, and I just loved his transparency on it. He revealed like what you needed to do in 3 minutes. He went, anyway, these videos need to be like 15 minutes so that I can make ad rev. So we're just gonna do this thing now. It's just I loved how honest he was about it. It was brilliant. All right, let's get ready for another. Southeast Asia is back on the table, baby. That's right. It is the return of Mio Micah. Welcome back to the channel, folks. I feel like this guy's been missing for a hot second here. At least we haven't really seen many of his games. So what better way of showcasing him than up against one of the biggest rising threats from the East? It's a European. It's weird. Yeah, no, sort of living in Korea, playing as the Byzantines here, going up against Mio Micah from Vietnam on the Japanese. Mia Micah's a bit of a crazy one, folks. I think he's actually maybe secretly one of the underrated fan favorites. You know, like there's obvious ones when you put like, who do you like to watch? Be like, oh, I love watching Marie Lord, and I love watching Beastie, and oh, Puppy Paw, USA, and all these things, right? But Mio just has such a chaotic style to Age of Empires 4 that is actually quite refreshing in 2025. I don't think there's many people I could point to that play as crazy as Mia Micah. Like, this guy is unhinged. If you guys remember, he had that ridiculously infamous game against Dumu in an S-tier tournament where he built, was it 120 knights? You just don't see that from many people. I feel like this guy was actually doing the fast imp Mongol builds in the KPMMs earlier than a lot of people as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Mia Micah, I think the best way to kind of understand him is like, you know, he gets described as being a bit cheesy from his StarCraft history. But what I respect is, yes, he may be cheesy, but the way that he's cheesy is just such a polar extreme compared to most players. He just makes it work when you think it shouldn't. Let's see if we can make it work against Sordov. Sordov has been forced into the racks, folks. Interesting investment by Byzantines. Not one they're happy to make, usually, because Limitane are very expensive. Now, this Spearman will be useful down the line because Japan's usually going to go Castle Age and get Knights. However, if you do too many of these Limitane, it's going to open you up to a Yumi switch in Age 2 from your opponent. An actual game of fair and honest matchup. Yo, dude, you just need to chill. It sounds like, honestly, it sounds like you just need to go and, like, play with the butterflies a bit. You got a lot of pent-up frustration. I feel like I don't even want to ask like your opinion on like what's better, Coke or Pepsi. You'll probably break the keyboard. So mining camp getting burnt. Why is he doing this? One, Miyamika has nothing else to attack. Two, he wants to see the reaction. If Sordov comes to repair, it tells you he really wants gold for something on the opening. I mean, he needs it, right? Like, he didn't gather enough gold, and I'm a little bit surprised he didn't try to sneak out. Yeah, and by the way, Mio would know this. He clicked on the gold. He can see there's only been a mere 46 gold taken. This is pretty brutal. I think Miyamika actually could have probably kept him, like, investing. Did try to dive in with the samurai. That did not work out well at all. Yeah, TC is in range is the unfortunate reality for Miyamika here. And Sordov's economy doesn't really look that bad, all things considered. Like, the difference in timing isn't drastic here, right? He's got 9 sheep, which should be enough to kind of maintain him as well. And Spearmen are going to look to chase him away. Villager is going to need to be pulled. Remember, you need this building. You don't want to have to build a fresh one either. Your wood stock is looking really bad. And 3 villagers pulled there. Pretty rough. Doesn't mean he spends quite a lot of wood doing it. But actually, no, sorry. 3 is optimal, right? So he doesn't spend more. I think actually that's quite smart. Over 1 villager because he gets out of the burn quicker. Which means he actually uses less wood than if you were still stuck dealing with the damage over time. So back on the gold. Miyamika will just ferry himself all the way home. His gold has been more than adequately gathered here. And yeah, just to answer the samurai over spears. 1, sure. Like, multiple samurai, not so much. The point is, like, the first samurai doesn't take too much longer. He's very tanky. If you send 1 spearman in, people can get shivs out. 1 samurai is a little bit harder to justify, right? Because you have 20 more HP, you hit harder, and you also have the 2 melee armor, which mitigates almost half the HP damage that the villagers would do. Numadon are going to aggro in a bit. Interesting that Miyamika is contesting him so much that I thought he'd pull back a little bit faster to just try and get TC assistance. And notice how he intentionally tries to frontline with the samurai. Because then you're keeping your DPS alive, right? Because spears with no HP, like the only thing they can do is attack back without being attacked. Terrible exchange though. Sordov just got the better of it. You're seeing how well he's exploiting that extra 10 HP. Right, in this fight, he has 60 more HP than his opponent. Even when you consider how tanky a samurai is like not a fair comparison to the way the fights are playing out. Because it also means each of his extra damage strike is like harder to kill. So tech ups in on both sides. Grand Winery coming in. And this, I think, is like the big surprise to me, is that Miyamika didn't try to sneak a villager across to block out the berries. Normally, when you play against Byzantines, this right here is the MVP. This would have been a ridiculous outpost rush. Like, just think back to that opening from Mio, and you've got to ask the golden question, why didn't he? He scoured it, but there was never a move for an outpost here, despite the fact it would have blocked system scaling, backup gold options, mercenary options, or deer for FC. That's crazy. Now, there is such a thing as, like, the art of outpost rushes, and the idea with this is that sometimes if an outpost is too good, it's not worth it, because if the outpost is that good, your opponent will do anything to kill it. And maybe that was why Mio didn't do it. I think more likely here, he had an idea, and he was very tunnel vision with that idea. He's going to go for burn damage again. I mean, he knows where the berries are. He has scouted, by the way. We did also get a Bugeisha added in, but hasn't been rallied forward. Sordov will now start to scale into the said systems. Level 1 done, level 2 will be coming in a second. That's going to be the buff over on here. And this is kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy with the stone gen, right? Because you're going to build the system here, you're going to buff the stone gen further. And that's when you start to really see this exponential effect towards the Byzantine system build. A system build that has already been heavily delayed, by the way. Like, we're 7 minutes into the game, and we're only getting the second system. Normally, this is done at, like, what, 4.5 minutes, maybe? Because most of the time, you're actually going to be opening with 1 to 2 villages onto stone. But this was a very weird game with the Numadon here beginning. Lombo follow-up now from Sordov. Lombos do pretty well against the Feudal Samurai, actually. But they won't be feudal for long. Miyamika, he's ducking out the age. Castle Age just around the corner. Probably going to be a standard Mount Samurai opening. I guess you could kind of argue for Foot Samurai here because of the length of the map. But the issue is your opponent already has Lombos. You'll probably get kited. What's the trade post merc? Sort of totally going to use them. I think he will not. They are Chug. I mean, a War Elephant, though, is kind of sick. Other side is Royal Knights or Horse Archers. I kind of dig a War Elephant. I just don't think he's going to go for it. It's like, is it 650 olive oil? 680. Yeah, the Lombos just feel too importante. First group should be coming out in probably like, what, 20 seconds? Oh no, even sooner. There we go. Boom. Just buffed. They're really good to actually get rid of these samurai now because it would probably strip the option for Mio to go for a quick vet switch on them. It looks like Miyamika does have a quick reaction to that. He sees the Lombos arrive. Backs away straight away. Mio. Floating gate into your Assure drop, and then what? First Relic and Centum would make a lot of sense here with the way that he's steering the army north. These samurai are basically dead. Like, they're not even worth vetting. What? Huh? Nani? Onobu Geisha upgrade. 0 Bugeisha in play, and he still hasn't Yorishiro dropped either. What is happening? What is going on? It's me and Mike just accept. I'm going to have to. I mean, he's got 18 sheep in fairness. I think a lot of them are low, like really low, because I think me and Mike is the type of guy that usually likes to pull like one villager per sheep. Still, like, this is kind of crazy. A straight up Bugeisha switch against Lombos. Sordov is starting to stop path for an age up as well. Okay, so it's Bugeisha mounted samurai. Now it makes a little bit more sense. It's still pretty wacky. Why would you go mounted samurai over samurai here? There's a very good reason. Bugeisha are way too quick. So you guys, you know when you see someone like build spearmen and they build 1 or 2 men at arms to draw fire onto the men at arms so the Lombos don't kill them? Same concept here. Mad Samurai will move at the Bugeisha speed. So if they're in formation with them, like when you come to a big fight, like you can draw fire. And it also, in the meantime, just lets you raid. And the Yorishiro went into the stables in the end. Which does, like, make sense. Bugeisha come out every 15 seconds anyway. And you need some Mad Samurai now. It is just very, like, I got to address the elephant in the room. Just kidding, there won't be an elephant. There's no proxy play. But the elephant in the room in this case is, why not just Yumi? That's the weird thing about Miyamika's choice. He's chosen full melee comp against Lombos. Because if you just go Yumi, they kill the Limitane really quick, and then Mountain Samurai are your MVP. It's also a better split in your resources. You're going to run out of food really fast with this type of strategy. Whereas if you play Yumi Mad Samurai, you're actually using majority wood for the Yumi generation, of which you have surplus amounts in your base. Sort of. Did he actually get a glimpse of the Bugeisha? I think he did, right? So should know what he's up against. Golden Horn Tower's on the way. Probably a Cataphract switch, actually. He could consider going for Varangian just to spread out his front line. Varangian is going to bulk you faster, whereas Cataphract's going to raid. I think with the way that Miyamika with this type of comp is going to need to play white on gold, I could see Cataphract making a lot of sense. Because that's the other thing. We talked about using a lot of wood, but this way use a lot of food instead, right? Use a lot of wood if you go Yumi, use a lot of food if you do this. But it's also use a lot of gold. And both of those things together, I think they're the things that are going to leave him pretty exposed. Miyamika's at least being creative about this, where he's probably going to be pivoting what gold, and then if he wants food alongside it, and then you go back the other way. No, he's actually going to split his economy. Okay. Usually a little bit dangerous to do, but in fairness, the timing is right for it. Sordov has backed away. Tech up complete, veterancies. lined up straight away, and Sordov already queuing up the first monk. Meanwhile, me and Micah will start looking to bring those relics home. He's already got one dragged into the base. Can play for the second north side, and then he's going for the wide one on the west. Meanwhile, camping 2 in the center. Guys, we could actually have a 5-relic game with the way that Mio's playing this right now. Does want to recalibrate his composition a bit. We talked about Varangian or Cataphract as a counterplay to Bugatia. We can see that it's on the way. Varangian's coming. So the reason why he's playing Varangian instead of Kata is because he believes he can win the direct fight. And I don't blame him when you think about the amount of Lombos on the way. He's about to double the count in, what, about 30 seconds? Yeah, 40 seconds. Sort of. Bit ambitious marching out. He really wants a relic, though. He's running out of options fast. Lombos. Will need protection. I think Sordov may have jumped the gun a little here. The LBs need to get B. Limitane, try to cover the escape. But that means they're going to be sacrificed to the Bugatia, to the ladies. First Varangian are starting to show up to the fight. But the Mountain Samurai are going to keep charging through. Yeah, good cut down there. We talked about him getting up to 20 plus Lombos. You're seeing the impact of what just happened there. Essentially losing the first wave entirely. And the reason that's important, guys, is when you don't have Lombos, you don't have solid answers to Bugatia. The Varangian, in theory, should be good enough, but the Mountain Samurai can solve it. Not to mention the range factor. Just pull these ladies back a bit. Let the heavy cav front line for you. Dive is going to come in underneath the TC. So Arafai is going to help a lot with dealing with these squishy, unarmored women. The Lombo are doing their best to trade out there as well. Cataphract is going to charge through, try and maximize damage, get reformed with the remaining bows. But the Mountain Samurai are now in on the tree line. Akratoy activation here by Sordov, but it is costing him so dearly. Down by 13. Brutal position to find himself in here. Mia Micah, the craziness. Once again, the Chaos Fury strikes. Behind this, the final split looks like it is going to be a 4-relic game for Mia Micah. Great position. That's going to give him the gold that he's limiting himself with this type of build. Because remember, there's not much on Sunken Lands, and he's eating through it fast. This is the big vein. The one to the south is tiny. It's going to be a wide flank play as well. That's a bit risky. Sordov could raid in these locations with Cataphracts. But Mia Micah, you can see by his comp, he's not going to allow that to happen. There's no breathing room here. There's just more Bugatia spam. Crazy. And this is exactly why Mia Micah is always just such a joy to watch. These type of strats. And I am definitely reading YouTube chat. These guys aren't chattering too much. Like, if someone says something that doesn't really require a response, then I'm probably going to respond to it, right? It's like, imagine if someone just went Kek W in chat. Am I meant to go Kek W back all the time? Like, come on. Oy, oy, oy. Mangonel no. Don't you dare. Not like that. Guys, I've seen way too many games turn on Mango Towers. Especially when it's mass owner Bugatia, actually. Is he gathering additional stuff? He is. I wonder if me and Mike is gonna get baited into the wrong location. Where is that outpost? I'm feeling blind right now. It's up here. Okay, so he Mango Towers for the berries. I imagine he's gonna Mango Tower for the gold as well, though. It's the 4K, so it definitely makes a lot of sense. I think the best thing for Mio is just like lock in both sacred sites. Force your opponent to come to you. Japanese now S tier, not because of Fast Castle, but rather Dark Age Fizz and Feudal Masumi. I don't think I'd call Japanese S tier. Like we were saying earlier, like, probably put them somewhere in the A tier. I think they're pretty solid. I don't think they're giga busted. Because, like, putting them in S tier is you basically saying they're in the same category as China, which is just, like, pretty crazy. Nice raid there, though, Miyamiko. Strikes again. It's 20 worker lead now. No Eurosure drop in the TC. It's all going into the farmhouses for more Bugatia. This guy's crazy. This is so wild the way he plays the game, man. What do you do if you're Sordov? I think you're just going to like try to sit back, longbow scale, hold. If this was a Yorishiro drop in the TC, I think Sordov's in a lot of trouble. But in fairness, as long as he doesn't hemorrhage more villagers, you do buff yourself quite a bit with the level 5 system. I'm sure I like the way that he's breaking off with the Bugatia at this stage, though. Like, we have the God Vision to see this is probably ill-advised, but I understand why he's doing it. He's trying to catch Sordov, having to play wide. I think S tier in general is overused on tier lists. Yeah. Like, I think, like, it looks really cool when you put X or Y in S tier, but, like, your S tier should essentially be, this civ probably needs to be banned all the time. Right? Or you create a ban, like, always ban tier. And then you've covered yourself at least. But, like, if your top tier is more than, like, what, 2 picks? Maybe 3? Because here's the thing, like, currently in tournaments we have a 2-ban system, right? Before picks come out. So, like, if there's 2 civs that are always getting banned, then those 2 are the ones that are the absolute S tier civs. And then you start talking about A tier civs. But then, like, instead of doing that, quite often what tier lists do is they create, like, an S+. Because we just have to use the word S tier, right? Also, S+ is lame. What happened to triple S? The classics. Isn't that like was that old fighting games or old RPG? I think old RPGs used to have like the SSS rankings. Cataphracts. Oh, gonna be mirrored out. Is it me or is Miyamiko slowed down quite a lot? I know he has the double Sacred Sight, but he hasn't really been guarding it. We don't have that Yorishiro drop on the TC. Cataphract. Oh, just gonna pummel down a few workers here. Nicely done. Remember, we said sort of needed these type of exchanges. Yeah, forces a reaction from the army. Still kills, what, 2, maybe 3? Did lose double kata, which makes it a bit expensive. But it's pressure on the enemy side that is not being reciprocated right now. And it's all because of these. These mango towers are genuinely the reason he's not just dying. Mass owner Bugatia is cool, but I think you're starting to see the weakness play here. You know, longbows can be a counter, but it's a little bit of a struggle when the mass gets too big because you just end up overkilling and they get close too fast, right? But with the mangonel emplacements on like every angle of approach he's been encountering, right? I mean, I'm surprised we haven't got one here yet, but I think Miyamiko sees the tower and he's like, oh, it's fortified. There's probably an emplacement there. Rough there as well. Mio just hemorrhaging knights for nothing. Is he going into macro mode? We're getting more farms added in here, but he continues to scale the knights. And it almost looks like Miyamiko is going to try to skip to Imperial. Which feels like a bit of a mistake here. You're nowhere near pop. I think, like, usually with Japan, the way this is being played by Sordov, is it not better to just play map until you're pop? Because for all you know, your opponent could be 2TC, right? And he's been living in the corner, so there shouldn't really be much there for him. Olive Grove count is getting pretty decent at this stage. We're up to 19. Meanwhile, Miyamiko, 16 farms. And guys, he's doing it. It's a Tanegashima Gunsmith coming in over in the western corner. Okay. No Castle of the Crow then, so no immediate injection of resources. And he's going to need to fight for some gold. Okay, that was sick. Not much damage by the looks of the bars, but like that's just free DPS. He spread that damage out over how many? I want to say that was like 30 on a Bugatia, taking close to 20 damage each. Let's say 10. Let's be fair. It's like 10 to 15 range. But, I mean, Trample doesn't have a long recharge time, right? So you can always look to do that again. This is the thing about playing Master Melee against Kadas as well. This type of strat does make sense against Knights when you just overwhelm. Because the idea is you can just surround them and kill them. But this is the exception. You know, we talked about activatable abilities in another game of Lancaster. Let's not discredit how valuable Cataphract's Trample is. It's just a lot of people don't use it for its true power. Right? The two true use cases are dive to snipe siege and get out of jail free. In this type of game, the get out of jail free card is strong. The eject button is remarkable. Micah's dive, not so incredible here. Discovers the mangoes, backs away. Still, he does have the age up lead. And look at what he's doing. He's actually going for the melee tech 4. And prioritizing the Mount Samurai over the Bugatia. Assistance getting denied here. That's not going to really affect him though. He already has the 5th extra down here. Interesting Domaru armor. That's only 300 resources, but I would have thought that getting Bugatia upgraded would be a higher priority than Domaru. Domaru is the one that gives you more movement speed as long as you have deflective. So it takes you up to close to like horseman speed, right? You're going to move at 1.8, which sounds really powerful, but like the negative is if any of these guys lose their deflective armor, they all will move at normal Mount Samurai speed because of the way that formations work. Still Bugatia. Upgrades on the way for them. Sordov. Not angling for an age up here, folks. No, he's looking for the all-in, isn't he? Pretty ambitious with how slow this has been playing. He hasn't, like, turned this into an immediate counterattack. Wham and Beastie both said Japanese at S tier. Okay, then we're going to be seeing a lot of bans for them in the coming weeks, then. My read was, like, they're solid A tier. Flash coming through. Let's see if they're truly S tier here. The Land Snakes can be pretty good against the Bugatia, but they don't have a front line. Sort of. The Cataphract's going to be forced away. I think he spent way too long stuck in the castle, but what was he to do? Miyamika's ballsy play to go Imperial. Didn't look too risky after all, but this is the ballsy piece. Wait, no. Are we doing this? On a Mango Tower? I mean, he actually is burning through it pretty quick. It's going to be one going down. The Cataphract get a good fight here, though. The Longbows need to reinforce onto the secondary tower before it dies. Going in for shots now. Mango Tower shots. Helping out quite a bit. Bugatia are going to now reconvene onto the Cataphracts. The Cataphracts, they have got the extra melee armor here. Both sides are finning pretty fast. Frontline looking dead. Mika still with 30 Bugatia. He's also got Reboldequins coming, which is just completely unhinged in this type of game. And he'll march merrily away. 12 Mount Samurai still available to him. Yeah, a little bit surprised by the Reboldequins over just like straight up hand cannoniers or Zutsu. Hand cannoniers, actually maybe I understand like against longbows, but Reboldequins have the same issue against longbows. You just kind of die straight away. Yeah, maybe just bombards, actually. I guess, like, his concern of any siege type should be the Cataphracts. Maybe he was just thinking he needed Reboldequins for Catakills. But it's not going to matter, guys. Like, we're not even going to get to the siege point. Japan is going to take the dub and rub it in his face. But make no mistake about it. This dominance came through that mid-game. Miyamika's timing on that Mass Onabugeisha, the raids from the Mounted Samurai, locked him in this delicious win. Oh, look. Thanks to the topic of S tier civs. So, Japan just becoming God tier now? Yeah, I don't know if I'm convinced by S tier. I could understand the validity of A tier for sure. One sec. Just checking something. Can't compare them to China. Then they're not S tier, right? Like that's, at least that's my feeling. Like if there's something that's just more bannable than them, like that makes them A tier, no? I don't know. I'm starting to think that maybe like C and D tier is just underutilized on tier lists, right? Tier lists ruined a lot of things in life, especially for gamers. Yeah. Well, then again, like so did esports. If you think about it, like I love esports, but one thing that like is a bit tiresome is the moment something comes out, immediately people ask what is meta, and this is something like I die on this hill about all the time. Like seeking meta is overrated trash. Like for most people, meta doesn't matter. Having fun is more important. Like you can play meta your entire like week and be bored. Most people who play meta all the time are bored. Right? You're like, but KP, they're winning. Isn't winning fun? Like, yeah, but like there's limits. You know what I mean? So we've got some snack games. He played against Spare Yardi. He played against Numadon. Played against Matisse. Do you guys want Enlightened Horizon, Malians versus Lancaster, or do you want Gorge, Malians versus HRE? Any BO3? No, because there's no tournaments right now. Marino's the most bored player on the planet. Exactly. That's why he keeps going off and playing different games in between tournaments. Recon and Magic played some custom games last night. I noticed that Magic was back. Well, seeing as it was like cast, if it was cast, I don't mind. Because usually I like avoid showing custom games. It's interesting. Like I'm guessing Wham probably asked if he could have watched the custom games. Because I try to respect players who like keep their profile open by not casting over like their custom games, right? Oh, I need to find which snack it is. There's so many snacks. It was lowercase snack, right? Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Faye gets me. All these sheeple. You got to be a hipster. Being a hipster is the fun way. I used to love that, like streaming Dota 2 and playing carries as support all the time. All the freaking time. And then hilariously enough, eventually like the pro scene got these new generation of players coming through that were just like doing that type of crap all the time. Like, well. Maybe there was something there all along. How do you distribute the prize pool for KPMM since players are scattered around different regions? Is there a specific app or service that works for all regions? We typically use bank payments, and I prefer bank payments. When players want to be paid through PayPal, they typically are warned there will be fees, and I'm not paying them. I don't have the money to pay them. Like, dude, I don't make anywhere near enough money off of doing this to pay them, to cover those fees. So that's really at the discretion of the players. I always advise banks for that reason, because like there's probably going to be some fees, but it's kind of minimized. I even have an account that I receive dollars in specifically so that I can pay the prize pools out for the dollar amount that is listed. Okay. So looking at the custom games now. Wait, was it on a different account? Has Recon been active on what was the account that he was active on for these games? Because it's not on the snack account. The snack account hasn't played custom games since the 28th. So I need a name if we're going to cast these games. Is the I Am Magic account back? Oh, it is, baby. Magic was playing yesterday. Yeah, but his data is privated. Shame on you, Mr. Magic. Why is your data private? I need a name to cast the game. But yeah, like for me, the S tier Civ, the obvious one, like I think China is just literally on another level than everyone else. And then when you go below that, you're probably looking at like, what? Would I put Lancaster higher? Lancaster, then maybe like Sushi Japan, probably. I'm trying to think about this. Like, I think that makes sense. Because like, what else was banned that much? I mean, Roos is usually high up there. I think I'd put them lower though. Is it on his AOM recon? Is it? Okay, thank you. Well, no, I searched AOM recon. It didn't come up. Let's have a look. No, you're just giving his Twitch name. That's not like that's not his in-game name. It doesn't show up. Give me a sec. I'll find it. Can't remember what channel looks like it's banned so much. Exactly. All right, give me a sec, guys. I'm going to find Recon's name. I can't remember what team Recon's with now, so... Isn't he with that Taiwanese gamer team or whatever it's called? I can't remember his name. Yo, what's up, Serge? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back. Actually, is it Serge or Sergey? I'm never sure, because I feel like there's like both versions are spelled the same sometimes, but usually Sergey has the I at the end, right? So he's currently with Tag. That was it, Tag. Yeah, Tag _ we found him. Surge. Okay, Surge, yeah. Valve blocked the reply and access? Do you mean API access? Did you think that was always the reply? I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I think you mean API. API is like application. I'm trying to remember now. Programming interface, I think it was. Oh, the replay and access. Yeah, I heard about that a while ago, and it sounded really stupid to me. I don't know why they done it. All right, so tag Recon, an account that has not been active for a year. Yeah, Recon's definitely snack. Let's see what fun games we can find between Magic and Recon. Well, they only played 3. And it was all... Oh, wait, no, it wasn't all the same. We got, like, a French Otto game. And then we got... Ayabid Chinese game? Let's go China. Oh, look at that flag. You see it on my screen. Big fat Chinese flag. But yeah, so, oh yeah, sorry. Did I answer the Cologne thing? I think I did. So, Gamescom, I'd love to go, but unless I have work or I have a sponsor or something, it just doesn't, like, I can't financially justify it. For those who don't know, Cologne, like, going to Cologne around Gamescom, the cost is in the hotels. I looked it up because my business partner was on about sending me, and we'd have to spend, like, 500 euros a night for hotels. Even Airbnbs aren't that much cheaper. I can't, like, I mathematically can't justify that. Like, I think Twitch and YouTube this month is probably maybe like $1,000. Maybe. Yo, what's up, Dragon? That makes me a bit more money, though. Thank you very much. Appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back to Swarm. But yeah, so like, I would love to go. I've never been to Gamescom. I really want to go, but I just, like, I can't, the numbers don't make sense. Really, what I need is a contact point for, like, the developers or the brands active there, and to, like, get a hosting gig with them would be the ideal world. But as for Colorado, no. Once again, like mathematically, the costs are going. I didn't. If they want to invite me, if they have budget for it, then please do. But if a Denmark LAN didn't have budget, I'd be surprised if, like, an American LAN has budget. 500 a night is extortion. It's because they know. Like, in the early days of Gamescom, these hotels weren't aware, and then they would have noticed their booking ramped up immediately, and they're like, they eventually catch on after a few editions, like, hold on a sec, there's a reason. And yeah, like, Cologne, even outside that, is not cheap. I still remember when I went there for, like, a Dota 2 tournament, and that was, I had, like, a really crappy hotel, and I think I spent, like, 160 euros a night at least, which is a lot in my eyes. They cancel pre-booked hotels, don't they? Oh, what you mean? Like try to catch one last second? But the flaw of that logic is like trying to catch a booking last second. If that doesn't work, you're homeless, right? It's like it's not a reliable plan. That's a very dangerous plan. All right. Is Age of Myth dying, or is Age of Empires 4 just doing that well? Either way, those names look awfully familiar, but awfully absent. That's right, we've got two of Age of Mythology's top-level players back on Age of Empires 4. Oh, this is fun. I love these two. These are two great additions if we see them returning to Age of Empires 4. I have sorely missed these two faces. Recon and Magic. Top 3 players in Age of Mythology. The only one we're missing now is Mister, if this is really true, if this is becoming true. Magic, what a way to return, with a classic comfort pick for him. China, at a time where China is arguably the best civ in the game. Recon, this all but confirms it, folks. We've had an account on the ladder called Snack that no one's been able to confirm the identity of, but it looks pretty obvious when you look at the Brit flag and look at this. Malians and Irobids. That's why I'm so certain that this right here is Snack. Is Recon. Because the way he was playing and the lining of times when available in the game, in the day, like it all just kind of conveniently lands at Recon's feet. So this is a very fluid pick for him. Recon has been grinding Ayu for, I think, like 2 weeks. Curious to see what Magic can do to try and hold up against the Camel Beast. Recon not doing very well in the sheep rotation. That would be a good way for Magic to be in. That's a good way. No. We need to fix this because that would be a very good way to get Recon to rage quit and go back to Mythology straight away, is if he doesn't get sheep. It's still one of the problematic elements in Age of Empires 4 to this day, to be fair. Like, the sheep game, I think, is still quite the net negative for AoE4, and it's a system that I'm still hoping we eventually find a full rework to, or like a dilution. I've talked about like the idea of dilution before, where if you have alternate things to aim for, alternate things to go for, not just deer, not just boar, but like, you know, rabbits, and you have, let's say there's like game in the trees in some form, apples, trees, and whatever, then all of a sudden the sheep roulette doesn't just end the game. Mister's around for sort of stream today? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Mister's always been a good lad, lingering around. But that is... okay, that's very interesting. Master Smiths coming in the Feudal Age. Yeah, not an often seen endeavor, but I think we caught Recon doing this once or twice on the ladder already. The place it got buffed, folks, is actually Castle Age. They added in you being able to get the increased production rate for free. Reminder, the way Master Smiths works is once you build a blacksmith, you're going to get all 4 of these tier 1 techs for free. It's not bad, actually, because normally it's 175 each, which means you're saving 700 resources. That's nuts, actually. When you mathematically think about the impact of that, 700 resources saved, and the tech up only costs 600. The challenge is, not every single one of those techs is necessarily desirable. A perfect example is like melee armor, typically is just completely ignored. And for Irobids, melee attack also might not be as desirable. So you usually have to weigh this up as like 350 resources, but it's tempo. China can supervise techs. That is always the big issue, right? Like trying to get ahead of China can be difficult. But if Magic is going to play the updated meta where you still try to play Pro Scouts, this timing could actually catch him off guard entirely. And we already have a lot of people on wood to do so. Recon 9 on the tree line. Remember, by the way, this is actually like a big deal seeing these accounts alone active. I Am Magic's account had not been seen for a long time, actually. I think Magic's account was last active. Let me have a look here. Yeah, over 1 year ago. He started playing again 7 days ago and has played about 10 games so far. Meanwhile, this account actually hasn't been active on the ladder for over a year, full stop. But that Snack account, as you saw, has been non-stop grinding. You get the production speed tech in H2. Do you? Did I miss that change? Are you sure? Because Military Academy is a tier 3 tech. I mean, we'll find out in a sec if you've ever been. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I totally forgot that changed. Good eyeballs. That's actually huge. So look, yeah, he gets them every 11 seconds. Wait. Wait, doesn't that just mean Archer spam is busted now for this Civ? Good eyeballs, Cargo. I totally forgot about that change. I knew they added it for free in Castle. That's kind of potentially broken, actually, that you get it in Feudal. So that's even bigger saves. Military Academy is like, what? Is it 300 resources? Close to? I'm pretty sure it's even more expensive. That's a really big deal. Holy crap. Yeah, so it's 350. I even just double checked. 350 resources. So even if you neglect to want to have melee armor and melee attack, like you're still getting 700 resources and savings. That is crazy. If you do use all these techs, that's over 1,000 resources. That is wild. And, well, you talked about the fact that you can supervise to mirror the blacksmith techs, but you can't supervise to mirror Military Academy. You can supervise yourself to increase production rates, but this actually allows Recon to remain competitive with his ramp up in terms of build speed on units. And the reason that's such a big deal, guys, is it means you've got less deadweight economy. I.e., you press a button to queue up a unit, that unit's coming out faster. That means you've got less resources just sitting in escrow. They're actually getting pushed into active use sooner. That's a really, really big deal, especially in early game. Spearman not going to reveal. What's a Pro Scouts play from Magic, by the way? Oh, dude, he's not going to expect this. No, because if Magic actually hasn't really been touching the game until like a week ago, I don't think he's even glanced the new Master Smith's play. It's never done, right? Like the meta actually shifted back towards Growth Wing most often from people. This is a very different style of vibe. It's coming from Recon. And I am here for it as well. I just love to see this evolution of Recon as a more aggro player. So far, it's just melee blob, though. No archers at all. A little bit surprised by that. Especially from a damage percentile scaling point. There we go. They're coming in now. Because the thing you have to remember is out of all these blacksmith techs, the ranged ones are the most impactful. They mitigate the most damage. They increase damage the most. Because archers of all these 3 unit types have the lowest base damage. So a +1 or a -1 has bigger impact to the outputs than any other unit. Magic. He is going to try to go raiding. There's already walls coming up. This is like Recon's definitely back. Walling without wheelbarrow. I love the fact he's got almost every other tech accessible, courtesy of Master Smiths, but doesn't have wheelbarrow. That's comedy. Oh, actually, wait. Why has he got double scout? Okay, that's actually not very threatening at all. Unless you don't move your villagers away, in which case, whoops. Spimmer now coming will be enough to start scaring him away. No counter-attack from Recon. He's not diving in yet. He's waiting. I wonder if we see a ram. Like, it's double fort production or triple, right? So you could actually shunt in on these pretty easily. When is KPMM? Friday. If you bothered to use the command, you'd be able to find out. So wall up, that's going to be the 8k berries. A lot of food to work with back here. Yeah, he ends up getting his hands on, was it 2,800 food in that corner? No way to describe that. 28 more horsemen. I wonder if he'll actually take it that far. Might just be that he's prepping for an archer switch. The nice thing about focusing more on archer scaling is if you do choose to go third age, the archers can keep some value because of the Mamluks' bravery. It's not really a tech we see too often, but Sultan's Mamluks used to be key to Ibid's success. It's the one that gives you bonus movement speed and damage after you get a kill. You have to get the killing strike there. Always felt that tech should have like an upgraded version where if the unit that gets the kill already has the buff, then it should spread to another person. Like a second tier to it, you know, for another 500 or something. Unlockable in, say, Imperial. He's finally in that corner. Took a while due to the lack of wheelbarrow. Archers. Magic is still lacking undermesh. Not to mention the melee armor. Like, he just loses horse for horse. The spears are going to be pulled onto each other here. The horsemen, they've brute forced into the back. So Magic with the A-click. Not working out well there. Starts to recover the scrappy affair. Will now dive onto the enemy archers, mopping them up. But there's just still so many horsemen left over. Recon gets the edge in this engagement. The pony count favors him still. And he's taking advantage of that now. Just moving out, denying the pro scouts on the wide side. Still blocking the close deer at home. Magic left over with quite a few archers, but the horsemen are the real threat there. Has got a few more spearmen coming out. Apologies, I just pressed insert by mistake. My bad. Recon will have to back off, at least for now. So Magic able to scrape it together in the end. The extra spearmen did scare Recon back. I think what Recon now needs is probably another archery range. He's still playing off of one, right? I mean, this is the thing. Military Academy is great, but 2 archery ranges at this stage with like 37 eco, in theory, you should have good enough economy to support that. Why didn't he mix a Desert Raider? I think he saw the archers in there and he's a little bit paranoid it would get counterplayed straight away. But it definitely would have been worth it just to kind of exploit the edge of the fight. But hello, horseman. Oh, no, Magic! He completely misread that. He thought Recon was backing up entirely, but no, he was waiting on the edge for a re-engagement. Wipes the bulk of the archers. That now allows the spearmen to come in for the big win. Still holding a few horsemen on the wide as well. This is brutal, though. Like, it kind of looks like Recon is just pointlessly headbutting the base, but remember, there's a pro scout play that has not actually been able to yield much in the way of results. No, 3 of the deer stacks have been blocked out. He only got 5 from the first deer stack. Everything else has been a big no-no. So Recon, this is winning him the game because he can now start moving out to gather them while Magic is stuck in his base with basically no food. Like, he's on the final deer and then he's out. In fact, he's already been gathering the berries. He's down to just 1 left over, right? I think 1 between the 2 anyway. Yeah, this one's at 150. This one is basically gone. You can tell by the fact it's got 12 villages around it. He could maybe sneak for the secondary berry. I think it's his only option here. And what is up, Craven? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Appreciate the support. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those subs in. Supports the channel. Perfect time to do it as well. With KPMM starting up again in a few days, you won't want to have to deal with those ads with all the hours of tournament content coming your way. The old Recon would have been thinking about Castle at some point by now, right? Oh, and the wolves? The wolves, just in time there, will stop the horsemen from getting through. Yeah, no burn through opportunity. Then again, is Recon gonna age up now? It's a little bit weird the way he's backed up entirely. I mean, I get there are horsemen you want to react to, but the whole army is a little overkill. I think what happened there is he probably used select all army to react. And yo, Walcott, thank you very much. Appreciate the prime sub. Welcome back. Hey, prime subs, they don't even cost you anything. Oh, even better deal for you. Smart lad. Well, Magic has finally got the breathing room to try and raid, I guess. But you're not getting pro scouts if that's the case. It almost just feels like he's forgotten about even trying. Horseman. I think we're just blocking the play. We've got the other melee tech coming in now from Magic, so it's about to be mirrored on techs. No Desert Raiders still. This would be the time to get one. What's up, Steps? What's up, Wooden Shoe Robot? There you go, guys. Starting the sub trains. Smart lads, remembering the primes. Reminder, by the way, got to remember to do that every single month because it doesn't auto-do. It just feels like Magic, he has the right idea. He's just not able to actually find a pressure point currently. You've got archers building up behind this, though, which is a little bit surprising considering how many horsemen you just saw that Recon had. I wonder what the thought process for Magic is with this. I guess it's just defensively archers feels better. Because when you've got your base, you've got these little choke points. You know, all archers fight, but all the melee just, they're the weirdos that stand there watching, you know? You're either a cheerleader or a killer. That sounds like a horror movie from the 90s. Save the cheerleader, save the world? That's a drama from the early 2000s. If it broke, we ain't gonna fix it. That's Microsoft. Okay. Horseman now coming in. Oh, they go the wrong way, though. They run into the Spearman Horseman line. Has got a few of the ponies through, and there we go. Gets the connect point. Magic, this is the second time on this tree line that he's overexposed himself. He's doing it to the public fully at this point. Recon now with a huge double up in army. Oh, he is looking to go as well. No slowdown, no break on the Brit train. Magic. What the hell are we doing here? I mean, it looks like he's getting ready for a farm transition without Song. Which means no granaries, by the way, guys. That's a big deal. Makes a farm transition pretty bad. Magic, he just looks stuck. The pathing not being generous either. A lot of the time, the horseman just scrambling around doing nothing. Extra archery range is now coming in. I mean, he could mass archers, but how do you do that against 20 horsemen? Phalanx tech even added in by Recon. He's at the choke points now, so he wants that ability to reach over and stab on in. Not that there'll be much of an army to stab at this rate. Recon also behind this is getting ready for castle, folks. This is the snowball effect. When your army is this much bigger, you don't have to invest the same as your opponent. You need to invest like less than half. Because as long as you're not standing underneath the TC, it's still going to be a favorable trade, as we're seeing here. And I think Magic must know, like, why would he not just keep denting into me with the advantage he has? Why would he slow down unless something is brewing at home? And by the way, just shout out to Recon for discovering this. Like, this would not be possible without the new Master Smiths. I don't think he could have kept scale against China. Just shows you how good it is. Like, we talked about being a value tech play, technically, if you want to use all of the blacksmith choices. But even without that, even without needing all those blacksmith techs, the military academy itself makes it wholly worthwhile. In a moment of respite here for Magic. Able to get the farms. I can't take these farms seriously. I'm sorry, Magic. I love you, buddy, but come on. Oh, God. When did you last see China build mills for farms? Like, we see it sometimes from Shushi. We've come to expect it there. But China? Seriously? Unbelievable. It's just like I don't mean to laugh at him, but if you don't find it funny, it's kind of sad. Easy growth wing for Recon. Doesn't have to be too creative about this. Just wants that clear edge. Magic. Anyone's like, oh, why did he not just like build into the Barbican? He had no food. If you guys remember, he's at 80 food at one stage. You can't really justify 400 spend there. Especially when there's still the threat that your opponent's going to dive you. Like, look at the army size, guys. It's actually ridiculous just how much bigger Recon's army is while he's going castle. Yeah, it's not like it's crappy at quality either. It's not like Magic is a civ that has 20 knights here. What's the new MS bonus? What do you mean MS bonus? Oh yeah, Master Smiths. You get the military academy tech in feudal age, which is nuts. I'm baffled by that. By the way, actually, shout out to the devs. That's very creative. Because Ibids have a scaling issue with like army and feudal quite often. Usually they just try to poke raid you with desert raiders because like a straight up let's brute force each other doesn't work, right? Like you don't have good enough efficiency on production rates compared to like Delhi and Chinese Shushi, right? But this change, I think it changes a lot. Recon, even more walls coming now. Looking to extend onto the gold on the south side. When that change happened, I think it was a few months back. I remember they changed something about Master Smiths, I think towards the start of this year. Maybe like month 3, month 4. Magic now with the Imperial Palace, so he won't even have Nesta Bees and a choke point to defend him. No, this is starting to look pretty grim. In fairness, switching immediately to Nesta Bees has not really been a thing for China for a long time, so it's a good read by him there. But having that as a tool in your arsenal, if you're about to get dove, I mean, it means the world. Magic, he will now see what the economy looks like. It gives him a read on the situation, but he's scouting out the deer that's not going to be there long. So the exposed eco, like, he's not really seeing anything he doesn't know right now, right? I think he came down here and saw the wolves, saw the gold. He knew about the back corner anyway. So he hasn't really revealed any new info, other than how much is Recon gathering of each thing. And you are correct that Red's running out of wood. He has got a small tree line here if he needs it. But for now, it's not really important because he's going into Mass Knights. So it's just food gold, food gold. Yeah, he's kind of making a conscious choice, actually. He could very easily take this wood line because of all the vision. Like, you wouldn't be able to sneak up on him. And now, Manjanique's in play. Recon ready to set it all afire. Or ablaze. Wait, is afire a thing? I swear I've heard that said before. But when I say it, it doesn't sound real. I'm pretty sure a fire is a thing. Magic can do nothing but stare here. Like the typical one is ablaze. You set things ablaze. But I think a fire might also be a thing. A light, I believe, is also. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not even sure if would a blaze be in an Oxford dictionary. That I'm not sure of, or if it's like almost like a deviation statement. You know what I mean? Like 8. Well, Magic, he's been given the time. I just don't know if it's really going to do him much good here. He hasn't rushed ranged armor 2. Recon has. No, instead he went for melee tech 2. So Magic is just trying to maximize his value in the melee fight, but I'm more concerned about like the range exchange. A lot of archers here. Also, the spinman count looks pretty good for Recon. They are all vetted. Camel Lancers are also going to be showing up soon. That's going to be a debuff. A really important one, actually. It looks like it's going to spring the assault. Magic jumps into action. The Manjaniques, if they target fire into the archers, this could be big. Horsemen are going to get access to... No! No! Where are they going? The Lancers bail! Magic has to wave the flag straight away. Oh, boys. It's good to have the Myth lads back. What do you guys think of this build? Not just the return of 2 of Age of Myth's finest to Age of Empires 4, but also a really cool build coming out of Recon here. Hey, I don't know what to call that one. Like, could I have not had 2 separate games? One where it's like, you know, they're back, and then the other one where it's like, this build is crazy. New Iber build feudal powerhouse? Yeah. Miss me? Nah. Oh, you mean Magic? He's like, oh. Yeah, I like the Master Smith one. Were the other ones actually any good? So I think that was the last one they played. So that's after warm-up and whatever. Well, now... Okay, there's no point watching it now. The first game we watched, Magic wrecked him. Now there's no point watching it. Wow. I just glanced anyways. 13 minutes. Who cares? Lol. Alright, so, really cool game. Let's see what else we got cooking today. Do you guys want another Numadon Wham game? It's Gorge again. It's Lancaster again, but this time Wham would have Byzantines. Okay, no problem, Callum. Appreciate it, bud. Maybe Ravane versus Dimu. Were there some interesting ones here, possibly? I think we also had some crackety scatterbrain games that looked like they might be of intrigue. And then Magic's games. Magic's games aren't that interesting because obviously he had to rank the account up. So let's go with... Let me have a look at Wham. Was Wham streaming all of his scrim games, by the way? Like when they were playing Pigeon's View and Prairie. I think he was, right? Because they were doing like a bunch of King of the Rockies practice. Has KPMM format changed? So some changes. So for a start, prize pool increase to $500 means we've now extended the pay down to top 8. So the 8th to 5th places will get, as in people who lose in quarterfinals, will get $25. And then we've also made a change now so that there is a payout for third place. So we have our semi-finalists that lose there. We're going to have a third place match. The idea with that is that if we have a semi-finals live on Thursday before the grand finals, we'll play the third place match on Friday. Otherwise, it'll be played on the day before finals. So gives us a nice like little balance, and that'll be a BO5. And that's also a nice thing for Fridays then. Instead of just being round of 32s, we'll be able to kick off the day by going, hey, this is the third place match from last week. Here we go. But I think having a look at these... Oh, wait. Wham played some against Recon as well. Yeah, he played one against like Magic, one against Recon. There was... Where is it? Should we have the Gorge game? The Lancaster Gorge? Not Lancaster, the Byzantine Gorge. There's also Rus versus Abbasids. I'm not doing a Biz mirror. That sucks. Japan versus Delhi. I think that'll be interesting, especially with all the talk of like Japan is S tier and whatever. Welcome back to the channel, folks. This used to be one of Japan's worst matchups. So I thought at a time where everyone's talking about them being S tier and OP, what perfect opportunity to see if they are. By throwing them up against the wolves. Or shall I say the elephants in this situation. Delhi in the hands of Numadon, playing against Wham on the Japanese. And by the way, guys, these two lads are queuing into each other a lot. We just watched a Lancaster versus Knights Templar game. We also know there's a Byzantine one that happened on Gorge. They keep getting each other, and they keep getting this map. Yeah, Japan. Definitely one that historically has had a really big problem dealing with Delhi. I still remember in the first year of Japanese's release, they just didn't have any good answers up against Delhi. In fact, this was highlighted quite frequently at the pro level. There wasn't a clear way to actually get an edge. It almost felt like the Delhi player could just play the most standard game and be miles ahead. So it felt like you were relying on big mistakes being made. Nowadays, there's a lot more options, though. Japan, of course, has this Dark Age Spear beginning, Yumi scaling afterwards. I don't know if you really want the Yumi here, but I do actually like the idea of Japan going into Horseman. With the Daimyo level being much cheaper, Bannerman Horseman is much more feasible. And if you get the Bannerman Horseman, your DPS exchange is actually fairly even up against Ghazi. Yeah, they still have the health advantage over you, but like in terms of damage output, you match up fairly evenly. Like, I think you end up being like 1.5 damage behind because of the extra melee tech plus the Bannerman aura. So Spear's arriving. Was a little bit surprised that Wham tried this, by the way. Normally, this just kind of accepted you don't really tend to spear rush Delhi for this exact reason. The Scholar just offsets all damage entirely. And the thing is, you know, if you're talking about HRE struggle a bit more with this because if the Prelate is healing, he's not buffing with the Inspiration. But for the Delhi Scholar, sure, you're going to miss out on an efficient party timing and efficient wheelbarrow timing. But that doesn't really hurt you as much. The main one is if military efficiency can't be achieved. In fairness, this is a little bit surprising. Numadon prioritized piety over the military efficiency. Might now cost him. Has to pull additional workers. So kind of a pain point. I'd say Wham got some value out of this after all. Notice he's not going for an outpost, by the way. It's not really worth the timing at this rate. Like, your opponent could get enough for a tech up. Yes, it would stop him getting additional scholars, but like usually the Delhi openings at the beginning of Feudal are pretty strong with things like military efficiency, so they'll get to the counterplay anyway. Right? Or they'll go and access the outside gold for 3 scholars worth, and then just play for sacred sites. So much better to just get options on the table for yourself by playing towards that feudal time. How are we looking on sheep? Slight edge for Numadon. He's ahead by, I think, 3 sheep? Was that? Yeah, but that's not, like, great. Considering that Japan would have been gathering the sheep the whole time, and you would have been gathering the berries. Actually, no, that's not true, is it? Yeah, he was on food on the sheep. Okay. I guess maybe what happened here is he saw the spears coming and then backed away. But he could have been on the berries close enough to the TC, right? Like, he kind of left the closest one. So I'm a bit surprised we didn't get, say, 5 on food. Because it would have been a lot quicker. And even on the pull away from gold would have made a lot more sense, right? Because it would have been a closer run than going to the TC and then hopping to the sheep. What do you guys think, by the way? Before we get deep into this game and the outcome becomes obvious, do you favor Delhi these days in this matchup or Japanese? Delhi, press 1. Japanese, press 2. I'm not gonna lie as well. Sometimes when I say that, I feel like an answering machine. If you would like to subscribe but don't have any money, press 3. If you just refuse to subscribe because you're a cheapskate, press 4. For anything else, such as not sure if you want the value yet, press 5. Lot of 2s coming through. Interesting. Horseman Bagasha scares the Poo army? Yeah, but it's very hard to scale that. I think the counterplay to that happening is like if you read it early, then you just rush Sacred Sites while Ghazi have advantage and then play for like a tech up. You can actually go like archers. So Archer Ghazi against like Bagasha Horseman. I don't know if I'd say Japan's economy is good enough to like win the bloat there. Because as long as you have the berries, like Delhi has the food edge, right? Tech up already in and Numadon into the archers. That is very different, by the way. Yes, there's spears, but even when there's spears, we often see these Delhi players just open Ghazi because you can harass them with impunity, right? Like, you can't easily be caught. But also, you can just ignore them. Like, think about what's happening over here. Wham has got resources gathered outside of TC range. You can harass those. So, what that means, I think, is that Numadon is looking more towards the Santi timing. Instead of focusing on raids, he wants to focus on sacred sites. And it's a great spawn for that. Yeah, I've noticed this, guys. You've been noticing one type of gorges like this recently. It's the Tiger Winter. I think there's another biome that was doing this. These tree lines. This is great for walling in for Delhi. On both sides, actually. Can save a lot of wood doing so. What is up, Callum? I see you with the sub. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it and welcome to the swarm. Remember when Japanese used to only fast castle because their feudal was trash? Exactly. Like, that's the interesting thing. The Yumi change was huge. The daimyo being affordable, huge. And also, it's kind of funny because in some ways, like, that change seems subtle, it seems small, but had grand rippling effects. Like, the Yumi discount is the most important one in my eyes. Because before that, like, one of the biggest issues that has remained for Japan for the longest time since their release was that they didn't really want to do ranged. Like, any form of range felt bad. Like, the Yumi felt too expensive, and the Onimusha also felt too expensive. Blacksmith is now coming in. Sunimu. Timing is going to be slow, of course, than Wham. So he's going into the undermesh already. I like that, though. He already forced the play. He saw the archers. Looks like Wham is getting ready to contest Sacred Site timings. Ah, that's true. Let's not forget the racks cost. Yeah, down from 150 to 75 wood was a big deal. I mean, having that as an option, like a very lean option to go into Spearman so early, is definitely advantageous. Against more greedy civs in particular, means, like, I don't think you can really ever do 2 TC against Japan, for example. I think actually Japan might be one of the hardest civs to justify 2 TC rush, like where you gather stone almost straight away, right? Because you're going to have to build some units first. And there is something organic about racks into stables, because the idea is, you build racks, your opponent has to build archers, now you get into stables, they're threatened by horsemen, but even if you don't use it much, it's still value later because of how good mounted samurai are. Now, whether we're at the point where we can finally nerf mounted samurai, I'm not sure yet. But this is something I highlighted a long time ago when people were having huge issues with the fast castle mounted samurai build. I said you couldn't nerf it. And the reason you couldn't nerf it is because back then, Japan had nothing else. Like, if you took the one thing they could do away from them, they would have been the worst civ in the game. Now we might be approaching the point where that element of Japan can be reassessed. Because mounted samurai are pretty damn good. Yeah, probably quite easily the best castle age knight in the game, actually. Cost for cost. Numadon, desperately trying for a sacred site here. Yeah, but he doesn't have spears, and this is going to bite him in the ass. Wham, just charging on in. Horseman, the archer. Whoops. That's a critical blunder. That one click. Pretty wasteful. Allows the spearman to just jump on top and kill both of the scholars. Guys, he's still kept alive. Pathing a little bit weird from Wham spears. Actually wrapping around in a very odd way. But the horsemen, they're going to clear it up. Like, despite the spearmen not fighting, they somehow still survived this long. Oh my god, I can't believe... No. No way. Numa's going to win? That was what? Was that 3 spearmen running around that long? I think if they were fighting optimally from north to south, you'd probably see no more Ghazi from Numadon in the aftermath. That's huge. So Numu keeps 4 alive. He's got the archers to keep scaring Wham. Remember, Wham has not gone for ranged units at all in this game. Interesting. He's going into the katana bannerman, so he's buffing the spear damage. I mean, one nice thing about doing that is katana bannermen are quicker than spears, so when you engage, they're going to run forward of the spearman line, meaning the archers are going to shoot the katana bannerman. The reason that's good is that the katana, 155 HP, 3 ranged armor, make it 4 actually in this situation. They are very hard to kill. Rough fight from Wham though. Now Numadon just gets to line the walls up. And we talked about how the outskirts are really efficient for walling. Yeah, he can make this really infuriating actually. With the savings you'll get from these trimmings, you could actually just fill in this gap. And like same on this side, right? Fill it here. That's going to give you a very efficient way of keeping Wham out of your territory. Yeah, he won't be able to flex wide, and that's especially worrisome. Because Wham needs the quickest route possible anyway with this type of strategy. It's going to be the massing of samurais in the second age. So the plot thickens with the katana bannerman. Ends up not being about the spears really at all. They're just a sidestep onto his true glory. Interesting. Not really the expected. I think Wham is looking for a castle timing, probably around 14 minutes. So the idea is you just blob samurai up. This was a classic actually against Delhi before they got Ghazi added. If you built men-at-arms mass in feudal age against them with civs like HRE, you're overwhelmed. But ever since the Ghazi got added, the strategy has been considered a lot less desirable. And even more so for Japan, because like hardened samurai are arguably a lot worse than HRE men-at-arms, because A, HRE have a much more buffed economy at this stage in the game. And then also they have marching drills. They can more easily and fluidly choose fights. Whereas your guys are just slow. Yeah, it turns out grabbing every single tea towel in the house and wrapping it around yourself weighs you down quite a bit. Actually, no, that's an insult to T-Tails. T-Tails would resist more damage than these would right now. These guys are wearing cardboard armor. Numu. Going to continue to scale archers. Sacred sites are at least being contested. Wham understands the importance of this. It's a lot of samurai, though. You need kills. It's not enough to just trade damage, because remember, Numadon should, in theory, slowly scale scholars now with their gold access. Not to mention the Ghazi, great at trading into this. That +2 bonus damage goes a long way when fighting in feudal like this. Archers also getting that trickle of damage to make the difference. He's going to have to back away, though, as it is just majority samurai left over. We'll go for the recharge in. Really want to be optimizing these archers, targeting down all the injured. Looks like he has got enough Guardian Spear to hold this off, so Wham, pretty lofty investment from him. Spears have at least intercepted some of the food source, not able to find the kills, but idle it out. And you're just seeing how much more annoying this is. Like, imagine a map where Wham just runs down the center. But that wall has proven quite the nuisance on getting reinforcements here. And critical as well. Like, if it wasn't for that, I think Wham would probably have the military lead after these fights. He's going to keep chasing. Might want to look for a reset here. The archers are getting good trade outs against all the injured. The other problem here is you don't have the katana bannerman. I think for Wham, what he senses is that Numadon doesn't have great access to food. So he's looking to punish that. But he may have misread this entirely. Numadon able to just target fire him down with the archers, pretty much standing his ground. Lost what? 3 horsemen, killed 8 samurai? I mean, this is the deceptive thing. You get a good push, and then you forget afterwards, all these guys are almost dead. Farm count is looking glorious, though. Like, I'm impressed by the fact that Wham has kept that type of pump going while going up to this many farms. Now 18. Nimu, his food is a problem. He's got berries on the front. He has got the deer coming in. Yeah, and he's got options, actually, guys. Like, this is a little bit worrisome. He can sneak in here as well. Should he mix in some Onimusha? Not really. The Onimusha, I think, can get sniped by archers too easily here. Because the problem with Onimusha and Samurai that you'll often find is, like, you actually want to do Horseman Onimusha. Because Samurai are too slow. When you charge, what's going to happen is the Musha are going to move... Bugeisha, you mean, sorry. Yeah, when you mean Bugeisha. Musha are the crossbows, remember. So when you go for Bugeisha, the problem that's going to happen here is both armies will charge in. The Bugeisha will run ahead. And that means the archers will auto-kill them. Maybe you did mean Musha, though. The problem with Musha is he will need another age. Samurai chasing after the scouts now. I think Wham's just kind of lost all control of this game. It got weird, right? Like, when you go for these type of feudal men-at-arms all-ins, they really are momentum-based. The moment your momentum gets stuttered like this, it starts to unravel. Numadon, I mean, 27 archers just kind of shows you how trivial MAA can be. No, not Musha, Bugeisha. If you do Horseman Bugeisha, you can actually make that work against mass archers. Because the idea is that you're like, it's the same logic as the Spearman Men at Arms. Spearman Men at Arms works because the archers have to target fire specifically. And like, especially when you've scaled a lot of archers, that's inefficient. The reason why Bugeisha Horseman works the same way is like it's the same concept, but the speed matches up. But Bugeisha Samurai, it doesn't match at all. Like the unit that you're technically trying to protect there is going to move too fast and get killed by archers. Always. I feel like Spears Mass Yumi would have been better. Maybe Samurai. Like I think actually just Samurai and a trickle of Yumi maybe. I don't know. The problem is like Yumi, you don't have a direct counterplay. I think, like, no matter how you try to argue this, Horseman probably feels a lot better. But Wham, I think part of it is he's playing a drain game, right? At this stage, he's trying to run Numadon out of food. Which is great if you're able to stop pro scouts, but you haven't. It's been coming home. It's been coming home harder than English women's football. Ah, that's right. Gotta flex it when we can. The deer hasn't been taken from the corner, by the way. I don't think Numadon knows. He has got this one, though. So more food to work with. We also don't have Wham blocking the flanks anymore. He had a few troops there before. Good news is it's Delhi, so they can't eat the boar. If Wham could just find the resources for an age up here, though, completely changes the outlook of the game. Still, how do you do that? Like, you know, if you had a rough math for how many samurais are you losing per minute? Maybe, let's say 7? 8? Let's say it's 8. If it's 8 at 130 pop, that ends up being, what, 1,040 resources? You can't really easily afford an age up. When you equate the cost of villages as well, that means you're making 150 food positive. It's not great. You need 8, 9 minutes of reasonable trades to find your way into the next stage. And I don't think these trades are getting reasonable, folks. Like, the problem is Numadon is just adding more and more archers, which means the trades are getting worse. Wham realizes it now. Now, archers are bad here if there's an age up happening from Wham. But as we can see by the resources, that's just not feasible right now. Katana Bannerman being sniped is smart. In fairness, the Daimyo level up, a big deal for Wham. Just getting those extra 2 means you can't just remove the Bannerman and pull him out of range. You have to keep sniping him. There's a second one here. Not being targeted down. Another thing with the Katana compared to the normal samurai, right, is like you move forward to the formation, just like the geisha detail we talked about. So usually your Bannerman gets sniped first, which is why going from 1 to 3 is such a big deal. It feels like it's quite enough. It's weird because you look at this and go, well, it takes ages to kill these samurai. It's because of the way that the fights are happening. Like, every once in a while, the forward guy gets a hit, and then he ends up behind the second line. So what's happening is by the time you get to the tail end of these fights, you've got a lot of samurai that are almost dead. Well, Swam's way back in. He's going to keep scaling farms and then try to age. He's up to 29 now. So this is very reminiscent of when English do mass men-at-arms in feudal age. Their goal is to just keep adding more farms until they have too much income to not age up. You're seeing that Wham, like, it's kind of a struggle to keep himself around 20 samurai here. Numadon is standing his ground. That's because his eco is about to be idled otherwise. In fact, he's got a bunch of deer here, just not eating, surprisingly enough. Archers. Oh, holding steady close to that 40 number. Wow, the samurai count. Is this the lowest he's been? I think it might be. I think the TC may have been a little bit too far there. Yes, has to reset. Down to just 19 units in total. This is a boring and ineffective strategy. You say that, but Wham and his brother have got like a decent number of victories doing this type of strategy. In fact, this is their go-to approach for Enlightened Horizon. Different map for sure. I think he's just trying to find a creative solution to like the Delhi threat, right? Because if he goes mass horseman, then his opponent's gonna go mass Ghazi and mirror out. Also, actually, like if you go horseman, your opponent just goes spears, even more lean. At this point, like once you've committed to this, you're kind of stuck. Because like a unit transition, I don't think is really on the cards right now when your opponent's playing Archer Ghazi like this. You can't go spears, archers will kill him. You can't go Bugeisha, archers will kill him. If you go horseman, your opponent's already going Ghazi de mirror. It's like, it may seem really dented what Wham is doing, but mathematically, it makes sense in his head. The logic is simply that Numadon should run out of food. Now we can see he's got 8 farms in, he's got pro scouts, so like that's why it's not really playing out that way. I think what Wham really needed was maybe just a few horsemen on the flanks to block things like pro scouts. Only 1 scholar here, by the way. A little bit surprised he didn't pull more of them, considering he doesn't have anything left to attack. But Wham, I think... Do we have some gold issues? Like, what's going on? No, he's on the 8k. And he's been there for a while, so I think maybe just a gap in gathering, weirdly enough. Ghazi have broken off to go hunting, though. Maybe the boar? No, he's been gathering boar for a while. I wonder where the gap came from. I mean, not that he needed the boar, right? He's got 1,400 food. At this stage for Wham, like it might just make sense to buy a cross. This is the refreshing Japanese player. Yeah, it's like different. It doesn't really feel like it's it. I think it kind of relies on Numadon just microing badly from what we've been seeing. And Numadon's been fine and on point. But I get the idea from Wham. You know, if he just tries to age up against Sacred Site control, that's a hell of a bad position to be in. Not to mention the fact that for Lancer play into Mat Samurai, like, while Mat Samurai is still favored, it's not as big of a favorability as normal. Because you have to remember that, like, the Lancers will get Hone Blades, which will give them +3 damage. So I'm not going to say they trade favorably, because it takes a lot of time to get that value, but it's a lot closer of a fight than you'd think. Oh, good. We've got the double wall. Like, this is where you have to age up now. Because if you try to stand here and burn through a wall, you're going to take a lot of damage on the attempt. It's just not worth it. Oh, he's going to try to stop this wall from going up. Oh, he gets there in time. But there's no time left in Castle. Look at the mirrored play. Oh, in Feudal rather. Look at the mirrored play into Castle. Both of them going for age 3 now. Now, this is where things get interesting, folks. Wham has got a lot of Samurai. Samurai that should naturally counter Archer play. That's the idea here. You get Veterancy, you get Odachi, you chase. Archers will be able to kite you. So it's all about positioning. And I think you can see that Wham is trying to put himself in aggressive positions so that he can exploit that detail. Burn through the first wall. Archers start to target fire down these boys. Veterancy is 2 minutes and 20 out. This is a very big window for Wham. Archer's a little bit weird with the retreat there. Actually didn't move very far. Still, Veterancy isn't in yet for the Samurai. So Numi really wants to trade as best he can. No, 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 no. God. No. This is going to lose to a War Elephant, isn't it? Oh, God. Like, the upgrade is in. This is where the Archers are at a huge disadvantage. Warlord's going to come out. That's going to buy time. And it should buy enough time for that War Elephant to come out. That War Elephant, by the way, can beat the entire army. Number 1 low. Keeping Wham at bay. And the Elephant's in. This is a big deal, guys. The Elephant is on the rival. No. Wham. The idea made sense. Now there is no sense. 1 elephant to unravel everything. Unbelievable. I mean, you can't really chase it now. If you're going for that type of dive, that War Elephant will trade that well. I'm not even exaggerating. He's got 5 melee armor, 850 HP. He's got 50 damage on AoE with Splash, plus the 26 damage on top. And you don't get any bonus damage against them. Wham, funnily enough, is not going to transfer across to a counter. He can't really go Spearman against so many archers. He can't really go Onimusha against so many archers. So what does he do? He goes more Samurai. Oh, no. You can't even go Mangoes, right? Mangoes, War Elephants don't care. Springolds, War Elephants don't care. There's just so many things that War Elephants don't care about. Like, this is a spit in the face of all Japanese players because Onimusha doesn't scale that well, right? It's more expensive than crossbowmen. So hard to justify. Already was because of the archer spam that came out. Now keep drop from Numu. Another choke point defense. Still, he can dive on the other side. Mahoots has been teched pretty far in reserve, by the way. So it won't be there fast. The relic game hasn't really been something that Numadon's been racing to win. Actually, that's something that Wham will get an edge in. Still, castle's up. Bad news for Wham. Wait, is he thinking about imping? I think he's looking for the pebble hop here. It looks like Wham's got his eyes set on the 4th age. Numadon is going to have to pull away on the front. Army can now steer there because he's got the castle. Like, the men-at-arms shouldn't be that much of a threat. We've got archers just kind of poking now. Still, with the veterancy in, Steel Arrow 2 coming through soon. They're actually not that bad at trading into this. This game. He's legit going Imperial. I mean, what do you say about this? Wham is cooking, man. But he might be fried. 35 farms. Like, he's got the food income to swing. And he chooses the defensive landmark, so we're not even going to be seeing gunpowder units. No Tanegashima. Bombards would have been kind of cool to answer the elephants, potentially. Because, like, at that stage, Numadon doesn't actually have an answer to bombards, right? At all. But I guess right now, maybe Wham's primary concern is if he techs like this, he gets killed. So he's getting the defensive landmark in prep for the attack. And oh my god, is it an attack? Look at this. Numadon. He's got both relics. He's going to be fording with everything. What the hell? So this is interesting because you don't really want to be idled in the fight, so you're going to try to snipe them with the rocket launcher shots, probably. And if you do that, remember the way this works, guys, is if a Wallalow doesn't complete, it doesn't go on cooldown. Which means Numadon could just keep Wallalowing, and Wallalowing until he lulls you out of the game. Samurai going to try the flank assault, but the castle drop's already there. No villagers on the north side either. Doesn't have to worry about defending that. This is go time. Wham! He immediately queues up hand cannon this. Samurai are going to go for a dive. The garrison is in, so that should be dealt with quite quickly. Meanwhile, the dive on the other side, not so much. Elephants looking for the attack. Relics are going to be held in reserve. More elephants. Pull back slightly. But the monks are in deep here. He only has 3 war elephants to attack this landmark. This is ridiculous. Samurai won that fight. Easier said than done. That was a wasted Wallalow from Numu. Wham still looking for the eco. Most of it is near the castle, but he's leaking into the farms now. And he goes for a keep drop. Numadon. He's forcing the fight. He's got another Wallalow. He's going to need it. Maybe a bit early on the trigger there. Wham was already running away, but that's going to give him the space. The castle drop will succeed. Numadon, it looked shaky, but the plan still has clear alignment. It's a triple siege workshop drop. Rams or Trebs, though. Probably Trebs would make the most sense here. Villagers are retreating once again towards that castle for safety. Farms idled out, but Numu at this stage, the goal is not to have food. He's looking for wood and gold to end this game. And it is going to be the Trebs. Shogunate Castle's online, so it's a very big landmark to siege. 13,000 HP to break through. Unbelievable. What has this game become? Still more villages being lost for Numu, but not enough to truly care yet. He also still has these relics on the front side, remember. Wallalows, 60 seconds until they're off cooldown. Actually, one of them is already available. And the Trebs, they start with a crow. Caw-caw! Makes sense. Only half the HP the Shogunate, and that also strips your opponent of the caravans. Villagers from Wham, way too late, by the way. No, these need to be pulled a lot sooner, so that Castle of the Crow is definitely dead. One more flurry should do it. Shogunate should be next on the chopping block. Could go for the floating gate, but really you just need the key defensive landmarks gone. Once the Shogunate is down, Numadon can resume the dive. And then it's a question of whether Wham has enough to defend himself. About the landmarks, I'm not so sure. Villagers on the front side just gathering all the wood he needs. We've got 6 trebuchets. And not just that, guys. That's golf clappers. Big archer. It's a samurai ball, right? Like, Springles is actually the pristine answer. It's the perfect answer. Oh my god, the damage. The villager repair crew has got their work cut out for them. And Wham, he's going to start to make his move now. Bombards to siege onto the castle. The Springles have not been revealed yet. This is difficult. The Canadian, not really sure what to do about this. The castle's about to be dropped, but the Springles, the push in, the relics, Numadon. He's ready for the brawl of his life. Castle goes down. Primary town center. Not long for this world either, though. It's under 1,000 HP. The Wallalow's going to be there. The samurai have to step back. The sprawl shots are coming in big, though. Look at the spread of damage. The elephants get in the way. The other one low comes through. He needs to turn and run. The villagers going for the snipes, the bombards. They're being taken out. And the elephants, they're almost in. The shogunate down. 2 landmarks remain. The trebuchets need to retarget. Elephants still alive. They're going to hide behind the archers, using them as a front line here. Meat shield. The samurai count only at 30 now. The Spriels have done good work, but the hand cannoneers are trying to come in clutch. The Kura is dead as well. The shogunate, it's a panic. The wrong landmark. This thing is too big. He can't repair that quick enough. This is over. Numadon has been watching too many grand finals. He will look to repeat it in a pub game. As Wham has been picked to the bone. Oh my god, my throat. My throat from that one. What an incredible end. What do we even call that one, man? Weird opening leads to epic showdown. I don't know, something. That was that was incredible. Wish we'd have games like this in the tournament. Dude, for real. We need more games like that in tourneys. Oh my god. That was incredible. I don't even know how we top that. Dude, like, can you even top that? Can anyone top that? Mate, those type of games are exactly why we cast games like that. I wish it just... Sorry, my throat. I just wish it had stakes behind it, you know? I wish that was in a tournament. Oh my god, that was incredible. Alright. So, what to watch next? Holy crap. One sec. I think... Mate, I kind of want to see if Numa's Wham had any other ones. Like, these guys are delivering epics. By the way, oops. I thought I knocked it. I definitely knocked it. I think I want to extend the arm and move it more so it's looking more at the camera sort of thing. Reminder, by the way, guys, this incredible looking stream and incredible looking nipple is all courtesy of PC Specialist. Exclamation mark PCS if you guys want to get your hands on a laptop, PC, or one PC, whatever it is. They got you covered. This laptop has, for the last month plus, been running everything. It's been streaming to 3 different platforms, encoding in multiple different formats. It has also been recording locally at the best looking quality you're going to see in the entire AoE4 directory. All courtesy of PCS. Absolute legends. You can check out that link if you ever want to get your hands on a PC. Another one that's easy peasy to do, by the way. Reminder, we are working with the people over at Stream Elements on a Match Masters campaign. It's running out in a few days. If you guys want to help out, go download the game for free. Do it on your phone. It helps out getting more of these type of campaigns so that I can get enough money to afford food for someone like this. Hello, Freya. What's up, Frey? Speak up. They can't hear you. You've got to speak louder.
I'm hungry today.
You're hungry today?
Yes.
Oh, so they need to download that game?
Yeah.
Because then we can afford more food. And that game is free, right? Can you say it's free?
It's very good.
There you go. What's wrong with you? Why are you shy all of a sudden? Say hi, stream.
Stream not on.
Stream is on. Look, right there.
I can't see.
You can. We're right there.
It's not right here.
There you go. I'll put it up on the main stream. Look. There we are. Right there. You want to go play? All right. Give me a kiss.
I got flowers.
Yeah. Mwah. Say bye, stream. Blow 'em kisses. I feel a pinch of manipulation. Look, she comes to me. Even when I'm working and the stream's not on, she comes over and she smiles. She goes, "Me say hi to stream." I'm not even making it up. She legit does. It's a pain in the ass. I have to explain to her, like, stream not there, and she doesn't understand why. These streamers with cats are doing it all wrong. Yeah, but the problem for like Marine Lord is like then he has to get laid, right? No, this is the problem. Like is gaming mainstream enough? When he goes in the bar, he's like, I'm the all-time Red Bull Wallalu champion. You should definitely be honored to sleep with me tonight. Like, does the lady not just look at him and go, "What is a Red Bull?" It's a problem. All right, let's see. Should we do a little hill and dale between Puppy Paw and Wham? If they reject... Oh, yeah, they reject and I go, "I have zero respect for you. I do not believe in AOE4. I am an age of mythology girl." What? Actually, no. She didn't even say that many words. She just looks at him and goes, "No." We need to swap it around? Yeah. If these two keep robbing each other of MMR, there's going to be war at Thanksgiving this year. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for a pub game between Puppy Paw and Wham. That's right. The two of them are back at it. This time on good old Hillendale. Malians versus the Ottomans coming in. Yeah, I thought this would be a fun matchup, actually. I feel like we don't get too much Otto versus Malians on Hillendale. A lot of the time we're seeing picks like French, Chinese come through. We're seeing a little bit of English. Abbas has always been a classic. Ottomans has historically been seen here. But I think Malians, even though there's a lot of gold options on this map, because they're so far away, they're usually reserved for elsewhere. But we have to remember, this Civ can trade really well. So keep an eye out for that in case it comes out in this game. Yeah, actually, both Civs have access to trade. Remember, Ottomans, they've got access to the trade landmark in Age 2. I don't rate it that highly. I think Madras is just a lot better. But the other interesting thing is down the line, you can go for the trade bags. And reminder, guys, we've watched one game today already from Wham on the Ottomans, where he went for the Imperial Palace. The Istanbul Imperial Palace, which is the alternate Age 3 landmark that gives you more Vizier points to work with. So don't mark it as impossible, is all I'm going to say. We won't talk about the outcome of that game, but he did do it. He did it against his brother, actually. What cultures do I think the next DLC is going to be? I personally like to see like some new India in there. I would love to see another Indian representation or some Asian representation that isn't China. The other like more obvious ones to me that I think we're just missing is Spain, Portugal, and then you go for the Mesopotamian civs, right? So I'm thinking like Aztecs. I'm thinking like, you know, the Mayans, Incans, these type of civs. I think that would be a really cool DLC combo. If we don't see it in the next one, I think it should be the one afterwards. Because it just feels like a huge part of our history that like is missing. And a very obvious big win, in my opinion. Yeah, like you're going to have a Red Bull Wololo in Spain, but you're not going to have Spain in AoE 4? That's weird. Oh, here we go. Those aren't from Mesopotamia. Wait, my brain, not Mesopotamia. Yes, that's Middle East. What's the term? There is a term, and I don't know why I said Mesopotamia. You're right. My brain went weird. Mesoamerican. That's my brain. Mesoamerican. I don't know why I said Potamia. In fairness, Mesopotamia is a really cool sounding word. Yes, Mesoamerican. So, Aztecs, Mayans, Incans. What about a full French variant? I think we already encouraged enough French people to play the game. The Spanish community is a little bit, like, lacking, you know? We need to get more of them in. Wait, what about an Irish Civ? I don't see any Irish pro gamers yet. Yeah, looks like we're getting the standard. Really? I hyped it up. I talked about these trade landmarks. We're not even going to get them this game. We might be seeing 2TC from Wham, though. 4 on stone this early is a little bit intriguing. It could just be he's trying to optimize around getting the military schools up fast, but like with the wood and stone spread, it does kind of look like the macro for 2TC. And this is a pretty desirable map for it, just because you feel quite hunkered on your high ground. Like hard to reach, hard to breach, right? Still, even though it's like rated quite highly to do 2TC against Malians, if they spot it early on, they're probably just going to react with like the standard bloat of fast Fulani. The only issue then is most of what Malians are going to do get countered by gunners, just going for the Ottoman Janissary. So I am curious to know what Papapor's answer is, because like right now, the meta for Malians, there's a lot of Sofa play in almost every build strat. So unless you're planning to go for like some Farimba Javelineer build, which has fallen off since the nerfs, I'm a little bit concerned. Kema would be cool. Yeah, I think I've mentioned Kema before would be a really cool one. There's a few choices around like Southeast Asia that can make sense. My only issue with Kema is like I almost want to have... I want the next DLC to be a combo of civs that can actually have overlap and interaction. You know what I mean? So like having Spain and Portugal and then having like Aztecs and Incans has very clear recourse. Kind of like a Red Alert 2 campaign where the Allied forces attack the Soviets and the Soviets attack the Allied forces and you play from both sides sort of thing. So that's like something I would like to see. And I think that combo civs gets us it, but Kema doesn't really. So like you'd have to think of enough civs in that area where there's been interaction or there could be interaction to have that like complementary effect for like 2 or 3 campaigns, right? 2TC, by the way, as expected. And the rest of the stone should just be Wham going towards military schools. But this is looking like he's going to need to start ramping up production soon. Because with 2TC, your goal is to try and get down here. Pax Ottomana, the one that gives you 75% increase production rate on TCs, meaning you produce villages almost twice as quick, every 11 seconds. But to get there, he's going to need to start unlocking the points. Meanwhile, Poppyport, looks like we might be getting pro scouts. No, surely not. The reason why pro scouts would feel a bit weird is you're eating your deer already. You've already walled to the other deer, and your opponent's eating his deer. So there's like no deer left. I think he's just going warrior scouts for tempo control. And yes, Mesoamerican should be the term I was thinking of. Because I think Meso is meant to be middle. So like for the Middle Ages type thing. So you've got Mesopotamian and like Mesoamerican. Wham, first thing he does is queues up a drummer. Yeah, it's because he's going active Sipahi production. This is pretty nice and optimal, like getting the meta out like this versus paying for him, because metas aren't cheap, by the way. They're 180 resources. Sipahi are actually cheaper to produce. And also, with the way you want to split your resources, you want to be food wood, not touching the gold as well, because the gold would just be temporary, so it kind of be more idle time to shift between the two. Mesa, because they're from Central America, which is a thing Spanish speakers. I think the Mayans also count as Mesoamerican though, right? Because like you could argue they're in the middle of South America or like the upper side. Like if you actually check Mayans, yeah, it even comes up Mesoamerican, Incans, I believe. Okay, actually Incans just says pre-Columbian South America. Location rather than time for Meso? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Where exactly were the mines? The mines were on the Mexican strip, right? I remember as a kid, I always... Well, yeah, they kind of are and kind of aren't, right? They are... I think... They're more in like the Guatemala area, if I'm not mistaken. Because Aztecs is always the obvious one that people remember. But yeah, like... So Incans, Aztecs would be Mesoamerican, and then I believe, if I remember correctly, Sorry, Mayans, Aztecs rather, and then Incans, if I remember correctly, they were in like Colombian Peru territory. If I remember my history and geography correctly. So they would be called like what? Pre-Columbia is the easy way of referring. I know, I'm just looking for a term that like widely accepts all. I'm trying to think what that'd be. Because like you can, like you refer to, so Spanish and Portuguese, you refer to them as Iberian. American, I guess, yeah, like pre-American civs, I guess, like would be the way of referring to them actually. That covers everywhere. But then people are going to expect that to be like Native Americans, which I don't think Native Americans, does that really fit the time span of AoE4 as well? I guess you could. Actually, yeah, like, that'd be kind of cool. I know AoE3 was based a little bit further forward in time than AoE4, right, if I'm not mistaken. So what's happening in this game? We've got Sipahi massing against Sofa in Feudal. That's not a great sign for Malians. Remember what we said about what comes next? Is like when you play up in Age and Janissaries, especially on a map like this is the perfect type of map to lean into Janissaries because you can wall and cut your way across the map. And the reason that's important is Sofa are just going to get torn asunder. Mesoamerican is a term meaning middle of America. Got you. Yeah, same as Mesopotamia would be... Well, what does Potamia mean? I guess that's just another word for, like... River or land with many rivers? Huh. Did not realize Potamia meant river. There you go. Learn new things. So middle of rivers, because you had, like, those multiple rivers kind of arcing through the mountain range in that area, right? Intriguing. Learning. Languages. Wow. Meanwhile, the Malians are dying. Actually, no. He dodged that really well. Puppy Paw is the one who's got worker kills so far. He kind of needs to when he's up against this type of eco situation, but... Wait, he went trade. He actually did go trade. God damn it. While we've been distracted talking about Mesos, we should have been focused on the sides. Traders coming in from Puppy Paw, but the Sipahi are so well equipped to deny this. Yeah, and the Surfer reaction's an intriguing one, actually. Sipahi are quicker than Surfer, so you can actually technically run away. And also, statistically, like, you're not that bad at trading into Surfer. They should be favored 1-to-1, but when you blob up fights, like Sipahi, with the extra range, are going to reap the benefits and the bounty. This is great, man. He's just keeping his opponent on his side. I think Puppy Paw is just maybe a little bit too one-dimensional, but this is what happens when you go mass traders. You've got all this gold. What do you do with it? I mean, you're against Spear Sipahi, so, like, Javelins makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. Musafadi? Why would you build Musafadi against, like, mass Sipahi? Your only option really does feel like it's kind of Sofa. Yeah, I will admit, like, as a kid, probably my weak area in history was... probably was, like, South American and Central American. I was a lot more fascinated by European history. Like, I don't know, I think that's, like, most Europeans, though. I mean, it's the way you're taught things, right? 100 Years War, etc. Spearman now showing up in the base. Actually kind of docked on them to defend themselves. And also, Wham, he never reproduced a meta. This is a bad fight. A really bad fight. And Puppy Paw takes full advantage of it, surrounds him, cuts everything down. Now we should be seeing a counteroffensive, right? Needs to go back and punish his opponent for this. After all, was a lot of eco kills achieved by Wham. Wham, who is now playing dangerous in terms of position for resources. He did go for extensive fortifications. Yo, that's actually sick. Guys, extensive fortifications is really powerful against Sofa. Sofa are a heavily armored unit. And this means with extensive fortifications, all garrison units do extra free damage to heavy units, right? Because extensive fortifications give you +1 to garrison damage, but an extra +2 against heavy. That's sick. And Wham, oh my god, he just realized it. He did not have Spearman upgraded that entire time. That's a pretty big error. No wonder they melted so easily against these Sofa. He is at least replacing the meta, so like next fight rather, he should be able to kind of like, you know, battle out against this quite nicely. And a Musafadi switch up now coming in from Puppy Paw. That does worry me. I understand the logic of thinking Musafadi are good here. We've seen Muso used against spears because the idea is actually they're very cost efficient. 75 resources compared to 80. The problem, however, can you guys see what the problem is going to be here against Otto? Ottos just need to do one thing to be favored in the fights. Meta, melee armor, thumbs up. +2 armor here is a really big deal. Like actually in the Sofa exchange, it brings the Sipahi quite close to contesting directly. But then for the Musafadi, it means they do nothing. Because Musafadi, I mean, a long time ago, they were pretty broken on their damage breakdown. But these days, not so much. Like, look at this, 8 damage. You'd be losing 25% of your damage output. Papo fishing for that dive point. Wasn't able to get in, though. Sipahi are going to be able to break through the wall, however. And they're going to go back off the trade again, I guess? No, he actually backs away. Shows respect. This is so many Sofa. Oh, man. I mean, I think we focused rightly on the game when it mattered. We let it build into this as a big surprise while we learn how goofed my idea of Meso is. Question is, who's going to be stuck in the Meso with nowhere to go on this one? Wham is heavy into spears, but look at what it's allowing him to do. He's getting ready for Castle Age. Extensive fortifications again. Pekka's going to have to come in clutch here, but it's buying time. The Spearmen are coming in for the backstab. Puppy Paw not able to dive this quick enough, not able to get those kills. We'll have to leave. The fortifications coming in clutch again as several Sofa go down. Meanwhile, at home, Puppy Paw, where's the tech up? He isn't even ready to do it, guys. There's no Fulani being built. And the trade looks good, right? He's up to 19 traders again. But 2TC is just winning out. And I honestly think, like, yeah, I agree extensive fortifications is good. I think extensive fortifications was super clutch in this game. Not just that dive, the one before was very important as well. It's just so much damage to be outputting. What was it? You hit for 9 instead of 6 by default with every garrison slot against Sofa. And he's doing it again! Istanbul Imperial Palace coming in. Real question, why is he not building archers versus spears? Because there's also Sipahi. And reminder of his economy being gold heavy. It's trade. Like, what's the point in doing archers when you're trade? It doesn't make any sense. You need to use the gold. You can trade the gold, but that quickly becomes inefficient. So Sofa flooding, very, very powerful play if you're eventually able to find the castle play. Right? Like, you're able to afford this huge army. If you ever transition to castle, this just can win you the game. It's hella ballsy to do this against Ottomans, though. Because of what we mentioned at the start of the game, which is if they ever crack into Castle Age, they're going to have Janissary. Tech up complete. And wham, usually this is the point where you'd expect the Feudal Age guy to attack the Castle Age guy. Not happening. He's just going to raid on the deer. And he tried for the 1-2 switch. He was expecting Wham to pull the whole army to react. Didn't happen. Sipahi, not upgraded yet, but maybe they get body block long enough. I think that's going to be a struggle. Yeah, instead he's just throwing Sipahi away. Spearmen are catching up now, though. Puppy Paw may have been a bit greedy about this. Yeah, no, he wanted a good trade there, but in the end, gave a bit more back. Still favorable, like he killed more Sipahi and lost Sofa. Probably the last time he's going to get that favorable trade. He needs an age up. It is going to be coming through, and it looks like it is going to be a rush towards the Fulani. Ranchers coming in. Has to be Fulani, guys. With Sofa play here, you need to go Fulani. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain it. Then again, you could argue, like, does he want to? Was a Farimba switch better? But what would you Farimba switch into? There's no point going for the Freeborn. Your opponent has no range units. And then the other two really require initial scaling. Like, you could probably actually make an argument for Mansa Musafadi. I'll give him that. Like, Mansa Musafadi could have been pretty sick here. And it makes sense, like, similar to Sofa, it's heavy on the gold, so your trade line makes sense. No Saharan with that trade. I think if he went for the Saharan, it might have been too obvious. This seems more like a pivot and react towards Ottoman 2TC. Besides, you can build outposts anyway. He's got one or two here, so he has got some tolling. Okay, so both players in castle. We have got imported armors coming in, which is a really big deal for Puppy Paw. 0 Janissaries by Wham. Is it empty, Lani? What are you on about? Look, he's got 10, 11. We're getting there. It's not utterly bad. I'd say this is about enough in a Fulani when you tech up to cope. Cope. Ah, see, you can't make that pun because people just think of the player cow. People aren't sure now whether they prefer my bad puns or me getting confused about what is Meso. Did he just... Yeah, he went for the Janissary Company point. I mean, this is the thing about the Istanbul Imperial Palace build. It gives you this ability to just be so whimsical with your points, really. He went Pax Ottomana, which I think... Has it ran out? Yeah, it's already drained out. But it's gotten him to where he needs to be. 106 eco now. Swam guy is indeed a monster. But given enough time magic, you two could potentially become a monster. A magical monster. We just got to get you a little bit more practice against Ibids. And we'll get you there. You don't want to be a monster, but monsters are good sometimes. You know, Frankenstein was misunderstood. Oh, Frankenstein's monster was. Frankenstein was bat crazy. Like the Cookie Monster, he's misunderstood. That guy's not a bad guy, he just has a crippling addiction. Instead of helping him, everyone just laughs at him. Which makes you ask the question, who's the real monster? Johnny's now coming in against a full melee army. Oh god. This is bad. Puppy Paw's cut off. Like that Cookie Monster should be from Cookies. He is truly cut off. Like, you're just not going to be able to trade at this rate. Villagers are also moving down here. Meanwhile, I dive into the tree line. There's just nowhere to go. Wham has found the perfect time because look, Puppy Paw, he tries to mirror the play into the base. You're diving through, but there's already a second wave building up to defend here, folks. Janissaries and choke points critical to defending here. As Puppy Paw seems to be completely allergic to range units. Dive comes through from both sides. And you notice Wham was a little bit slower on this smush, this smashburger moment in the middle of the base because he understood there wasn't as much urgency for him. But now that he's arrived, he is inevitable. Yeah, meanwhile, this raid on the back done what? Hit a bunch of farms and left. Great job, guys. We stole their crops. Meanwhile, they've taken our wives, our donkeys. I'm more concerned about them taking our donkeys and our cows. This game's over, man. What a cool game. Let me know what you guys think of this type of build. Also, feel free to flame me for my misunderstanding of Mesopotamia, Mesoamerican, and all the rest. We talked about learning moments, I mean learning history, but also just learning builds. This is really cool to see. Another game of Istanbul. And this one, it looks so strong. The extensive fortifications in particular against like Malians, against French. I could see a lot of worth against any civ that relies on heavily armored units in the feudal age. +3 damage should sound like a lot, because it is. In an outpost alone, that's an extra 15 damage per burst attack. And don't get me started on the TCs. That's an extra 45 damage. At this stage, Poppy Boy is just going through the motions. Stroking his chin. He's wondering, what do I do to beat this? And then he hears his own voice, like that time he coached Core. Just win. Just be better, lol. The Chinese aren't even running anymore. By the way, they don't even have melee armor on. That's just attack speed. Oh god, get him out. He coached Core? Oh, it was a long time ago. And then, like, when he was coaching him, like, Core asked a question about something, and he's like, you didn't tell me to do that. He's like, I can't remember the exact... You guys remember the exact context? It's like, just win. I think he's, like, literally just said, just win. A new ultimate meta is approaching. He can have the wife, but not the donkey. See, this man is thinking correct. Your head is screwed on straight, sir. 2 TC fortifications. It's pretty good. I think normally, like, you don't care about fortifications with the discount though, because the TC's already up by then. But it just makes it very hard to dive, is the idea. All right, guys. I don't see any more signups, by the way. Let's fix this. Exclamation mark Masters. If you guys haven't checked out that mobile game yet, go ahead and do it. Thank you very much. You guys enjoying the free content? You want to see more of the content? I'd love to see more show matches. My goal, do good on this campaign. Get a bunch of people to download a free game on their phone. And that will allow us to then easy peasy get renewed for more sponsorships, which gives us more money to run more tournaments and other things. It's just like, dude, literally, it's a free way for you guys to help the channel. If you're a fan of anything like Bejeweled, and on top of that, taking a crap on other people, you can do like Battle Royale Bejeweled. And it even has a bunch of little emotes you can spam to tilt the crap out of people. I do it every single time. There's this sassy one where it's like, every single time I deny something, that emote comes out. It's been super effective. In fact, yeah, I'll type it in for you guys. Doink. All right, 1 second. Let's see what else we've got we can watch. Dude, shout out to the Canadians. They've been delivering today. It's really entertaining games. The number 2 versus Sordov, maybe? Actually, did he play too many games? He might have played too many games. Oh, no. We can do an English versus Biz game. Excuse me. God, my throat is rough. Let's go with a sort of game. The protests? What protests are you on about? Huh? Rogan? And yes, blacksmiths' arrows do indeed upgrade buildings. Arrow fire. Wait, are the YouTube video messages coming through? They should be. I must have missed that one a little bit earlier. Apologies, mate. Camera off did answer you, though. Oh, and I didn't respond to the... We've got to wait for Gamescom 2025. We decided to put money on North Civs. Maybe. I think we already have, like, a... The problem is, like, the North Civs... Norse doesn't make sense to the time period as much. You'd just be looking, like... Not like the Norse you're thinking of, like Vikings and whatever. That's why the Byzantines was, like, a good finesse there, right? You'd be looking more at, like... You could go for Sweden as, like, a nationalized army. Like, you know, having the first... Like, one of the first big official armies. But that's towards the end of the timescape. So I still like this idea of, like, the Scandinavia Civ, which was the custom one where you could choose to be, like, Denmark or Sweden or whatever. That could be cool. Anyway, we want this sort of game, right? Is Emma around? What's for dinner? So we wanted... Was it caramel? No. Fish and chips? Yeah, right. I think it was a Sunken Lands game. English versus Biz. But yeah, I don't like fish and chips, funnily enough. Not the stereotypical Brit you're looking for. Nah, dude, like, I mean, I eat chips, but, like, fish sucks. Also, like, I prefer fries to, like, the fat English chips sort of thing. Only dish that we have? No, we have tikka masala. That's one of our dishes now. One sec. I'm just finding out from Emma. Emma, once again, I've caught her at the moment where she's not staring at her phone, which is very weird. There we go. Just rang her. And I know I heard her pick it up, so I know she looked at her phone now. She has no... Oh, it's pizza. I can do it whenever and then. We can keep rocking. I did indeed. That's why if you put ! Announcement, you'll be able to get the tweet. Tweet's already live, baby. KPMM is just a few days away. All right, let's get in. Why are we watching an account I can't even read? Because this guy right here is number 2. You notice the other name. That's Sordov. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time to see if the number ranked 2 in the world can take a number 2 on a good old fan favorite here, because it's not Puppy Paw, it's ranked 2. This is a Chinese account going up against Sordov. Potential that this is another Louis account. It could also be that this is something like CSO. In fact, just double checking the stats, this account has been around a decent amount. It finished season 10 in 6th. Season 9 rather is ranked 44th. It's been here since season 1. But like obviously started getting high rankings around season 4. I am curious to know who exactly owns this account, but it's got 44 games played so far in this season and has got a 95% win rate. It's almost matching Louis MT in first place at 2400 elo. Sordov, always the grinder, is hanging in there. He's at about 2100 elo right now. Byzantines versus English. This is a matchup we don't actually see very much these days. I'll go to 2x for the early game. I'm kind of curious to see how English wants to try and execute this, because in theory, with a new system build, you would think that the longbow rush is back and better than it's ever been. I have a feeling that there's maybe a paranoia of Hippodrome play that keeps you away from longbow play. Yeah, this is also an interesting matchup for Biz. Like, there's a lot of matchups where when your opponent has got the unit you want to build, you don't really want to build it. But I think longbows for Byzantines in this matchup can fare reasonably well. Even more so when you get this type of build. It's going to be Abbey of Kings. So purple, going for greed. We'll stick on the 2x speed. He's already on the stone, so this is going to be a 2 TC build. In fact, we'll 4x speed it up. Sordov is already gathering the stone for additional assistance. It'll be on him to try and make a move to set the tempo. 16 sheep versus the 13, so Sordov did win that game as well. And it's going to be the Grand Winery. Pretty good position to just deer shove early on as well, by the way. Takes a long time now, but at such a short distance would be worth it. Just give Sordov options in the area. I do wonder if he's going to go for an early Kira Siphon timing. Like, Kira Siphon's pretty good at breaking secondary TCs. Is English 2 TC meta the way to go? It has been for a very, very long time. In more recent times, I'd say it's kind of fallen off, just because English has as well. So people had to get a bit more creative. We have seen, for example, some mass horseman spam builds Mass Horsemen would have been kind of intriguing here against Byzantines, especially considering they did not go for the Hippodrome option. We'll stick on the 2x speed for the moment. As the king does come out. Final sheep haul. Very good for Sordov. 15 sheep to work with. Of course, he's now switched over to the berries. And we are going to get that Western contract. Reminder, when the English do this build, you can try to outmass them on Lombo strats. Yeah, also it plays very well in the late game. When you get your hands on the volley as well, and you've just got all that olive oil, you can spam out Lombos to mirror the backline play. King's going to come out to be annoying. We'll go down to the 1x speed now, just because it's getting a bit scattery, chasing around like that. And first spears do hit the field. So second TC was very defensive, by the way, but this has been the tried and true way the English always do this, right? They set up the 2TC on the gold. This worked really well because it actually set up on the wood as well. And then you start to flesh out the farms. The weakness on this map with this play is that there's only 1,600 gold. So if you do anything but just fast tech, you're probably going to be in a lot of trouble here. Yeah, I mean, you could try to white tile for the 4K later. Like a white tile placement here would secure the farm areas and also set up for the gold. But it looks like we are going to get some aggro play. Yeah, he goes into Archer Horseman. On 2TC, this is a little bit surprising, actually. Byzantines, in theory, should have the edge on timing. Because the systems return the investment a lot quicker than the TC, is the idea. Right? Because you're just buffing up your economy by a percentage on all eco, really, at this stage. Whereas your opponent, yes, they're scaling 3 more villages per minute, but there's a cost to that. 50 food each time, right? And this is, yes, I know there's a cost of TC, but if you equate the cost of systems, like, systems are slightly cheaper. Well, they're about the same, right? Like 125 times 5, so you end up at 625. And then you've got the cost to aqueduct in between, so I think you end up being about 50, 60 behind what the system spam costs. But the system spam isn't just about buffing the gathering rates, remember. It gives you so much more. The increased production rates, the research times to get blacksmith advantages. There's a lot of good that comes out of this build, and that's why Byzantines, in most cases, have made this the default build. Like, if you're playing Grand Winery, it's usually mass system. The only time we don't see it is when you see these Hippodrome openings, because that's a very different direction you take your build in. And yes, KPMM is available for sign up. I need to talk to Tommy about us, like, changing a few details on how it's revealed. There's only 7 maps per week, remember. And big changes, actually. So not only have we got more money to throw at the players, we're now going to have third place matches. And we've got prize pool distribution to include the top 8, whereas previous edition was only the top 4. And good point from Super Zero T. Remember, when you place buildings with the Byzantines, you get a stone rebate depending on the size of the building. So yeah, it's even cheaper that way. And you are going to build multiple things, right? The olive groves, the production buildings, even houses, all giving a little bit back. Longbow spam coming in. Pretty heavy hand from English, but like this play by Sordov is just going to get out of the age. Yeah, Golden Horn Tower coming through. Does Purple have the attack point here? He shouldn't really. The third Lombo group is now coming out. Okay, it's 28 seconds away, which is not that long. Maybe the south side berries, like that's definitely an exposure point. I think sort of maybe overreaching with this. But the rest of the base feels like it should be fairly secure. Guess we'll find out. Purple's going to try to unravel him here. He's going to wedge himself between the retreat point and where the berry gatherers were happening. But it looks like Sordov's read was in time. Pulls away before he lose any of these workers. Actually, did he lose one? No, I think that one was from earlier. Tech up complete, though. 14 villager lead for Purple means he should be able to catch up quite quick here. And with pressure on the enemy side of the map, it also means, like, if he runs out of gold soon, he'll be able to play for a white tower drop to secure more. Lombo count is neck and neck, but the difference is Sordov has them all here. And also, Purple will be reluctant to fight, because he'll know that that age-up advantage is coming. Yeah, veterancy did just kick in, so Purple. Correct read to back away from that entirely. Isn't it kind of sad that this is the way English play still? Castle Age. Every time. I mean, in fairness, he was kind of looking for the attack point in Feudal. But it required the 2TC play. And I think that's the part that maybe some people roll their eyes at. Is like, have we not developed beyond this yet? Is it still always got to be 2TC? I think there's some matchups where English can play 1TC aggro still. We've seen that, for example, in the Lancaster matchup. Depending on the map, you can just go for an all-in and get decent results. And the white tower drop now come through. I feel like they have to do it. Well, the farms did get buffed, actually. I've seen some impressive 1TC men-at-arms spam type builds. I think it might have been Wham I saw do the other week. Oh, it's coming home for Sordov already. With the white tower locked in, that 4K locked in, I mean, purple could just scale this all the way now. This is pretty much the position we got used to seeing English do time and time again. Pressure is now on Sordov to do something about it. He has got the Monk advantage, so Relic's going to be great here. That means he could just outscale Lombos. My only concern is men-at-arms, armor-clad, very, very powerful against the Lombo spam. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, we don't really see the men-at-arms spam as much from English at the moment. I know, for a start, it's because they're a rare pick these days, but when they do come out, it feels like often it's more about cav. And then you get to the late game and it becomes about spears. If Sordov had military academy, I think he's just not gotten for it. I mean, it's cataphract spam. It's not as much about blob as like quality and positioning. And all of his gold is going into the cata right now, plus the monk. So I can kind of understand why his economy was skewed away from holding that much for it. We got full lock-in. Purple's going to start spreading out into the farms on the east side here. Yeah, this is just full. You know when you just take a glance at what an English player is doing, and you already know. You know, at least with Lancaster, they convince you for a moment after they do it that they're not doing it. You know, like, oh man, Lancaster, I can't believe you're just going Imperial Age. Oh, what's that? He built 20 yeomen. Whoa. Meanwhile, this... I think I know how Purple likes to play for the late phases. And, you know, this... Can we just agree this actually does kind of feel like Louis? I do wonder, is this Louis? This doesn't feel like CSO. That much I'm sure of. So then it's what? Louis or Scarlet Devil would be the obvious ones? I'm not sure this is Scarlet. This doesn't feel like Scarlet. I think Louis just felt like his Chinese account was getting lonely at the top. So he wanted to put another account up there. Oh, poor Sordov. You know, he gets this all the time as well because of when he queues. Sordov has pretty much just become the European representative to replace Dimu when it comes to the Louis encounters. I'm not sure if you should be happy about that or not. In fairness, you get better by playing better players, right? So there is that advantage. Sort of just trying to find that aggro point. But the 4K is the real thing you need to be targeting here. We've got veterancy coming in for the Lombos of the English. Mangonel placements are going to be there, so Sordov's going to feel safe at home. Yeah, like this is defensive Lombo player. No way you ever try to dive. A lot of knights coming through now, though. Which definitely makes sense for Sunken Lands. Sunken Lands doesn't have much resource in one location, right? That the gold's very small and then you move on. And the other thing that's bad about that for Byzantines is an accelerated civ. Their economy works faster, which means they have to move to a new economy location quicker in the game. I think that's also like why you see civs like Atri always rush towards Regnants, and it's always the go-to play. It's like they're going to live beyond their means, but by getting the relics, they can sustain, right? And that's a 35% buff civ. Remember, at this stage, we're dealing with a 28% buff civ. Sorry, 26. Biz has more Lombos than English. What am I meant to do with all this oil? All right. Host a party? Sheesh. Open up my own masseuse parlor? Like, what do you want from me? I mean, at this point, he's not even using it. It's like, okay. I've got 30 Lombos. I don't really feel like I need more. Imagine he just stockpiles until he's like in Imperial Age with 5,000 olive oil. Oh. How about some mercs? Because war elephants would rot pretty hard here, actually. Yeah, I think you just go war elephants or royal knights. I hope Sordov does that. This is a great position to do it in. Good idea. Tries to use the trample to cut off the enemy. Not going to work. He's steering the Lombos, which means you had to snipe a few of these guys. Louis, quick to go wider. So loses a few knights. Behind this, we are prepping a horseman switch, though, and Sordov hasn't read that at all, by the way. He's still just pumping more longbow Kada. This is not a good look for Sordov, guys. This is putting him in a pretty shaky position, actually. Horsemen do get revealed fairly early. And I say early, he's at 14 already. He also has a crossbow switch coming in. The crossbows is a bit peculiar here, because crossbows get counterplayed by Lombos. So the idea is the horsemen are meant to just demolish Lombos so you can win, but like this is different with Byzantines to like other civs. They kind of have to with Lombos. There's no other better choice. So they're going to do it anyway. So it does feel maybe a bit premature into crossbows, but I mean, he has to do something about Katas, right? You can't do spears against LBs either. Sort of very reluctant to go in, though. I feel like that was his moment, actually. The base was wide open. Instead, it seemed he was more worried about getting Dove on his side. So Louis' greed goes unpunished. Now both of them just posturing for the main engagement. Steel arrow coming in around the same time. Sort of looking for a switch into horsemen. Makes sense. You've already seen crossbows coming for your opponent now. You don't want to be the only guy at the heavy cav dance. What do you guys reckon? Ones if you think Byzantines will win this, twos if you think English will. And English just has so much food. Sort of has not fixed that problem. Sordov's economy, like, I mean, I get it's a 30 worker lead, but almost feels like a 60 worker lead. I think the number one problem here for Sordov is he knew he was up against 2TC, right? I think he definitely scouted it. Or at least with the way that the pub was playing this, you assume you're up against 2TC. But he never tried to break in. Like, these walls on the north side would have been kind of obvious target. There was an opening here originally, right? He's moving for it now, but he brought the Lombos, which means you're going to have to move a little bit slow to protect your army, which means that Louis could either mirror and dive your base or backstab you. Like, these are the risks now when you bring the Lombos with you. So we march into the base. Sort of. Nicely done. Peels back. Sends in 9. Villagers on the farms are going to be running for their lives. Textiles is there. But 3 cataphracts is the perfect number. That will allow him to one-hit kill workers. He actually pulls the rest of them away, though. And I don't know why, because they couldn't get out, really. They tried to trample past. Doesn't work that well. Sort of reveals half of his horsemen. Yeah, the count there is a bit pathetic. He just doesn't really have the food to go mass ponies. The counter raids are being shut down, by the way. They just didn't really achieve much. So in grand total, Sordov got 3 worker kills. Lost several cataphracts. May now lose the engagement. On the upside, of course, is the English are playing outside of their aura, so no attack speed booster here. Cataphracts with a light trample there just to stick on top of the horsemen. The knights in the center. Looks like a breakthrough, sort of. Able to win the fight here. Louis not respecting the necessity of having his aura. Starting to get overwhelmed. He's going to start to pull the crossbows away. Longbows essentially frontlining. Second wave of Expos has arrived, and that will be enough to start scaring Sordov back. Yeah, actually turns around with the Cataphracts, pulls them out of range. Attack speed aura is now going to be there. But Sordov now with a big military lead. Question is, can he swing it into that economy? It's one thing to win the fight, but now he needs to win the food race. He's been getting outmassed on that count for a long time. Needs a transition point. Needs some sort of edge. Lacks it currently. Doesn't really have that many groves. Doesn't have 2 TC. Doesn't have a dive onto those farms. It starts to feel like he doesn't have a hope in hell at this rate if he keeps slow rolling this. Purple. Well, I mean, sure, he lost the longbows, right? But now you ask the question, did he really want the longbows? Did he need them? Or was it better to just trade them out and now just play full horseman crossbows? I like that he's adding in a few knights. Like, both are just as impactful here against longbows. But the idea is, like, if you have a few knights, you can contest the Cataphract front line. Just needs to be fighting around this attack speed booster. Missing out on Network of Citadels is a really big deal. 30% booster goes a long way. Sort of. What is the goal now? Because you've got to be sensing it, right? Like, your opponent hasn't come out to attack. It's going to be remassing to a certain degree, but the eco lead is so big. We can see it's not just about rebuilding the army. It's about building a new army. Wingard on the way now. Ay. And you guys, this is a perfect game for Wingard Raiders. Think about what Louis has been building and what Louis wants to build. He wants to build more horsemen, more knights. Because you aren't counterplaying either. And Wingard Raiders is a phenomenal option for that. Just bursts out so many cavalry units and even gets a bit discounted. Sort of with a bigger army right now. Does he sense it? Does he feel it? And this is the other thing, like when you don't play against English for a very long time, when you rarely experience them, it's very hard to gauge the value, the power of Network of Citadels because you just don't see it enough anymore. It is an incredibly powerful tech. One of the best auras in the game. And if you haven't trained against it regularly recently, you may be overvaluing it. Sort of. Using the longbows to trade out against the crossbowmen. Flash is going to come through, though. Elite upgrades are on the way in. Crossbowmen in 40 seconds. It's going to start pulling those expos away. The horsemen look like they're starting to break through onto longbowmen, sort of. The army's deceptive. He may have military count lead, but most of it not in this engagement. The cat count getting rather low. He needs to back away. We talked about this attack speed, and you see exactly what we mean. You'll see it even clearer in the second part of this, in the disengagement from Sordov. As the longbow count gets de-escalated down to just a mere 16. Louis MT, you'd think he didn't even tech with the way he held his own there. Say Kurotai is a better aura? The issue with Kurotai is where you have to use it. I can just build my aura everywhere as English. I can spread my aura across the entire Earth. Good luck doing that with a Kurotai. Good luck, have fun to sort of. Although I don't think English get to have much. Or anyone rather in a game against English gets to have much fun at this stage. It's ridiculous. A 50 worker lead. He also just got enclosures, by the way, for the 63 farmers. The gold surge is going to get ridiculous. Outpost now extending up. Maybe meta? The meta doesn't hold a candle to the scaling of Network of Citadels. You're talking about a 15% attack speed buff versus a 30%. Remember. It's like, oh, you can get 2 melee armor? Sure, I can just build men at arms and do the same. New wolves coming in. like cannons will try to intercept that, but the cavalry response coming through. A strong one here as we've got more Wingard Raiders on the way. Knights to be upgraded first, horsemen likely a priority afterwards. Sordov, I have a feeling pulling the trigger on Imperial might be the thing that could kill him here. He has to, though. Even though he's not maxed out on military, like, what option is there? Keep trading? Trade worse? You know those elite upgrades are coming through. You can even see it now. You get confirmation on the Knights. Go Tar. Not going to come in. Probably a blessing there that you can reinvest the stone elsewhere. Got plenty of stone to work with. Another thing that can make English obnoxious on this map. They don't actually need the gold. They just don't want you to have it. Remember, the enclosures, he generates plenty to get a few Wingard Raiders out. Tech a little bit here or there. This is just going to give him that burst potential. Outpost in the center is at least going to get denied. And, oh, then this is do or die, right? Sort of. We said he can't really afford to go for an age up. The risk is high. He feels it. It's a full reinvestment, so he's going for the 200 pop and then tech. Problem is, this gives all the time in the world for Louis to get reactions. And Louis to get an even bigger edge, right? Because at this rate, he will now be able to afford the university technologies. So even if you then catch up to Imperial, you're still technically behind in a big way. Yeah, the thing is, when you talk about university techs, you need to think of it more like an Age 5. It's Age of Empires 4's secret 5th level. Horseman now in the base. Hello. Wait, what? This is most of his army. Oh my god, what? Louis, he sent practically the entire army to attack. I mean, he knows it's worthwhile, doesn't he? Look at it, the villagers. Oh my god, they go down so quick. Reinforcing wave coming through, but it's into elite knights. This is just done. Sort of, he's torn. Doesn't know where to go. So there's a few cavalry units through. The cataphracts are at least raiding the farms, but the dive underneath the white tower with the cannon emplacement, an impossibility to maintain. Has to run away. Knights now chasing through, and sure, Louis, he lost workers as well, but from his position, that's not a bad thing. He's got room to grow his military now. For Sordov, he wasn't at the pop cap position. And now he probably never will be. 52 workers left over. No signs of Imperial coming through. This was him pulling the trigger for a do or die moment. And death is now calling. Creeping even towards you. Double bombard can now clear the fort castle. Last of the raiders down here, now being mirrored by the knights. And sort of losing even more. Like, he's not even really reacting at this stage. Bombards onto the castle. Frontline workers dead. This game is over. Damn. Well played, Louis MT. Blast from the past. Not much English seen these days. A little bit of a shame there's no new evolution to the Civ, right? Like, this is just the old standard. The old but gold. Definitely an interesting map, though. Like, the more I think about Sunken Lands, and we've seen a lot of Sunken Lands today, I actually really like it for a pick like English. Just any Civ that has extra ways of generating gold is a huge up here. Still trying? I mean, you're going to at this stage, right? You've still got an army, you might as well punt it out there, but the difference is in walling, right? Like, you can't even have time to react once these raids hit, because they're not going to hit a wall first. I mean, even if they did at this stage with 30 plus cavalry, with Imperial torch damage, it's just going to kill it. And we've got the Louis Classic. Yeah, it really wouldn't be a Louis game if we didn't at some point see English men-at-arms. Like, this is probably his like most known and notorious play. He loves men-at-arms spam in the late game. And he loves playing proxy base to do it. Sort of looking to break in, but the breakthrough is too slow. Cavalry now with the torches out. Louis MT wants this game over with. He said, why have you not just GG'd? Mangonel and towers are going to be problematic, but remember, he's got bombards. He can bring them to the forward side. Man, he doesn't even care about this raid, really, does he? He's just kind of been ignoring it. Not even reacting. Finally, he's going to have a reaction. Brings the cavalry home. Okay, come on. So after all that, I'm kind of shocked he let him go that deep before reacting. I guess Louis is like, okay, maybe I can kill some eco before coming home. There's no real threat to me. Should show a bit more respect, though. When it's longbows are a lot more efficient at clearing these villages when they try to run back. If they attack them one by one. Weirdly enough, they're just kind of A-clicking different targets right now. Cav rotation's coming in. Sort of. Is about to feel very out of position here. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. The Chinese boogeyman is coming for you. I'm ready to Freddy Krueger him out of this game. MAA have not been upgraded yet. So, I mean, Sordov can... I'm not going to say trade well. That's an insult. Like, he can trade here. But once this arrives, which you can see is now coming in, I mean, we're talking about 1 damage per longbow shot. Limitane also hitting for 1 damage. The Horseman hitting for, what, 2 damage? Yeah, this is just... This is sad to watch. Oh my god. English men-at-arms look so broken when you're an age ahead. It's the extra 2 armor. In a situation where you're already going up to extra armor anyway. Like, it's pretty insane. And yeah, I think this is when he knows he's toast. Because you're not really going to try to crossbow switch when you know your opponent's got mass horsemen, are you? I mean, you could try. It's just not going to be a good sign. I guess if he has enough... Like, wait, actually, how many mango towers does he have? Let me map out how he wins this. I think if you have, like, 6 mango towers on each side of your base, that should be enough to kill the men-at-arms. Until the bombards arrive. Oh, these aren't here, which means this is technically still possible. Yes, let the sadness swallow you whole. Obba gobble gobble. Well, there you go, folks. An English enthusiast from China showing you how it's done. Yeah, Louis does love his English historically, actually. I still remember when we started the KPMMs and like the first few weeks, he was obsessed with spamming them out. If you guys remember that. Like he would actually play a lot of English. We had the first week, I think every single series, it was like his first pick out of the gate. I have a side bet on that game. $100 for winning cast. Wait, what? What do you mean? Rogan? Huh? Why not? Where we keep going? What's KPMM? KPMM is our weekly format of tournaments. So every single week, we have 32 players, some of the best in the game, compete in a single elimination bracket. Starting on the Friday, grand finals on the Thursday. Like SC2 weeklies? Sure. We've been running those, so we ran 30 editions. They recently resolved, and then we had a little bit of a break as we prepped for them to start up again. They'll be starting up on the 8th of August. So from the 8th of August, we'll be back this time with $20,000 in funding. So the previous edition was $9,000 across 30 weeks. This time we're doing $20,000 across 40 weeks. My hairline, you see how it's still there? Still there? Yeah? Probably going to be gone by the end of the 40 weeks. Disappearo, never coming back. We are an official Microsoft tournament. I am definitely still seeking additional sponsors, though, because although that covers the prize pooling, it doesn't really cover my living as a human being. And I'd also like to be able to, increase the prize pool even further. So if people do know brands, please do reach out. It helps. Would love to be able to move the needle like 5, 10, 15k or whatever. Get it even bigger than before. All right. Anyway. What other games have we got? I really should go eat soon. Ooh. I'm weighing up whether we keep going or if we call it. We've been live for what? Like almost 5 hours? Problem is, often on a Monday, there's like loads of stuff we need to do. I haven't even checked my inbox yet, but I imagine there's a bunch of responses to different stuff. Yeah, there's quite a few. Need to put on an oven? Okay, put the oven on, please. I guess we do another game while I wait for my food. Could work with DraftKings. What's DraftKings? I don't even know what that is. Oh, Gamba. No, I can't. So, I mean, if a Gamba company wanted to sponsor us to do a different tournament, that's a possibility. Although they'd have to, like, make an offer, proposal, whatever. But if you are an official Microsoft tournament, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed Gamba sponsors. But yeah, I don't even know. Also, the other thing you have to keep in mind with Gamba is if they aren't active in the scene already, it's very hard to get them active. Because the way this works is like there's a lot of odds makers for these type of sites where they get like their bets and wagerings for games and whatever, right? And unless those guys set up the system, then you can't have a game exist. Like, you know, you can't like there's no point sponsoring in a game, right? Now you might go, okay, but KP, isn't that just like go have them set it up? It is, but the problem with that, quite often what actually deters these Gamba sponsors from activating in new games is that if you do it, yes, you are benefiting, but it's like you're doing extra work to create extra money potentially for your competition as well. That's the way they see it. Because like if the vendor sets up a gambling source of bookmakers, like odds makers rather for you, they'll also make them available to your competitors. That's usually how a lot of these companies view it. Yeah. It is sad it gets seen that way, though. Let's do some Inline Horizon. HRE versus Lancaster. It's like the Sordov show today. Probably look to do some like Ravane tomorrow. I think I saw some other Numadon Wham games. Maybe some Magic if he gets on the ladder again. Eyebrows, eyebrows. Gambling is kind of plaguing our generation at the moment. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, you can be, like, really upset about Gamba or whatever, but, like, here's the thing. In esports, it's literally, like, an inevitability. I know it's this conversation, like, AV2. I think Harry even said, like, if there was Gamba on a tournament, he'd refuse to play in it. It's like, kudos if your scene is able to function where everyone's okay with money not being there, but a lot of scenes literally get into a situation where they have to have Gamba money or they can't exist, right? So, like, until esports can generate money through other reliable, meaningful methods, Gamba is a necessary evil, whether people like it or not. It's just a reality. AoE 4 hasn't really needed it. I don't want to say needed it. I think AoE 4 would like it. The problem is AoE 4 isn't really... And AoE 2, like, maybe... isn't really at the scale where these big boys care as much. Because they can make a lot more money on the amount of people that would Gamba on a Tier 2 Counter-Strike tournament. Or a Tier 2 League tournament, or Dota tournament, or Valorant tournament. The amount of people willing to Gamba on those is, like, higher than, like, Age of Empires in any example. Like, even StarCraft, I think StarCraft maybe has some Gamba options, like sites. But I don't even think there's necessarily, like, direct sponsors. That might be due to Blizzard limitations, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the rules. But yeah. It's also just, like, the relatability of, like, what you can Gamba on is, like, some people will like gambling on something like Counter-Strike because in their brain it's, like, easy to follow when they're tracking their Gambas. What Gamba are you talking about exactly? I'm talking about esports betting. And where the guys usually put the money, etc. because someone brought up like getting a Gamba sponsor for AoE4. And then like there's multiple elements to that. Like obviously you need to get your hands on a sponsor first of all that can activate in the scene. But like for my case, like it wouldn't be for KPMM because KPMM is a Microsoft endorsed tournament. We would not be allowed to have that as a sponsor. So like for those who don't know, Microsoft, if you're receiving Microsoft money, there are some rules about certain sponsorship types. So for example, I think the primary ones are we can't have alcohol, drugs, gambling, other games as well. I think is one that we're not allowed on the tournament specifically, and there might be a few others in there. But yeah, I know they're mostly reasonable. I haven't had really an issue with it. Like technically, so here's the thing: like if AoE4 scaled a bit, the gambling sponsor money that would probably be offered would be high enough that you would just like you could be in a position to decline the Microsoft sponsored money, if that makes sense. Like if it gets big enough to the point that we're talking like let's say the average viewership in the directory is 10k. Let's say I am a tournament that generates 3,000 to 4,000 people watching. I could probably get more money from a gambling sponsor than Microsoft would be able to offer. Actually, maybe that's not true. Like if I'm 3 to 4k in size, Microsoft would be willing to offer more. But like the thing you have to keep in mind, guys, is because of how much money these gambling sponsors know they can make per person, they will pay insane amounts. Like in Counter-Strike, there are teams that are getting paid in the millions for these sponsorships. A lot of teams, even like the tier 2 teams, can get like hundreds of thousands. One sec. And by the way, to like the point, sorry, I was just sharing the Reddit thread that's been put up about KPMM coming back. So like it's for anyone who follows Counter-Strike, you know how bad it's gotten to like the point where, you know, a lot of people are honest about their opinion on it, but they'll also say that if tomorrow, let's say tomorrow Valve said you cannot have gambling sponsors anymore, then like half the tier 2 scene would just disappear. Like half the teams would just shut down because they wouldn't be able to afford to exist anymore. That is how much of the sponsorship money and etc. is like made up by a gambler. God, I kind of want to do another game, but I'm also like my throat is a bit rough. Maybe we do something chill. Do we look at Reddit to round out the stream? It's a bit of a weird one. I think my throat is starting to recover. I just don't want to push it. What's going on Reddit? Because Emma's prepping the oven for the pizza. So I think we might get ready to wind down. My throat's starting to feel a bit better. Just don't want to overdo it, right? Please stop. Yo, you know what the best part is? I mean, that's meant to be gold, but can we just all agree that looks like cheese? Cheese and then you eat rocks. Can you imagine if if AoE4 became like that, where you could just pro scouts anything? Oh my god. Please stop. Dude, that legit looks like cheese though. That doesn't look like gold. That looks like really crummy cheese. Is it wrapped chocolate? Oh. Yeah, but like, that's the trick, is that you deliver it to someone's base, and then you find out they're all allergic to nuts, and it actually happens to be a hazelnut chocolate. Checkmate. I do love the fact that it's wearing it like a cheese hat as well. Have you got anything interesting happening? This is animal abuse. A ridden horse should carry 15 to 20% of his body weight. A 500 kilogram horse has a safe load of up to 100 kilo. That leaves a little margin for a deer carcass. Pro scouting would hurt the horse's spine and back. See, guys, you need to all stop pro scouting today. Y'all are animal abusers, and the more you pro scouts, the more horses are suffering. You're all monsters, okay? Stop pro scouting. Thank you. This guy's right. You guys are killing these poor horses. Right? Y'all are the reason why they moved away from cavalry warfare to foot infantry. Because you kept killing all their ponies. Uh-oh. Do we do this? I am kind of curious. I didn't notice this. There's a poll about the Marine Lord Beastie. Post-mortem action was 99% correct. I definitely agree with that. Whole situation should have been kept behind the scenes. I mean, like, even if you back Beastie, I think that this is probably more right. M-Lord is right. His response is reasonable. Don't care about this case, but the rules should be clear to avoid any misunderstanding. Solve it like 2 adults in private. The game should make. I mean, this is too wholesome. Dude, it hurts me how many people are going to be like, I found this story very entertaining. And probably this one at the top as well. Like, for me, I think Emerald's take is pretty reasonable on what he done in the video. And the comparison to, like, the Wham game didn't fit. This is, like, fair. Like, I don't think it's a case like the rules were not clear. My understanding is there was a clear, like, number the admins had in mind for, like, a remake or not a remake. And whether that's communicated to the players or not shouldn't really matter. As long as, like, the admins, like, everyone who's judging whether it's a remake or not is in alignment on what percentage is required for a remake. Because if you tell the players what percentage is required for a remake, that actually biasly skews what they're going to say as a percentage in terms of advantage, right? Because there's going to be subconscious bias as to how they then perceive it. So if you tell them, yeah, by the way, it's like a default win if it's over 80%, then like people who maybe like Beastie more or like Marine Lord more, or like slightly favor X or Y outcome more, are then going to skew their answer of a percentage around that figure. Does that make sense? It's like actually the admins knowing what the percentage figure is for a remake, but not communicating that to the people they then ask the players, that is, that what number they put it at, to me is fine. It's like I'm kind of with this, but I'm also not. All right, whatever. Let's do the wholesome answer. I'm curious. Yo, community surprises me. Well done. So we haven't got like the 99% here. This is with like the, yeah. So we're here in kind of tame territory and reason. Like I said, the admin thing is like complicated. This is like so wholesome it doesn't make sense. But M Lord is actually like winning with his breakdown. I think his breakdown was like very. I've heard it. Like his breakdown is very level headed. He admits like some faults. And like maybe how things are executed, and he sees like where like BC POV of how he feels his head was. But like this is the thing as well. Like you got to keep in mind when the players see it, they're envisioning it. And I think one thing we said about this is like the folly of being like, well, I mean, you can see how BC can start to win this game. Is like it's flawed in the you can see how you can win the game, but you start to win the game. You know when we get like a matchup where we say this is like 80% favored towards this civ, right? We still play the game, don't we? Right? We don't just say pointless, GG, move on. You know, like even when you're like me and Crackety on the mic or whoever else on the mic, and you hear him go, "Oh man, like this is the worst matchup for this civ. Like it's so hard to get out of this position." The player doesn't just like get up from the seat and leave the room, right? Because A, like they can still execute perfectly, and B, their opponent can still execute flawed. So like that's the thing, right? Like dude, can you imagine how boring AoE4 would be if we just got in the game and the two players looked at their civs, looked at their spawns, and then one player just typed GG at 1 minute in? That'd be the stupidest thing ever, right? So like you may be favored, but like you have to weigh up like, you know, how favored are they? Can the person even execute? And whoopsie, don't want to be here. And we even talked about the other things, like when it's online versus offline, there's a very big difference in terms of like what that percentage skew should be for a remake versus a default point. Because at that point, and like, because at that point it's like difference of tech. Like the tech is like I feel like you have to have a high standard for a remake when it's everyone has the same tech. Because when it's remote, you then also factor in who crashed. Like if the disadvantaged player crashed, it's more likely to be a default point than not. Spare Pesty. I mean, I feel bad about Pesty. I think Pesty got burnt out from this type of stuff, man. And Pesty's a successful guy. He can like put his time into other things, right? Like I've definitely felt the absence of Pesty in the last year or two. Not in a flame way of like I know he's not there. More that I felt that we definitely like suffered from a lack of that presence. As Pesty was a really good driving force in the scene for better things. Fixing Pro Scouts meta? Reverting the change of Scouts automatically returning deer. I think the QOL of that made it worthwhile. If you do this change, it never happens. Like, this is the thing that's going on right now. Like, so if you remember that a while ago, Pro Scouts came back in because they changed it so that the deer would just, like, auto back, right? I think if you change that back, it's on the same level of, like, why Saint's Blessing is technically, like, OP for Roost, but we never see it. We had this the other day when we were casting a game, and Kilyadi was like, wait, it's that much? For those that don't know, Saint's Blessing is +2 damage, +1 armor of each type. That's a 3 damage differential, which is quite freaking nuts. Like, that's... You're basically... Like, in terms of damage exchanging, your values, like, you know... You're approaching Triumph levels, right? Triumph is +4, no armor, of course. But remember, think of it like this. It's a 3 damage differential because you get 2 damage and you mitigate 1 extra. But the thing he said is, like, the problem is in the late game, keybinding-wise, select all army doesn't select warrior monks. And that's a big part, a big driving force, and why people won't use it late game. So quality of life elements are really important. Like, if you make someone too cheerful, yeah, someone won't use it. But, like, is that a good or a bad thing? Because then you go from Pro Scouts existing to not existing at all. Like, if you revert that change where Pro Scouts autos back, I don't think anyone Pro Scouts anymore. Do we need a counter to Mass Cav? I think there should be a MAME effect when you take damage, maybe. At least to formations. Like, you shouldn't just be able to catch up into formations if you've taken damage. I think formation shuffling is the bigger problem in general in AoE 4. Yo, my boy Grubby! Guys, did you see this? Pog? Wholesome content creator returns to AoE 4? Speed snare from AOM? Yeah, I think that would be good. This is sick. Our boys coming back? I do love... Wait. I love this, though. Cool new indie games that are solid candidates include games such as Warcraft 3, Balatro, AoE 4, and HOTS. I wasn't aware that those are indie games, Grubby. I think he's been playing too much of those quadruple A Ubisoft games recently, and he doesn't realize that AAA games are actually, like, not indie games. Actually, no, I guess because there's quadruple A games now, these are indie games. Dude, my mistake. This would be cool, though. I'd love to have Grubby come back. I've missed the dude. I feel like that's a relationship I let burn out. We didn't talk super regularly, but like we occasionally chat, and I really like the guy. But we just like I don't think we talked in a long, long time. It'd be nice to have him back and catch up. But like it would be a good time to come back, right? I think the only like major thing from when he left that's still maybe an issue is like obviously the input in Age of Empires 4 isn't ideal. I think outside that, like it's probably a good time for him to like come back. People really seem to like Grubby. Seems like a positive guy, and I think that's important. I've said this before. Like your front-facing guy should really be like the PMA type guy. You can have your edgy type dudes or whatever, but I think like for your main candidate to lead, having someone who's really PMA is important. Like I think a lot of people view T90 to be a PMA guy, and Hera now as like a frontal guy has become a lot more PMA. Viper has always been very PMA, right? But like in Warcraft, I love that they've got Back to Warcraft. I think the Back to Warcraft guys are so wholesome. It's incredible, right? I think, you know, I always think back to Overwatch when it was in its prime, and Seagull was like the main candidate, and he was so freaking wholesome. Apex Legends had someone like Dizzy who was great for that as well. You know, the reason why these type of like wholesome people are important is like that PMA is very important for new players. You can have your trolls and your funny, haha, edgy guys that really works for the more ingrained people. But people who are like new to a game, if that's the first thing they see, their brain is like, what an asshole, right? Like they don't have enough investment at all because you're at the point where you're trying to get them to invest in the game. So they want to be able to focus on the game in a positive light, and having someone who's like very positive or funny about it is good for that. If you've got someone who's just always trolling, it's different, right? Like I think, you know, you can float that line of being trolly, shall we say? but it is like hard to balance, and I think a lot of people who try it fail. So like, for example, I think Sing Sing was pretty good at this in Dota 2 in the early days. Sing Sing actually balanced it quite well, and that's easier said than done. But like, there's other people that just wouldn't have fit that role. They wouldn't be able to make it work. All right. Anyway, guys, I think as soon as we had this talk, my food's going to be ready soon, so we won't have time, I'm afraid, for another game. But good news is we'll be back tomorrow. That's right. We're going to be doing more games tomorrow as well. In the meantime, don't forget to click that link. Get those downloads up. Let's at least try and get double-digit downloads. It's a free game after all, so go check it out. I definitely recommend giving it a spin. It's, when you're in the toilet, it might be the perfect game to pass the time. Take a dump on someone online while you take a dump in real life. I'll even drop it in the YouTube chat so you guys can check as well. But yeah, that'll be it. We'll be back tomorrow, probably about the same time we went to live today. We are T-minus 3 streams away from KPMM launching again. It's crazy. It's already that close. But what I'm going to do now, I'm going to stop the streams for Kick and YouTube. Thank you very much. We'll be back about the same time tomorrow for more high-level games. Some Wham, some Ravane in there, maybe some Dumu, some Crackety, maybe Magic if he queues up on for you. Wink, wink. But thank you very much. End the streams there. For Twitch, hang around. We're going to find someone to